sky must be the same as what we are. We're the earth itself. Like what's in the sky is a separate frame of reference. The assumption that the earth must be like what you observe in the sky comes with the idea of the heliocentric model to begin with. So it's kind of a non sequitur fallacy. It's like saying like if I went to.
So what is the flat earth model?
We don't technically have a model, Wild Boy.
Correct.
But what's clear to understand when coming into this is that we have an entirely different cosmology than anything you've ever been told. You basically have to like come into this topic, throw everything you know in the trash, and restart. We're refiguring out what we live on, where we live, and how this entire thing operates, and the mechanisms that govern this sort of place that we live in. Okay, we're finding out that a lot of stuff is not true that we were told, and we don't necessarily have a concrete model now. We have an idea, and things are being worked out. You have to understand, this resurfaced about 5 years ago, 5 or 6 years ago. So, we're just now sort of refine tuning this and going back and looking at everything. So throw everything you know about heliocentrism in the bin.
But how do you explain the shadow that appears on the moon during like a lunar eclipse?
That's actually a good question, and I'll tell you why. Because there's actually an eclipse. Have you ever heard of the Selenelian eclipse? It's a very special eclipse that occurs when the sun and the moon are both observed above the horizon. Now, in a normal eclipse, what they expect for you to happen is all three bodies would have to be perfectly lined up, right? So that supposedly the Earth's shadow would be casted onto the moon. But during the Selenelian eclipse, we get an inverted shadow coming in from the opposite direction, and both moon and sun are above the horizon, which signifies that they're not in a perfect lineup to have an eclipse. So we don't know what causes that so-called eclipse, that red tint. We honestly don't have an explanation for that. The globe Earth does, but their explanation falls short when you think of the Selenelian, because there's an obvious time when the Earth isn't in between both objects. So that is an assumption even of the globe Earth part, to assume that that's the Earth's shadow. And a big point that I want you to think about is, can you ever make a shadow smaller than itself? Like, think about that. Like if you were to get a light source and put your hand closer to the light source, the shadow gets really, really big. But the further you go away from the light source, the smaller the shadow gets, right? Like if you were to have like your flashlight, really close to your hand, the shadow would be huge. But if you put your hand further away from the light source, the shadow starts to get closer to the actual size of your hand. Now, in this time, it looks like this. Obviously, the Earth is way, way bigger than the moon, but yet we're yet to believe that the shadow of the Earth is being casted is about the same size as the moon, like the same type of shadow. That's what the size looks like to me. That to me doesn't seem logical.
What about the sunset? Like, if the Earth were flat, wouldn't the sun not be visible at any of elevation once it has set?
That's another good question. So, do you understand how your vision works and optics and perspective?
Sort of.
Okay, so pretty much, we all have an angular resolution. Like the human eye has an angular resolution of about 0.2 degrees. What that really means is that we have a convergence. That's where everything, like we have a certain point to like where everything starts to converge. The best example of this is like train tracks. If you stand on top of train tracks and you look towards the distance, you'll see that at a point, they look like they're touching the tracks, right? Those parallel lines, they look like they're converging, like they're actually touching each other. They're not really touching each other, but they appear that way because of the convergence of how our human eye works. It's the same thing with the hallway. If you were to stand in a really, really long hallway, you would see that the ceiling, those light ceilings, would look to appear to touch at the center of your eye line. Does that mean that those lights are actually setting, or does it mean that they're just converging based off the optics, which is your human eye? Real quick, Wild Boy, do you see where Livestream 1 voice text is, the text channel? It's right above this live stream.
I see it.
All right, I'm going to post a picture for you so you can see. Do you see the one that says hallway? Ether 9000 bot posted it?
Yeah.
Okay, do you see how how those lights look like they're setting?
Yeah.
And that's just because of the optics. That's how cameras and the human eye all work. We all perceive in perspective. So the sun isn't actually setting. It's just moving so far away that it's reaching a convergence point where it tends to meet the floor, right?
Why do you think our government tells us that the Earth is a sphere then? Like, why how is NASA getting all these pictures?
Well, if you look into like NASA and the images, I'll post you another one. They're really not like they're computer generated images. They're just strips of data that they compile, and they'll make like they pretty much CGI put them together. Sorry, I'm getting caught up with my words right now. They pretty much stitch together a bunch of strips of data and they compile it into a ball. It's not really an image. It's not a picture. I mean, it's not like they went out with a big camera and they took a full picture of the Earth. The only real picture that they claim is real is the 1972, I believe, which is the Apollo 11. I believe it is Apollo 11. That's the only picture they claim is real. Which, if you're in this realm of a conspiracy, you already know that the moon landings didn't happen, and we can discuss that if you'd like to. But first, I'd like to post you a picture of all the Earth images that NASA has provided us. So you can see what I'm talking about. One sec. All right, do you see this picture? See, and there's like the 1972 picture is the one they claim is real. The rest are just clips of data.
Okay.
And also, like, I don't know about you, but it's kind of hard for me to trust the organization that, like, I've been looking into NASA for a long time. I already know that they did the moon.
I understand that. Yeah. But, like, the ancient Greeks proved that the Earth was round over 2,000 years ago. So
it's not the ancient Greeks. It was one Greek, and his name was Aristophanes, right? In 230 BC, he supposedly put his stick in Cyrene, and a buddy of his was in Alexandria. And I guess at 500 miles distance at high noon, he got no shadow. And the person in the other location had a 7.2 degree shadow, right? And then he measured the angles and derived pretty close to what we believe is the radius of the Earth right now. The problem with that is that there is assumptions in that. The biggest assumption is that the light of the sun is coming in parallel at it. Because, if the sun is so far away, the light rays, essentially, one light ray would be like the size of the Earth. So the light rays in between that are almost perfectly parallel. They're not quite parallel, but they're very close. You can practically say they are parallel. Now, we're using that assumption that the light is parallel, you would get that type of, you could get a globe Earth, and you would have to assume it's a globe even to begin with. But if we assume a flat Earth, and we assume that the light source is divergent rays with a closer sun, we get the same angles that Aristophanes got. So that's why it's not really a good proof. Because if you change a couple of the assumptions, you get a completely different idea of what the shape of the Earth is.
In other words, if the Earth is flat and the sun is a lot smaller and a lot closer, you get the exact same result.
Do you guys have any other conspiracies? I mean, not conspiracies. But do you guys believe in, like, climate change?
Well, we know that the climate is always changing, so that's kind of like a fucked up name in my opinion. Like, the climate always changes. So.
Well, yeah, I would agree with that.
It's called weather.
But just like, do you think our Earth is just like degrading because of human activity?
No, I don't think we're responsible for anything. Like, I think we hardly even do anything to the Earth, in my opinion.
Really?
That's my opinion. Yeah, I don't think we're affecting it in any way. We're the cause of the weather. We're accelerating it. I don't.
Do you know what the number one source of pollution is?
Volcanoes.
You have to say, hold on one second, my son's crying.
Well, can you?
Like, animal agriculture has such a huge impact on the waste we produce and the water we consume and the Ogallala, like, water aquifer is using a majority of our resources. Like, we're gonna run out eventually. Our Earth isn't just, like, plentiful.
Well, that's an assumption. You don't know. You haven't seen the entire Earth.
But I mean, you can kind of tell considering that our water quality has gone down, especially in, like, Washington and stuff. Like, Seattle, the rivers are so bad, like, the fish are dying. Like, I don't know. I feel like we do have an impact on our Earth.
No, I get that. And this is one of my things, too. Because NASA, the federal government, will claim they can deliver fresh drinking water to the ISS 250 miles up in the air. But yet they can't deliver clean drinking water to, like, Native American reservations, Detroit, Flint, Michigan. It's like these places have absolute water crisis that people have already paid in the system for decades. It simply isn't possible that they can make a claim to turn urine into drinking water when they can't even turn drinking water into drinking water.
I'm not sure what you mean. Like, we've already started desalinization, like a desalinization process with our oceans. Like, our oceans are decreasing.
Yeah, where did you learn that at?
Like, think about the Aral Sea. Have you looked up those photographs recently? I mean, there's just boats sitting in the middle of a desert because our oceans have dried up.
Yeah, but I mean, here's what our
But how could we not be like impacting that?
How
What
do you know it's us? How do you know it's us and not a natural planetary cycle? You don't.
Yeah, like a
This
good
is our
example of this,
contention.
if you go back in time, like, I mean, if you believe the timeline that they give you, which I kind of don't, but I mean, if you go back in their timeline, even they show you that there's times there's seas where they weren't seas. You'll find like a bunch of marine animals in places where there's no ocean now. So yeah, like I honestly do think that this is just like a normal thing that the Earth goes through. You know?
I mean, yes, in a sense, just because Earth has gone through various changes over time. Like, I won't disagree with you over that. But I mean, I don't know. I feel like we're like destroying our planet in a sense, just with all the pollution. I mean, like, if you think about Theodore Roosevelt, like, he literally implemented laws and stuff for the environment to help help the planet. Like, it's such a big thing with like politics now to like be environmentally aware and everything. So and that's not even a push, because big industries don't want us to be more environmentally friendly because they're the ones releasing all the pollutants and just like all the carbon dioxide and everything. Like,
Are you aware that CO2 is food for most of plants and stuff like that?
Yeah, photosynthesis.
Right. So are you aware that like the more CO2 we have in the atmosphere, the better it is for us to grow fruits, vegetables, and stuff like that? Like, it kind of helps us.
But that's the greenhouse gas effect. Like, toxins are becoming trapped in our atmosphere, and then that's why we've had so many like storms and shit lately. I mean, I don't know. That's just what I think. That's like my opinion.
Well, we kind of went off flat Earth a little bit with global warming or climate change, whatever it is now. To be honest, it's not that interesting for me to talk about here because I think most of us would agree that it's not really an issue. But I mean, if you can, feel free to keep talking about it. But if you want to swing back to flat Earth, you can do that too.
Yeah, I think I got it here. Well, how it swings back to flat Earth is that people who seem to go against the grain of what government says. So if I say like flat or like global warming might sound like a problem, but they took the global out of the warming and started calling it climate change. And I'm like, well, how do you like originally the global warming was man-caused. Then it wasn't man-caused. Then it was cooling. The whole time they're saying it's settled science. Then they're also, the government, is saying they can fix the problem for you if you give them enough money. This ties back into flat Earth because it's the same claim they're making about space. They can go to space if you give them enough money. Because they did it once over 50 years ago, and no one's been to space since. It's like, at what point is enough money enough? And the key is that climate change wouldn't be fixed with money. You can't buy climate. You're going to have to win the hearts and minds of people by presenting logic, reason, and science. And that's not what they do. They tried to berate you. They tried to make fun of you, call you a science denier. That's not how you're going to get me to agree with your position by making fun of me. Okay, I'm not going to think. Yeah, I'm not going to say, "Oh, wow, you're right," because you made me feel bad about myself.
Right, and Wild Boy, a lot of this you gotta understand. Like 20 years ago, Al Gore pushing climate change. Go back and watch the original Al Gore, him talking push climate change. He was telling us 20 years ago that we'd be underwater now. We're all supposed to be dead and underwater by now. For what he's saying 20 years ago, a lot of this checks out to just be fear porn, propaganda. They're pushing an agenda to get you to believe that you're the reason why the climate and the earth is basically deteriorating. You're the reason. You lazy consumer. It's all your fault. It's your fault. You live in a capitalistic system, but it's all your fault. You should feel ashamed of yourself. It's all a guilt trip. Did you see? Are you still there, Rob?
Yeah. I don't know. This kind of changed my viewpoint in a sense.
What's really interesting about the whole climate change thing, like you'll notice that I forgot what year it was, but back then we would just read. We had temperature like readings only like on places of land, right? And it wasn't that it got severe where everyone's saying the planet's warming up, blah blah this, until they started taking readings of the oceans, which can't actually factually be checked by the humans. Like it's like only they can go out to certain parts of the ocean where like they're claiming like, oh, right here it's warm. So like they could fudge numbers right there. So like if you notice, like if you go back in time, you'll see that like the global warming, like where it freaking peaked off was when they started taking temperature measurements of the ocean, which they're very easy to fudge, you know?
Okay, thank you for this conversation. It was like really eye-opening, not gonna lie.
That's good. That's what we're here for. A lot of people come into this topic thinking we're just some stupid flat earthers and we've never heard of all the globe arguments or any of that. Oh, she left already.
I think it's interesting that lately there's been a lot of people coming in and they're not screeching at the end. They actually go out and be like, "Hey, thanks for the conversation. Take care."
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome back to Flat Earth School, the school that is around us 24/7 since the beginning of existence. This stream today is a Friday special edition of members only in the chat here watching it live. Thank you guys. Whoever has the link here, I've got 14 beautiful patrons. We've got a couple in the chat. Hey, Michael. Michael is here early as always, the first one here. Thanks, Michael. Thanks to all my patrons. Really appreciate it. And without any further ado, let's get into this. So we've got Zach, Good Times for All. Hey, Zach, how are you, mate? Unmuted now.
No, you're muted, Zach.
Oh, I had both of them muted. Sorry about that.
All good.
Yeah.
Everybody does that.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me here, Mitchell. Great to be here.
Great to talk to you, Zach. And also Bob Nodell. How are you, Bob?
I'm doing just fine. Hi, guys. I'm not going to be on camera for long because, you know, I have a face for radio, not for video. So, yeah, just thought I'd pop out and say hello to everybody, and glad you're here for this.
Fantastic. So the premise to this argument today is all to do with the downward bias. This is a globe exclusive argument. This is some of the arguments that we need to have in Flat Earth here, because we've got past the globe, we've got past gravity. We don't need those things. The globe is non-existent. It's been proven not to exist. The Flat Earth has been proven measurable, navigatable, as I showed in my last few videos. So now these are advanced conversations that I want to start having with people about the actual nature of our reality, things that we can prove, things that we see, things just all around us. And that's what my videos are about. So we're going to be talking about a downward bias, whether there is or is not. And more specifically, it's going to be, what do you guys call it? The electrostatic downward vector. Is that what we're going to be calling it?
Well, yeah, electrostatic acceleration, if you want.
Okay.
That's like
Yeah,
a
we haven't
physics
really
term.
picked an official name for it yet because obviously the mainstream does not see things the way that we do, with the exception, of course, of the Electric Universe. The guys over at Thunderbolts Project, Wal Thornhill and Don Scott and all those guys, I'm sure you're probably familiar with their work. They absolutely feel that this gravitational phenomenon, whatever is causing it, is electrical. And we feel very much the same way. And of course, Ken Wheeler dictates the very same thing. He calls it a modality of the ether, and we'll get into what that means.
All right, cool. So where do you guys want to start?
Okay. Well, go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, I'd like to start off by saying this isn't something that we came up with. This is, like, when I started looking into the downward bias in electricity, I found Walter Lewin, and he is a 4-decade MIT physics professor. If you don't know what MIT is, that's Maryland Institute of Technology. It's a very prestigious school. Or Massachusetts. Yeah, very prestigious school here in the United States.
Absolutely.
A lot of new technologies and stuff have come out of this place. So I figured I'd go there and see what that teacher is teaching his students that are, creating these things. And I mean, Walter Lewin himself even says that gravity, the whole idea of gravity, does not take place until you're talking about like a moon going around a planet. Sorry, I got a lawnmower behind me. I'm going to close this window. A planet
it wasn't even coming through. All good.
Orbiting a sun, or that sun orbiting the center of its galaxy. Gravity is not something that takes place until you have electrically neutral objects. That's the definition of physics gravity today. You can go look it up at Caltech, at Harvard, at MIT. These are electrically neutral bodies they're talking about. So there is no connection between them. There's a vacuum, they're saying. Whereas, and we'll show you a video, he even says that, here on Earth, even your own body, everything is dominated by these electric forces. And this is what's causing a downward bias towards Earth.
Yep.
Okay,
so that's how they, that's how they actually teach it at MIT.
Okay, so is that from the globe paradigm, or does it not have to be a globe?
No, that is from the globe. And he makes, it's a shame. He was a great teacher, but I think he was teaching a little too much truth. Like, he would point out the issues that science, I guess, the body of science has gone through with this. Maxwell changed some of the laws of electricity to compensate for the globe. He said that the ionosphere can just magically appear above our heads in free space from the sun, which is, that far away through a vacuum. That's impossible. It's never been done in experimentation, and it actually went against Maxwell's first equation. And he points this out in his class. He was trying to teach his students where to look.
Right. They had, and the reason he had to do that, Mitchell, was because when Faraday and Faraday came out and first did these initial broadcasts, they were broadcasting way too far, hundreds, thousands of miles, right? So they had to come up with a reason. Then all of a sudden the ionosphere was invented. And then they said, so what happens is the radio antenna broadcasts, and it goes up, it hits the ionosphere, which is this charged area of the atmosphere, and then it bounces down, and then it comes and hits on the ground, right? Well, that should have been a big red flag for me a long time ago as a ham radio operator, because all signals, electrical, electromagnetic, everything, want to return to ground. They don't bounce off of ground, they return to ground. But yet the theory goes that it bounces off the ionosphere, comes down, bounces off the ground, goes back up, bounces off the ionosphere, and that way you can literally go, multiple hops around the world. And they had to do that, but it was completely ad lib, to
this day, there is still no scientific experiment or test even just to recreate this phenomena in a lab. They can't take a vacuum chamber, put in a positive, put in a negative, and have, the negative build this ionosphere of positive charge around it. They can't do that. Right. They can create a plasma that connects the two when it gets strong enough of a potential to actually create a plasma charge, but they can't get that, what they're claiming is happening to our Earth. So yeah, in the globe model, this is how they say it works, but they had to fabricate the actual physics of our Earth and how electricity actually works.
That's really interesting because I went live last night. Don't know if you guys caught it. It was Simon Dan. He just put a video out, and probably an hour before that, he was detailing the ionosphere in. Well, it was really an argument against one of Taboo Conspiracy's awesome videos about just that thing, about being able to broadcast signals too far, and he brought up the ionosphere. It is something they absolutely need. It's something they absolutely don't have. And I brought up the point that if you've got any sort of atmosphere, you absolutely need a container. And unwittingly, they invoke containers left, right, and center. But I digress. To this argument, so this downward bias that we're going to be talking about is, are we going to be going through scientific principles, or are they more natural laws?
These are strictly natural laws. For the simple fact that we cannot get outside of this electric field that we live in to test it properly scientifically. We can't remove that variable. We can alter it in between a couple plates or something like that and change the field within something, but we can never fully remove ourselves from this field to test it properly.
Okay, so the assertion is that the electric field is around us all the time, and
Yes.
we can't isolate ourselves from it.
That's true. And that assertion is backed up by mainstream physics. Mainstream physics tells us that we have an electrostatic gradient relating to 100 volts per meter that's been allegedly measured all the way up to 50 kilometers. I personally believe it goes to 100 kilometers because that's that magical 62-mile mark where I believe the lower limit of the firmament is. Now, obviously, and that's amazing that they say that, right? Because again, they're building this, based on an ionosphere or something that's charged up there. But I find it amazing that, they can say all this stuff is up there when even to have a charged area, you have to have particulate matter, right? And I'm not saying that there isn't any particulate matter up there, but the higher you go, the less matter there would be, right? Until theoretically you get into space and get into a 10 to the negative 17 torr, which is virtually no matter at all, right? So without particulate matter in the medium, an electrostatic charge is impossible, okay? So we have, and not only that, what's amazing about this is you're right. They claim that there has to be containment. Their containment is, of course, gravity. Our containment is a firmament, right? But at least we have evidence that shows this firmament is there. And of course, we've talked about that on several shows, so we're not going to go there today. But
no, this argument's definitely not about the firmament. We are definitely contained, whether it's a firmament or a non-physical thing, whether there's something outside the firmament. That's not a topic for this discussion. But okay, let's go back to the electrostatic charge. How do we know it's there? How can we measure it? How can we observe it?
Well, yeah, you can get an EF meter. We have one here. Bob has one. Actually, let's do a little live showing of this. Yeah.
This is actually, have you heard of, well, I've got a video on that too. Mitchell will also be showing you a video where there are guys that actually are collecting electrostatic energy from the atmosphere. And here it is right here. I'll get it queued up to play. And after Zach demonstrates this.
Well, go ahead, Bobo. Do that one. I'm going to actually get some boiling water, too, to show how we can show that it's measuring this electric potential in the air.
Oh, okay.
That would be a great idea.
Right on.
Yeah.
You're going to get a big old demonstration here.
Live demonstration. That's what I'm all about here at Flat Earth School. Live demonstrations.
All right, cool. So let's look at this.
Stream. All right, we've got you up on screen.
All right, and ready? Here we go.
All right, this is a pole which is used for holding up the ion collectors high up in the air, about 130 feet or so. And then this is the drop line coming down from the ion collectors. and going into the research shack. Goes through that PVC pipe and into the building here. Then the drop line feeds through my flip-flop limiter circuit, which feeds and charges up these 10 big capacitors.
Okay, so he's saying the storage capacity here is 33,000 joules. That is a lot of energy. Okay, and this is, like I said, this is not uncommon at all. In fact, if you just Google or go on YouTube and search for ionospheric electricity harvesting, you'll find hundreds of videos, hundreds of people doing this. Now, the biggest thing that most people will tell you about this, Mitchell, is that they are not able to capture a significant enough of it to like run a city or anything like that. Now, that's what they say now, but there's significant evidence, from our past that, we already were harvesting this energy, and this has to do with cymatic resonance. But again, we're kind of, deflecting from the point there. The point is that this electricity is there. And it's funny because the first time I ever discovered it, was I was working on a tower, right? I used to build microwave sites. I'm also a ham radio operator. I was up on a tower at about 150 feet high. And what I did was I came across a ground connection that was running down to earth ground, and I touched it and I got shocked big time. I mean, a huge shock. And so, obviously, I knew at that time that it was static electricity, but I didn't think a whole lot from it. Didn't kill me because even though the voltage is high, the current delivering capability is very low. Okay. So anyway, so what they have is we have this 100 volts per meter, which has a capacity, really, if you go to the firmament, of 10 million volts, which of course, then you're talking in the zones of lightning strikes and things like that. So, and they tell us basically that this electricity is caused by air currents, warm air and cold air currents running by each other and generating an electric field, yada yada yada. I don't buy that for 1 second. The only way that you can be within a graduating electrostatic field is to be, like, for example, in between two plates of a capacitor, and that is exactly what I'm saying that we are in. The Earth behaves as the cathode, and the firmament behaves as the anode. And in between the cathode and the anode, these two plates of the capacitor, we have, in fact, a graduated electrostatic field. And what he's doing is he's picking it up. This is probably no more than from 150 feet on the ground. So if it's 100 volts per meter, then, he's probably picking up 4,000 or 5,000 volts here, something like that, right? Enough where you can see the arcing, and you can actually charge up these capacitors to 33,000 joules, which is a lot of energy. And let me play just a couple more minutes of this, and then we'll stop.
Being provided by the capacitors, which were charged up by ions from the air. They're being fed through a 2 meg resistor. Now we go over here and take a look at the voltage on our meter. This is 1,000 times probe. We're at about 12 kilovolts. Yeah.
12,000 volts.
Over 12 kilovolts right now.
Right out of the air, Mitchell. Right out of the air. And that's only from, and now granted that's stepped up, but the idea here is to harvest it. So what you want to do is you want to be able to have enough storage capacity to do work in, like, power in watts. Okay. So power in watts is calculated basically by taking the current measured in amperes times the voltage measured in volts, gives you the power measured in watts. So if I have 120 volts and I have 10 amps, that tells me that I'm generating 1,200 watts or drawing 1,200 watts worth of power, which will run like a hair dryer, right? A typical hair dryer. So just to give you an idea of, the scale that we're working with here. And of course, you can step that up and down. Go ahead.
Can I just ask, what are we looking at here? These capacitors, are they?
These are capacitors, yes. These are essentially what they are inside is what I have described the Earth to be, is they are layers of plates that are separated by a dielectric, and the dielectric can be anything from air to non-conductive type of material. Could be, what am I trying to think of? Like wax paper.
Wax paper, rubber, depending on how much electricity is going through there. It determines
Exactly.
like those little cylinders you'll find if you ever took apart your electronics as a young child. The little cylinder that looks like a grain silo? That's a capacitor. It's just two pieces of thin metal all rolled up in there. And one side gets positive, the other one negative, and it stores that resistance, that
charge,
static electricity.
charge.
Yeah, the electrical charge.
And of course, the higher the voltage it is, the stronger the dielectric material has to be, because otherwise it will arc through and it will discharge itself. So you don't want that to happen. So there's a lot of variables in how they work, but
there's some interesting words. It just reminded me of the first time I heard about this kind of what you're calling it now, the electrostatic downward vector. The first time I heard of the argument was a couple of years ago, and I think you guys referred to it as the incoherent dielectric acceleration. Is that still something
it's the same thing?
Relates to this?
Same thing, yeah. Just that was like the scientific term I tried to put on it. The trying to add all the stuff in that actually takes account in that vector creation.
Yeah,
cool. It is pretty much electrostatic. That gradient that we have here is what causes it.
Yeah. That's a great demonstration. You can absolutely harvest electricity from our world around us. I think that's what Tesla was trying to do. That's a great demonstration. I'm just curious, is there any other way than this apparatus that you've shown? Is there any way, kind of just in nature, without a man-made apparatus, that we can demonstrate the static electricity in the air?
Well, yeah, lightning. That's all lightning is the electrostatics getting to 3 million volts per meter.
Or
the electric potential, the potential between 2 points, like the cloud and the ground, has gotten so strong. Like during a thunderstorm, it's not 100 volts per meter. It can go up to 10,000, 18,000 volts per meter. That's why you'll see some people standing on top of a mountain during a thunderstorm and their hair starts standing up, all over their body, and they can stick their fingers up in the air and lightning will come off the tips of their fingers.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Here's the interesting part, Mitchell, is that, not only does lightning demonstrate it, it demonstrates that potential from the clouds down to the ground, right? And all that's happening there is the charge buildup between the clouds and the ground, or an earth ground, becomes greater than the resistance in the air can withstand, right? So you have what's called a dielectric breakdown. And when the dielectric breakdown happens, the discharge happens. And you get a current flow through the air itself. Now, the other way that it happens are called sprites and elves. And I don't know if you're familiar with sprites and elves, but they're essentially lightning discharges that go upwards. But the interesting thing about elves is that when they discharge upwards, they do something very, very strange. And that is when they get to an elevation, get this, of 62 miles, they flatten out like they're running into something, right? Mind-blowing stuff, right?
Really interesting. Yeah, really interesting. I think you went over on the last Globebusters episode about the sodium layer at about 62 miles too. That's that kind of number that keeps coming up. How do we know it's
everywhere?
How do we know it's 62 miles? I'm just curious. I didn't ask on the last episode.
I honestly can't tell you, other than, when you watch the demonstrations of the scientists on the airplane, obviously they've got altimeters locked on it. You can calculate it, for one way, or you could probably do it with some sort of internal small radar. But, it shouldn't be a difficult thing to measure the altitude up to 62 miles.
Yeah, cool.
That's simple tech.
So you were detailing lightning going up and down. Why would we see it going in both directions? Is there like a change in polarity? Why do you think that happens?
Yeah, exactly. It depends strictly on whether or not the cloud is positively charged or negatively charged. If the cloud is negatively charged through induction, it creates a positive charge on the ground beneath it. It grabs all the positive energy around and puts it into the ground right there to try to equal out that balance.
Yeah. Now, here's something that's just a little factoid here, Mitchell. You're going to like this. This is a widely reported phenomenon, but when people experience strikes of lightning that are very, very close by, you will very often hear something that accompanies that right before the lightning strike happens is that things will start levitating off of the ground.
Have you got any demonstrations of this?
I didn't pop that up. I just thought of it just now because I was
really cool.
watching videos on it. But and of course, I don't know how many people would actually have the video of it because when your lightning's about to strike, I doubt you're going to be screwing with your video camera.
Just think of an updraft. A lot of thunderstorms, the updraft will be created to where I've heard of hang glider pilots getting caught in them and dying because the updraft is so strong. It's just a gust of wind blowing straight up from the ground, straight up. It's all that positive potential reaching out up towards that negative cloud. And they're known to go like 30,000 feet up into the air.
So again, kind of into a causal effect, like this thing that you're detailing is causing something else to happen now. So do you want to go into that? Like where does the downward bias come from, I guess?
Let me show you real quick. I have this voltmeter here. It's actually not a voltmeter. It's
a field meter.
Field meter, yeah. It does electromagnetic field. I forget what this one is. And
there's field, there's voltage, and there's electromagnetic RF.
Oh yeah, RF. This one's the RF right over here, and this one's electric field. So right now you see it's bouncing around. It might jump up to 30 down here, but it's about 5 volts per meter, right? That's what it's reading. Now I just lift it up a little bit. I'm standing up. We'll see it starts. It still dips down. I think that has to do with the Schumann resonance, but you'll see more of them up higher.
28, 30, 37.
And now when I lift it up over my head,
70. So there it is.
It gets even taller.
Right out of the air.
That's the electric field we're talking about.
How does it get affected by being outside? Is there anything inside that they could be picking up? Does it work differently outside with no kind of walls and stuff around you?
It will work differently, and it will also work the same. In other words, what I'm saying is inside, are there RF signals? Absolutely there are. We've got the Wi-Fi going. We got, oscillators going from all kinds of different electronic equipment, from televisions. All of these things are generating RF fields and will affect that. But in this particular mode where he's looking at static voltage only, that's going to be, it'll probably be more pronounced outside would be my guess than inside, because you've just got a change of conditions out there. So, and I haven't actually done this. This is really interesting to watch me do this.
Here's what happens when you put it over. I have a pot of boiling water here.
Okay. Yep.
Wow.
Whoa. Did I steam it out or something?
Looks like an expensive device.
Not really. I think it was only $105, and I bought it because of all the 5G stuff going on, and I wanted to measure RF pollution in the house and power pollution and spurious electromagnetic fields and stuff. So
that measures the electro. Sorry, what does it measure again?
It measures power frequencies and like power frequencies like 120 volts, 240 volts, like your normal power fields, like you have in your outlets. I don't know if you use 220 or 110 in Australia.
Yeah, that one's a 220 right there.
Yeah, so you put it near electronics.
Yeah, that's running through the electric field off of that wire right there. If you get it real close to the wire, it'll...
Yeah, the induction from it.
Yeah, and of course, our appliances here run on 220. So Yeah, so that makes perfect sense. So anyway, yeah, it picks that up. It picks up RF fields. In other words, if you have a transmitter, a CB, a walkie-talkie, a ham radio, it'll pick that up. If you have a wireless microwave, it'll pick that up. And it goes all the way up to 10 gigahertz. So it's got a really robust range on it. And yeah, for $105, it's a handy dandy little tool to have.
Absolutely. That's pretty cool. All right. So just off on a bit of a tangent here. I've got Michael Kahn in the chat. He says he's heard that cables carried by the pylons, like the ones out in the streets, like the overhead power lines, are collecting electricity rather than carrying it. But, my opinion on that, I actually work on these. That's my job. Well, it used to be my job, former job. I used to work on these power lines, going to underground electricity and that sort of thing. What's your opinion on the overhead power lines? Are they carrying electricity or are they collecting electricity?
Well, they're
the
definitely...
only...
Oh, go ahead.
I was real quick. I was just going to say the only ones I could see actually collecting electricity would be the ones that aren't rubber insulated. The ones you see running down your street and stuff like that. There's no way they wouldn't put a rubber insulator on something they were trying to gather electricity through.
Yeah. Those are more big guy wires, aren't they? That run down the street.
Yeah, the big tall ones, though, I don't know. That could be. I mean, they're tall. They're real tall, and that's a lot of wire. That's how those guys did it in that video we were watching just now. They just had two towers with a wire connected in between it, and that's how they were gathering that electricity right there. Yeah. So, I mean, it could be. I don't know.
Yeah, so my take on that is obviously they are supposedly for the transmission of power. And on the high tension lines, they're extremely high voltage. And the reason they run them at such high voltage is because there's a lot less loss going through those conductors at high voltage than if you stepped it down to 220 or 110, right? Pretty soon you're going to bleed that off to, almost nothing. So they step it way up, into the kilovolt range. And it's primarily for transmitting power. Now, that's not to say that they could not be harvesting an energy at a different frequency off of there. I suppose that could be possible, but I can't specifically name anything that would be doing that. But I'll leave it as a possibility. Let's say that.
For me, I work on these things. So I used to be a transmission linesman, underground linesman, and some of our protections when we were working on the cables, because I was a cable jointer, underground electricity, so they were coming from the overhead power lines, and they were definitely uninsulated. They were bare copper mains, just running between states like that. The big, long, as you said, Bob, they had to step it up into, I think, 132,000 volts here in Australia and up to 500,000 volts. And as you step it up, the voltage, the amps drops down. But I worked personally on the cables and protections from these things. So there used to be operators that switch out the electricity, that isolate what we're working on. And so it kind of goes to earth. In some spots, there has to be multiple earths, just so for one, we know that the power is off, because we wouldn't be able to get anywhere near it if it was on. We'd get blown to bits. But another thing is the protection on the actual cables and the electronics is far superior to anything that can kind of trip it out. So I think they've got a trip out value of something like half a cycle, which is, so we run here in 50 hertz, so 50 cycles per minute, I think it is, or second.
Yes,
per second, so 50 cycles per second. And so they've got a protection value of half of that, so a hundredth of a cycle it will trip out. So if there was anything going through those power lines, you would see when it's isolated, when it's to earth, you would absolutely see something getting picked up from that. So that's something that I have never experienced. And if they were a power collection, just to answer Michael Kahn's question, I don't think the overhead power lines can be a collector for this sort of electricity.
Let me stop you there for a second, Mitchell, because consider this, okay? The reason I'm leaving it as a possibility, and remember I said it depends on the frequency, and granted, yes, if you get multiple phase frequencies going down there and they start interfering with each other, there's going to be phase cancellations. That's going to cause problem on the power line, right? But What we know about the static field in the ionosphere is that it's DC. Okay.
Yeah, direct current. Yep.
So there is nothing that says we cannot have DC and AC running on the same line. In fact, it's done in quite a few applications. So that's why I'm saying I don't know of anywhere that it is being done, but I guarantee you it can be done. Now, the problem is that unless there is some sort of shunt as it gets up to the step-up transformers, as it goes down the line, then the DC is going to get cut off right there, right? Because the DC will not make the transition across the transformer, right? That requires AC to do that. But who knows what's inside of those things? They don't tell us, So that's what I'm saying. It's a possibility. And Zach, also, what is mine? The GBI? What is the brand of that? Somebody was asking in the chat.
Yeah, let me go check real quick.
Yeah, it's a GB. We're getting it for you. I think it was.
I think it's a 140. Yeah, let's see here. Got it right here. GQ EMF 390 from GQ Electronics.
Okay, so yeah, you can buy it from Amazon. And there it is right there.
That'd be really cool to play around with.
Yeah, that is really cool. So let me hang on a second. I'm going in here. Well, I'm just going to give you the website here, and I'll put it in the chat for everybody. Copy.
Yeah, that'd be cool. So going back into AC and DC, so AC power, alternating current, is something that's how our electricity gets generated, as far as I know, and that's how it gets transmitted. That's it's got the least power loss. It's got the most applications. So you're saying that the static electricity that is kind of all around us, that's in DC, right?
It is.
Okay,
it is.
so
now, but the thing about that is here's the thing. Even when it's a DC, of course, all you have to do to transform DC to AC is, run it through an oscillator type of circuit and then amplify that, 60 hertz or whatever you want to do, with the power that's coming in, that 12 kilovolts or whatever that's coming in on the DC circuit, right? So it's easy to convert AC to DC and DC to AC. I mean, you rectify it to go one way and you oscillate it, to go another, right? So, yeah. So it's really not a big deal to make the conversion.
So when we're talking, like there's inverters there, little inverters, big inverters, they actually absolutely can convert. But when we're talking about DC, is there current in DC or is it just voltage?
No, there's current in DC and AC. There's current, voltage, watts, resistance. Everything is the same. The only difference between DC and AC is of course, AC is periodically changing polarity, 50 to 60 times per second, typically, depending on the application, and DC is at, positive, negative static.
So in our world around us, do you think there is a current, or it's just voltage that we can measure?
Oh, there's definitely a current. There's a current. You can witness that when you see a lightning strike a tree and it splits it in two. It is the current that is the lethal part, and there's the current also that will kill you. Static electricity doesn't do that much to you. That's why Zach can mess around with his Van de Graaff generator, right? And
I've taken 250,000 volt shock. That's the biggest I've gone. I don't want to go any higher. That one. I saw white for a second. I was like, okay, we're not stepping that up anymore.
Yeah.
But if he had as much as 10 milliamps worth of current at that 250, it would have flash cubed him.
It fries your heart. It fries your brain. It does everything. Yeah. The current is the thing that kills you. So when you have you could have a massive voltage, but it's the current that actually kills you. So my understanding of current is it a potential, or is it kind of always there? Is it something that builds up in DC, or is it something that's constant?
It's a constant. In other words, it's a current. Think about water current, right? A water flowing down a river, electricity flowing down a wire or through the air. That's what a current means. So it is a constant. Of course, an AC current means that it changes directions periodically, right? Every 50 or 60 hertz times a second and stuff like that. So, but anyway, I realize we're kind of getting away from that. I'm going to go ahead.
We are, I apologize,
Yeah, no worries. I'm going to play part one of Dr. Walter Lewin's. Actually, this is Zach's video. So let's play this, and we'll just listen to what mainstream. I mean, this is MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. This is the United States' premier engineering school. So I would say, yeah, you better listen to this guy as to what he's saying. And it's interesting what he says. So let's go. Oh, crap. You know what? I forgot to share it. Let's try that first. Chrome tab. Da-da-da-da. All right. Now we're ready.
Yeah, and he wasn't a flash in the pan either. He was there for 4 decades.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Walter Lewin was world renowned. I mean, he's one of the most famous professors of all time. So, okay, here we go.
Hello, everybody out there in YouTube land. This is Good Times for All, or Zachary Zabala here if you prefer. In this video, we're going to ask a question. Does this MIT professor confirm electric gravity?
Wonder what the hell holds the nucleus together? If there is such a tremendous force on these protons, well, what is holding them together are the nuclear forces, which we do not fully understand, but thank goodness the nuclear forces are not part of 802, so I'll leave that alone for now. So what holds our world together? Well, on the nuclear scale, 10 to the minus 12 centimeters, very important are the nuclear forces. On an atomic scale, up to thousands of kilometers, it's really electric forces that hold our world together. But on a much larger scale, planets and stars and the galaxy, it is gravity that holds our world together. But on a much larger scale, planets and stars and the galaxy, it is gravity that holds our world together.
Okay, and there is a part 2 to this. And now, first of all, I want to tell you something. Even on this, what he's saying, and of course he's saying he's putting it out there because he knows as well as the rest of us know, Mitchell, that nobody can go out there to test this, right? So he's just saying, okay, well, we really can't justify this here, you know, this mass attracting mass or bendy space-time type of gravity, which is nonsense. So we're just going to say, well, this only works in outer space, right? So, and, you know, I applaud him for at least putting it that way.
No, he's a brave soul going against the Institute.
Yeah, I think he actually was blackballed. I mean, they ran him out of MIT on some kind of frivolous stuff, kind of. I don't know. But yeah, he was like blackballed. They took his Nobel Prize away, all kinds of stuff. So they usually don't do that to their own that are playing ball the right way.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. So, okay. So here's part 2. This is only a minute and a half. So let's play the rest of this and then we'll talk about this.
Hello, everybody out there in YouTube land. This is Good Times for All, or Zachary Zabala here if you prefer. In this video, we will be asking again the question, does this MIT professor confirm electric gravity? Part 2.
So what holds our world together? Well, on the nuclear scale, 10 to the minus 12 centimeters, very important are the nuclear forces. On an atomic scale, up to thousands of kilometers, it's really electric forces that hold our world together. But on a much larger scale, planets and stars and the galaxy, it is gravity that holds our world together. And now you may say, that's very inconsistent with what you just told us, because didn't you tell us that D cancels if you compare gravity with electricity?
Yes, but keep in mind that most objects in the universe have only a very small amount of charge per unit mass.
Now, I want to say that the guys in the EU, the Electric Universe, the Thunderbolts Project, the electrical engineers, Dr. Don Scott, PhD, absolutely disagree 1,000,000% with that. They say that it is all high voltage electricity and plasma that is in fact holding these structures together in the lights that we see out there. Now, I agree with that, not necessarily on the scale that they're talking about, but the fact that, to me, I would agree that it is in fact a plasma type of electrical show that we're seeing up there, right? And we have all the ingredients for it to be that way. We have the scaling electrostatic field, and we also have most of the noble gases, which are, far lighter than air type of gases, which tend to hang out in the upper extremes of the atmosphere. So when you get the interaction between high voltage and noble gases, you start seeing all these funky effects like we see out in space, so to speak. The stars, right? Or even if you're looking at space as water, same type of thing. It's a cymatic vibration, star in a jar type of thing, but you still have everything that you need: frequency, vibration, electricity, and the gases for all these other effects that we're seeing out there. It all makes perfect sense to me when you look at it in a plasma paradigm. So, okay, let's go and finish this out.
The Earth and Mars have each a charge of about 400,000 coulombs. The gravitational force between them is therefore about 17 orders of magnitude larger than the electric force. So even
Yeah, and again, I don't agree with that at all. And where did they get these numbers, right? How do they know that about Mars? How do they know that about the Earth? And what they're saying here is that the gravitational force in that instance is 17 times larger. No freaking way. Again, this is what Dr. Nakamoto, what's his nuts at New York Community College, Michio Kaku, was talking about when he said, well, our physics is off by 10 to the 120th. That's exactly
the biggest mismatch in science ever.
Exactly. So,
well, yeah, and Walter Lewin even says that the electric forces here on Earth compared to gravity are 10 to the 26 times stronger. So nothing here on Earth is really affected by gravity. It's the electric forces that he's talking about.
Right. And it turns out that it's all electric forces. Okay. So, the next thing that I think we need, let's see, Zach, you think this is a good one? The force of gravity is electric potential, or should we jump to is gravity incoherent magnetism?
So before we get into that, you guys, if you just want to sort that out between yourselves, before we get into that, is there forces going on here? Is that what the assertion is? The downward bias is a force? There is something that is...
In every electrical field, whenever you put any matter inside an electrical field, the denser matter will become positively charged or negatively, depending on what the field is, positive or negative. Here we have a positive field. So it gains positive electric potential when it's in the air, which forces it towards the negative potential beneath it until it hits the ground and neutralizes
something like
out.
Lightning? Is that what we would see?
Well, anything. If you pick up an object, you pick up a pencil and you release it, it's immediately going to start gathering the positive electrostatic charge in the atmosphere around it. Therefore, it's going to force down then.
Are you saying if we didn't have that electrostatic charge in the air around us, things wouldn't fall down?
Yes.
That's absolutely what we're saying, because what we're saying is that downward field that everybody has defined as gravity before has nothing to do with mass attracting mass, but there is a force being exerted electrically on all nuclear material. In other words, there is nothing in this world that is not affected by electrostatic charge. Nothing. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's plastic, wood, gas. And that's another thing that people
definitely want to get into gas. Yep.
Yeah, gas is absolutely affected by electromagnetic field or electrostatic fields. We've proven that a million different ways. So there really is nothing that isn't affected. And basically, if you remember, Mitchell, my little experiment that made it in Behind the Curve movie, right, where I was talking about that we measured the 15 degree per hour, right?
I think everyone remembers that. Yep.
Yeah. So, but not everybody knows what happened
Thanks,
after
Bob,
that.
apparently. I love to bring that up, by the way, because that absolutely destroys the Coriolis effect, but go on.
Yeah. So anyway, what was going on there, and we had a chance to actually test it and find out what was rotating, right? So just like 100 years ago they had Aries failure, that they proved that it was the stars and the sky that was moving. Today I guess we can call it the Nodell maneuver or whatever you want to call it. But what we did here is we took measurements at a place called Pikes Peak, Colorado, which is at an elevation of 14,125 feet. Okay, then we went directly east of that point on precisely the same latitude line out to the plains of eastern Colorado and dropped roughly about 10,000 feet in elevation. And what happened is the rotation rate increased within that 10,000 foot differential by more than 1.2 degrees per hour. Okay, so what does that mean? That means that as we get closer to the ground, this downward spiraling force that we're calling the luminiferous ether is actually acting just like a tornado, a vortex, right? It's spinning faster, and when it comes down to the ground, you see what I'm saying? If you look at a vortex, the top of it spins slower, the bottom spins faster. Now, why does that debunk the globe? Well, because if we were truly on a globe, we would, if we went and made that measurement at a Pikes Peak and then went directly east to that lower elevation, it wouldn't matter on the globe, because you would still be turning at that 15 degrees per hour, commensurate with the sign of the latitude, right?
That's a good point. So if you're seeing a difference in the rotational, like if there's a difference in rotation from just moving location east, we lost Zach. Is Zach all right? Did he drop out?
Yeah, he'll be back, I'm sure.
Cool. So yeah, so you definitely saw a rotational difference just from changing location east.
We did, and we recorded, and I released it to everybody. The ballers were not happy about it, but after they saw it, it was amazing how little of a squawk they made about it, other than just said, "Oh, he's lying about it." It's like
they don't say thanks, Bob, about that, do they? They don't
no, they don't. Thanks for that.
Thanks for proving there's different rotations just by going east. That would only be possible on a globe, north or south, if you were moving. But that's only in the presupposition that there is a rotating Earth beneath us, and you are picking up the rotation of the Earth in that apparatus. And just by showing that, you go east, that apparatus shouldn't have changed rotational.
Not at all. And of course, it's obvious, right? It's obvious that one of two things is happening. And they knew this 100 years ago during the Michelson-Gale experiment, right? Michelson-Gale set out to measure the rotation rate of the ether, right? And they found out that sure enough, it was about 15 degrees per hour. Well, you would have thought then that the Globers would have said, all right, we got Michelson, we got Gale. These are two world-renowned physicists. They measured a 15 degree per hour rotation rate. There is our proof of a rotating globe. Why don't they go to that? Well, the reason they don't go to that is because of the implications when you come forward to Michelson-Morley, and they cannot apply that same logical thinking to a linear type of measurement. It worked in the curvilinear, right? Going around in circle, they're picking up something going around in circle, but they were not getting a linear forward motion of 30 kilometers per second around the sun. And they didn't want to address that. That's why the first thing they came up with was the Lorentz compression, right? Lorentz contraction, excuse me. The Lorentz contraction, which supposedly stated that the device that they were measuring that was in the direction of the Earth turn was actually shortening just enough that it was nullifying their measurements, right? And taking away that 30 kilometer. And then, of course, they were laughed out of science for that. And then, of course, that's when Einstein stepped forward with theory of general relativity and said, dun, 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 let's just get rid
the whole
of the
space-time, contracting and expanding of time concept. Yeah, that's where it all went downhill from there after that observation. So what is it that you think that, this is probably going off a tangent too, but what is it that you think that the fiber optical gyro is measuring? You say the ether?
It is the motion of the ether. There's no doubt in my mind that's what it is. Because here's why. All right. For anything to have any of the characteristics, like when we say something is waving, right? Or something travels in waves, like, if you dropped a stone in a pond, right? Well, first of all, a wave is not what something is, it's what something does, okay? So when you drop a rock in a pond, that water, which acts as the medium, starts waving, right? Going up and down. It just starts producing an oscillation, okay? When you play your stereo, okay, and you look at your speakers, and when you play music on your speakers, the speakers are vibrating the sound, right, which then propagates across a medium, which in this case is the air, okay, and then you hear it with your ears, right? So what I'm saying is, for any type of wave action to take place, there has to be something to wave. There must be a medium, right? Now, light is the same exact thing, right? Now, light is an electromagnetic phenomenon, not an electrostatic. It's electromagnetic. And we know for a fact that we can shine a light through a vacuum chamber and it doesn't even phase it. In fact, it actually allows it to propagate better if you really wanted to look at it that way. But so then you have to ask yourself, so what is the medium for the light to propagate is? And what that is the luminiferous ether. And what's happening is that you are stimulating the luminiferous ether in such a way that the particular bandwidth of the light frequencies that your eyes are able to see, the 450 to whatever it is nanometers, right, actually allows your eyes and your brain to detect those oscillations, right? That's what you're actually seeing. So it's not that light is actually physically traveling, but so much as the space in between you and that light source is being inducted with energy that is vibrating or oscillating at those specific wavelengths, right? So this explains why, Mitchell, that, people will say, and I ask this question a million times, like, really? So if light is really a particle, then how in the world could you possibly say, okay, I'm going to flip on a flashlight or a laser light and I'm going to shine it through the air. I'm going to aim it at a fish tank. And as soon as it leaves the flashlight, it's traveling at 186,282 miles per second, right? The speed of light, or C. But as soon as it hits the water, it then goes to about 0.6 C, or about 0.6 of that speed, right? Then once it comes out the other side of that fish tank, then it resumes back up at a normal speed of C. Well, how is that possible if light is a particle that it can slow down and then speed back up? Where does that energy come from? That's a violation of laws of physics. But if we are simply inducing an energy or an oscillation into this medium, then it's not a problem for it to change mediums and change the acceleration speeds. So that's something that, and Ken Wheeler talks about this all the time, and he's absolutely right, because we know for a fact that it does behave this way. So I've never believed for 1 second that light is a particle. It is a wave, and it is a waving of the medium, and that medium is the luminiferous ether.
My understanding of how light works is it's a wave function, not an actual wave, not a particle. It is only a probability distribution. The double slit experiment was a great proof of kind of how much we don't know about light. And I'm under the influence that we don't need a medium for light to travel through. So you're saying ether would be the medium. Is there any way that we can isolate the ether or verify that it would be the ether? If ether wasn't in existence, you would say that light couldn't propagate?
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If the ether didn't exist, and of course that was one of the things. Remember, when we saw that, the first thing we tried to do was to cut ourselves off from that ether, which of course was silly, because you can't do that. In other words, that's like a fish trying to cut water out of the fish tank. You can't do it. So we tried encasing the thing in bismuth, right? Because bismuth is highly diamagnetic, right? Well, that didn't do any good. We tried to affect it with a what's the magnetic thing? Oh crap! I'm having a brain cramp.
Faraday cage.
No, it wasn't a Faraday cage. It was Lorentz. Not a Lorentz coil. It'll come to me in a minute. Either our camera will bring it up. But so we tried to affect it with this magnetic field, and we were able to affect it. But Helmholtz coil. That's what it was. Is a Helmholtz coil. So we were able to affect it with Helmholtz coil. So we tried all these things because, at the time, I had not come across the information yet about the Michelson-Gale experiment, which detected this exact very same ether rotation, right? But back then, they said, okay, so we now know that one of two things is rotating. Because we can look up, we see the stars rotating and the celestial bodies rotating at 15 degrees per hour. This can be caused by one of two things. Either they're moving or we are, right? So they had Airy's failure, which was, of course, the optical experiment. And I'm sure you're probably familiar with it. But it was an optical experiment where they filled the telescope up with a little bit of water to slow down the light traveling, right? And they found that if they had to change the angle of the telescope even a little bit more, that would mean that it was the Earth traveling forward. But if they didn't have to fill the telescope anymore, that meant that the light was already coming in properly at that 15 degrees, right? And that they could see it, right? So it didn't matter whether you had the water in or water out, it would still come in and it'd still be visible. And of course, that is exactly what happened. So there we have that proof that there is not only an ether, but that it is moving at a 15 degree per hour rotation. Then, of course, like I said, fast forward to 2019 to what FE Core did. And I'm not even going to take credit for that. I mean, Zach and I and Chris Van Maitre went out and actually did the footwork on it. But, we came up with our solution saying, well, if it's a ball, then it's going to act differently at different elevations, right? Or no, it's not going to act differently at different elevations if it's a ball. But if it is not a ball, it is going to act differently, and it most certainly did. Again, so you've got two different paradigms. You have the paradigm of the vortexual ether, which of course starts in the sky. We're looking at it happening in the sky, rotating above us, that is being contained and being brought to us by the luminiferous ether, and is actually coming down and rotating faster at the ground. Or we have a ball that's spinning, and it just wasn't the latter.
And they also they renamed the ether back in the 80s. A scientist, rediscovered it, and they named it the Higgs field.
Yeah.
So they can never really step away from this. They just gave it another name. So nowadays it's called the Higgs field. The Higgs boson particles and this and that, blah, 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 all this stuff. But yeah, so they just took the ether, scratched it out for 75 years, 100 years or whatever. I think it was in the 80s. So yeah, about 70 years. And then came back and renamed it.
And it was also in the 80s that the United States Air Force redid the Michelson-Morley experiment and found that, yes, there was a luminiferous ether. I have that Greg Graydon video, and it's actually published in the Journal of Nature, which I actually have all that stuff. I don't have it brought up right now, but the experiment is published in the Journal of Nature, goes into all the details about it. And every Nobel laureate today will tell you, Mitchell, that if you ask them, is the ether, is it real? Does it exist? They'll tell you absolutely it does. It must. There's no way around it. And we are the same belief system. And like I said, we've got tangible evidence. Now, it may not be absolute scientific proof, but it's pretty damn good tangible evidence. You know what I mean? So, and that's
it's awesome. You guys like FE Core, you guys doing these things. Props to you guys. Hats off. It is awesome. There's no one else kind of on the other side of the globe argument that is doing this. Is awesome stuff you guys are doing. I apologize for being so critical on these things. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate and
no. Yeah.
The only thing I could...
Oh, sorry, Mitchell. I have one more video I'd really like you to see, because I would like you. I think it would really. It's a physical demonstration that I did, and I think you can actually see what happens when you reverse the electric field in between two plates and reverse the polarity that we see here on Earth. You can actually get things to go and float up and stick to the top plate.
That's awesome. That's something I definitely want to see. But before we move off the topic of ether, the only thing that I could be critical of is probably the speed of light. And I just want to go into that for a second. Has the speed of light actually been measured? As far as I know, it's a two-way kind of a distance has to be there and back. There's no one-way speed of light that can be measured.
Yeah, they say that it has, Mitchell, but I have to say that the details around it are sketchy, to say the least. I mean, one thing that we do know is that we can cause that speed to change by putting it through different mediums. Like I said, you can put laser light through, like if you pulse the laser, right, and you put it through a bunch of water, and then do the same thing in air above it, or even in a vacuum, you will find that the laser propagates faster in the non-liquid medium, or in the vacuum medium, or even an atmosphere, right? So whenever the viscosity of the medium changes, it seems to change that C value. But as far as does it really mean that it stays at 186,282 miles per second, I doubt it. In fact, I think that there are a lot of variables that contribute to that rate of induction. And remember, we're saying that the speed of light is really a rate of induction into the ether. And that seems to be absolutely variable.
Okay, so...
And it's neat because, I was just going to say real quick, light, just like, electricity, falls off at 1/r squared a lot of times. Yes. If you have a point source, it dissipates at 1/r squared, just like if you have a point source of light, it also falls off at 1/r squared.
Yep.
When we're using these sorts of method... Oh, sorry, go on, Bob.
I was just going to say, which of course is nothing more than the inverse square law.
Right.
Okay.
And so when we're doing these sorts of observations of tests, do you think you can be sure that it is the ether rotating? It's not just the stars rotating, whatever the stars may be. Do you think you've sufficiently isolated that it would be the ether rotating, not just whatever the stars are?
To my satisfaction, yes. But like I said, since we cannot critically put this through the scientific method, and I fully admit that this is not something that we can manipulate manipulate a variable on, right?
Yeah, you can't step outside of it.
Right. The best that we were able to do was manipulate where we thought it would change its velocity, and it did, right? So what we did is we manipulated the sample of where we took it within terms of altitude. And that definitely made a difference, but that doesn't necessarily fit into the scientific method, right?
Yeah. So there's definitely a correlation. I don't think anyone can deny that there's a correlation with people.
Yeah.
But like you said, it might not be a causation, but it's a step in the right direction to figuring out where the hell we live and what is going on. So you guys are doing good stuff. Don't obviously you're gonna keep going with these endeavors, and it's through going against the grain, sometimes revisiting old knowledge that has previously been visited and strucken out of possibility. These are the things that you guys need to keep doing, and doing great work.
Absolutely. And
where did you want to go next?
Thanks,
did you want to do?
Okay, I have this,
especially you, Zach, like your demonstrations. These are really cool.
I've gotten a lot of help. I got to admit, Bob, Cammie, I can't start naming people. Nora Roberts. There's all kinds of people out there that have,
we have a friend
really
that's a
helped.
PhD professor, electrical engineering in Greece, that helps us a lot.
Yeah, there's so many people that their minds are going into a lot of these tests, and then they gave me the ideas to try a lot of this stuff. So I definitely can't take credit. I'm just the tinkerer. It's definitely a lot of brains that made this child, I guess, if you'd say it that way.
So go ahead and give us an intro to this video, Zach, what we're going to see, moving different types of matter with an electrical field, and then we'll play it.
Yeah, this is just, I have a Van de Graaff generator, and I take 2 pizza plates, stainless steel pizza plates. And instead of having the positive above and the negative below like we see here on Earth with our electric field, I reverse it. And I put different types. I think it's wood. I put some iron filings in there, and I put some human hair. And I think even a little piece of plastic at the very beginning it shows you. But it'll show you that there is definitely a change in this vector that we're saying is created here on Earth. The vector goes from, pointing down towards now it's kind of pointing up.
Yep. Okay. So let's go ahead and play this. And after this, Mitchell, we also, we want to show you that, a lot of the other claims, like I said, and we're going to explain to you why relative density disequilibrium does not explain up and down. Okay. And I know you want to get to that part.
Yeah.
So
Definitely.
let's go ahead and play this. Here we go.
Oh, I'm not hearing it, Bobo.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, well, my bad. Then let me stop it and reshare it.
Were you hearing it, Mitchell? Oh, you're muted.
I'm not hearing Mitchell. Oh, Mitchell, you're muted. That's why.
I was muted. Yeah. No, I wasn't hearing it. No, I think you have to click on the share audio as well.
Yeah, I did. I thought I did, but maybe not. Okay, so share audio this time and share. All right, let's try it again. Let me know if it doesn't play.
Everybody out there in YouTube land, this is Good Times for All, or Zachary Zabala here if you prefer. In this video, we'll be moving different types of matter with an electric field. In a previous video, I showed how I could move a piece of tissue paper using a Van de Graaff generator to charge 2 pizza trays to line up opposite the electric field of Earth. This simply means I put the negative charge on top and the positive on the bottom. As you can see, the paper lifted up from the bottom plate and stuck to the top plate, defying gravity. I had many people ask if other materials could be moved within the field, and I figured out how to do just that. I calculated that with the Earth's size we are given scaled down to 1 foot across, the highest mountain ranges would be shorter than the width of a human hair from the surface. This told me I would have to use very small objects, which to scale would still be taller than the highest mountains. I first started with sawdust, which is just very fine wood shavings left over when cutting wood. As you can see, when I charge the plates, many pieces of wood rise up from the bottom plate and stick to the top and remain there as long as I apply the current. Next, I use iron filings, which I knew because of their density and size might give me trouble. To my surprise, I was able to get the very fine pieces to act just like the tissue paper, while others barely moved, if they moved at all. A very interesting thing I noticed was that some filings raised up into the air, never quite touching the top plate, then falling off in a parabolic arc from where it started. Nonetheless, a noticeable force was applied to the iron filings from the electric field change. Last of all, I used human hair to be my once living organism, as I will not test on living creatures. To no surprise, after the first 2 observations, the hair also rose from the surface of the bottom plate and stuck to the top, just like the others. I am attempting to create a small, unbroken sphere of water onto the plates, but have had difficulties. Any ideas on making small standing water spheres would be greatly appreciated, so if you have any, please drop them in the comment section below.
Not too many of those.
Thanks for all here.
Nope.
That is really cool, Zach. Yeah, you're gonna have trouble with that spherical ball of water.
Yeah.
That's really cool. So taking nothing away from that demonstration, that's awesome. That's definitely demonstrating that we can manipulate something to cause that change. That's really cool and cause that movement. Would you say that's a force then?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. That's electrostatic acceleration right there. That is that's just what I was showing right there.
And one thing you have to remember, Mitchell, that it is an axiomatic law of physics that states when you have an acceleration to anything, it has to be caused by a force, right? It's a law. You can't, if you push your car down the road, you're applying a force to the back of it by pushing it. The electricity is applying a force that is causing those things to jump up to the top plate. Anything like that, like I said, is an axiomatic law of physics that when there is an acceleration, going from zero to whatever, that a force must be the thing that's causing it. Now, obviously the question here is what's driving that force, right? And that's where we come back around full circle to this bias or this downward electrostatic vector, right? Now, a lot of people will try and say that, and well, in fact, we both know who we're talking about here. Anthony Riley will, try and convince you that his egg in a solution experiment, answers that question. But it's patently absurd because first of all, he hasn't eliminated all the variables for one. And there were several things that could have been done to change the buoyancy, right? I mean, what happens if he would have just let that egg go bad, right? What happens when you let an egg go bad? Do you know how to tell if an egg's bad? You put it in water, and if it
would
floats,
rise when it would float, yeah.
Yeah, and it generates a gas inside of it, right? So does that make his test conclusive? Not in a million years. And then Zach, also, what was the other thing that you were saying to Mitchell before the show?
We can explain away how that actually works. And I even did a demonstration with some balloons in a pin. And I changed the electric potential of it, which is really just density and electric potential go hand in hand. The denser an object is, the more electric potential it can store. So by changing the density of his medium, he was storing more electric potential and it was getting closer to the potential of the egg. Therefore, the egg started rising. Did I explain that properly?
So and like you were saying, Bob, when the egg would go bad, the density would change too. So they would actually get less dense. Would you agree? So that's why it's rising.
Well, I don't know if it would necessarily get less dense so much as it's generating a gas inside of it that is converting a more dense matter to something less dense, which is increasing the buoyancy. I'm not a chemical person. I don't know exactly how that works, but I do know how to check for a bad egg, and I know that happens. So we know it happens. Yeah, that's something that we can see. Yeah, you put it in water and it floats up, and you know it's no good. But to me, that's kind of changing the density of it, of the egg, and that kind of, for me, that it kind of goes in line with the relative density disequilibrium argument. So that like you said, that's the other side of this argument. So you guys are detailing the electrostatic downward vector. And Anthony Riley is kind of detailing the relative density disequilibrium argument. So, but you guys aren't going against what the RDD, the relative density disequilibrium. It is a thing. You're not going against that. Yep. It absolutely is. We're not going against that. What we are saying, point blank, Mitchell, is that it is not what causes things to go down. It's as simple as that. And we can prove that. And we're going to prove that. Okay. Here's the thing with Tony, and all this. I mean, first of all, he complains and he bitches and he moans that, I haven't worked with him and I'm ignoring him. And well, honestly, there's a lot of bad blood between us because of, things he said to my wife and stuff like that. But I don't like the guy. I don't want to deal with him. He's the kind of person that, he's made several videos calling me a shill because I believe differently than he does, and it's like, okay, whatever, dude. So I just kind of ignore him. And, I'm not about to debate this with him. But so what I do is I just come out with the proof, right? Now, here's one of the proofs. And Zach, which video was that you just threw in the Did you that one you wanted me to show?
Yeah, that was the balloon and the Karen B pin
Oh, okay.
button.
So let's go ahead and show this because we've got actually several pieces of evidence that do show that it is electrical that's causing this downward force. And also the one thing that there are several things that we can do to take buoyancy completely out of the equation, Mitchell. We can completely take buoyancy out of the question. And when we do that, it doesn't work anymore. And
The only thing I want to say about buoyancy is that's got gravity in it. Do you need gravity for buoyancy?
Well, what are we talking about as terms of gravity? If it's in terms of a downward electrostatic bias, yes, you do.
So you're kind of substituting gravity for the downward, like the electrostatic downward.
Yes,
bias.
that's exactly what we're saying is. But we're saying instead of being a characteristic of mass attracting mass, it is a change of electrostatic potential. Okay, and like I said, we can completely eliminate the buoyancy argument. We can render it moot by taking the gravitational so-called field away from it. And we can do this in a couple different ways. But first, let me play this video for Zach. Hang on just a second. So share screen. That one.
Yeah, I think you'll like this one too, Mitchell. This one blew my mind when it actually worked. I was like, no way.
Yep. Okay. Make sure you can hear this.
I'll put it on.
Okay. Make sure and let me know if you don't hear it.
Yep. All good.
Okay.
Hello, everybody out there in YouTube land. Good times for all, or Zachary Zabala here if you prefer. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at trying to change the weight of an object by changing its charge potential. What I have is some Mylar helium balloons that are holding up a Karen B pin connected to a wire that is connected to the Van de Graaff generator. We're about, 2.5, 3 inches off the ground. And watch what happens when I start applying a charge to it. I gotta take the negative and get it up here real quick. And here we go. I start applying a charge and look at that. All the way down to the ground. Discharge it and it raises right back up. Gotta love it, folks.
Now, mind you, we did not change anything as far as any buoyancy requirement, measurement, or anything here. This was done purely with what we are saying gravity really is. No buoyancy ever changed here at all. So continue.
Wouldn't if you were substituting gravity with the electrostatic charge, wouldn't you be changing the buoyancy then? If you're kind of substituting those things, that's
we're changing the weight of the pin by adding more electric potential to it.
That's right, because the buoyancy factor is going to remain the same, because remember, buoyancy is just a displacement, right, of mass. So, but what we're doing is we're influencing that downward force that causes all things to go down in the first place. And when I say all things, I mean all things. I mean everything, including gases. And so I can safely state, and we'll be able to now prove to you, that gases do in fact go down, go boom, boom. Okay.
that is for me, that's kind of the biggest question for this whole argument. Yeah. Can we prove that gases do go down?
Absolutely. We've applied them in technology now. These ionic winds that are created by a electric potential difference to fly planes, to cool things off. They're using it for all kinds of stuff now. So yeah, we have a video we'll show you about that.
Do you think in just our world around us, like just kind of natural world around us, we can observe that, not in the apparatus?
Well, yeah, lightning. Well, like when everything is pressure mediation.
Came out today. The video that just came out today by Action Lab proves it, point blank.
Do we play that yet? I don't think we played it yet.
We have not played it yet. I'm saving that for last because it actually it wrecks relative density disequilibrium. It wrecks.
Was this the end of this video? Did you want to continue, or are we going somewhere?
Yeah, let's play the last minute of this and then we'll go.
Adding a charge actually It's very simple. It's attracting to the ground, the negative. We're putting a positive charge on it, and it's being attracted to the ground. Discharge.
I had to hit the negative
Discharge
wand.
negative as well, and there you go, right back up.
Yep. So there you go. And so when I said earlier that all things like electromagnetic, electrostatic, all things are attracted, they want to return back to earth ground. That is, in fact, what is giving us our downward force. It's very real. It's very much there. And we can take buoyancy completely out of the equation. And I'm going to do one more video after this one, and then I'll get to that. But I want to kind of give you a background of where the ether plays into all this. So I want to do one other video that Zach did. And if you have any other questions, feel free to ask.
Yeah, these are great demonstrations, Zach. Love this sort of stuff.
No, thanks, man. Like I said, yeah, I got a lot of help, a lot of good ideas from a lot of great people out there. So yeah, thank you everybody who helped.
Okay, is gravity? Okay, I think this is the one I want. Is gravity incoherent magnetism? I don't know if it's that one or if it's the incoherent magnetics of the gravity beast. Those are both outstanding videos. Let's go for the is gravity and incoherent magnetism one. All right, so let's go share screen, Chrome tab, audio, and let's play this. Here we go.
Hey out there in YouTube land. This is Good Times for All, or Zachary Zabala here if you prefer. In this video, we will be taking a look at the difference between coherent versus incoherent magnetism. We will again start with some quotes from Ken Wheeler.
Everything is electrical. The only thing that actually defines a magnet is field coherency. Before this is magnetic attraction. That which we call magnetic attraction, is it something autonomous from gravity? No, it's not. The only thing that defines or differentiates out the two is field coherency. Something separate and autonomous. Well, here's gravity here, and here's electricity here. Here's magnetism. No, all that shit is the same crap. Like ice, water, and steam. They're not different things. Right now, by any definition of the term, and the force required to move this object, 50 pounds. Wow, that's over a piece of metal. It still weighs 4 ounces if you put it over the dirt or, wood. Yeah, do you know why? Because then we only have one object that has field coherence. I'm not able to induce induction. I'm not able to induce field coherence in a piece of wood or the dirt.
As you heard Ken...
But you are able to induce field cohesion into an electrostatic field, and that's why we feel that it's this way. But the magnetism analog, the magnetism demonstration and analog is a beautiful visual demonstration of this. So let's continue.
Wheeler state, everything is electrical. Not only is it all electrical, but he adamantly shouts that magnetism, gravity, and electricity are all the same thing. The part we will focus this video on is the quote where he states the only difference between magnetism and gravity is field coherency. Instead of trying to tell you what he means, I will show you with a few demonstrations. First, we will take a look at two coherent objects and how they interact with each other. Here we have two cylinder magnets with the north poles of the magnets painted red. As you can see, when I try to place the red ends near each other, the other magnet tries to flip around to align with the non-painted end. This is because both objects are coherent, so the attraction and repulsion are both present. It pushes away when the poles are the same, and attracts when reversed. Now we will take a look at how multiple magnets, when not aligned, become incoherent. First, we will observe the magnetic field when the magnets are all lined up and coherent. As you can see, the more magnets we align pole to pole, the stronger the magnetic field gets. However, this is the complete opposite when the poles are not aligned. As you can see, the more magnets we add to our incoherent mass, the weaker the magnetic field gets. Now let's take a look at how a coherent object, the cylinder magnet, interacts with the large incoherent mass of magnets and ball bearings. As you can see, the red pole of the magnet is attracted to the mass, so we might assume that the bare pole of the magnet would repel. Yet this is not the case.
No, that right there is huge, right? Because magnets, if that was any normal magnet that was coherent, it would repulse it. But here's the thing, that in an incoherent situation like that, the force is always attractive, right? Just like what gravity is. It's always attractive towards the earth, towards downwards. And the reason for that is because we're using one side of the modality, analog modality of the luminiferous ether on the magnetic side. The other side of this is, of course, the electrostatic side of the coin. But one gives us a beautiful demonstration that we can then apply as far as a conceptual visualization for the other. So let's continue.
As I flip the magnet over, the bare end is also attracted to the mass. So how does this relate to what we are calling gravity? Like gravity, incoherent magnetism is an attractive-only force. No matter which pole of the magnet is placed near it, the incoherent magnetic field is always attracted and never repelled. All matter is made up of charged particles, and like magnets, these particles have poles. The Earth and everything on it is ultimately a huge mass of charged particles. This is why everything is attracted towards the Earth. There are a few apparent exceptions to this rule, like helium, balloons, and rain clouds, and we will cover this in another video.
Okay, so basically, that's pretty much it, how that goes. Now,
isn't that awesome? The slinky.
Oh, I know. This is really cool.
The bottom never moves. It's always the top.
Top coming down.
That forces the bottom to move.
Yep. Slow-mos. Yeah. And again, once again, there it is, that downward force. It comes up everywhere, Mitchell. I mean, there's no getting away from the fact that it's there. Now, let me ask you something. You are familiar, I would assume, with what's called a density tower, yes?
I am.
Okay. And what can you tell me about density tower? And how do you believe it works?
So I believe it works in line with relative density disequilibrium. So you've got objects of a density, and when they're in a specific medium, they're going to either go up or down relative to that medium because of their density. So that's where for me, that's where relative density disequilibrium comes from. If it is out of equilibrium, we're going to get a movement. Whether it wants to go up or down, its relative density in the medium will determine that. And that's what we're seeing in a density tower. So we've got different objects of different densities. We've got different mediums of different densities, and they sort themselves out into their various equilibriums.
Okay, fair enough. Cool. So what would you imagine would happen then if we took a density tower up into a 0G vomit comet plane and we shook it up and looked at it while the plane was in its parabolic arc, effectively eliminating our gravity, right? So we're kind of emulating a 0G force. What do you think that density tower is going to do?
Yeah, it goes nuts. But I've seen this happen. Let's look at this happening. You've got a video on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
It's happening. Yep.
And I'm going to explain why it happens. But yeah, let's go ahead and do this. Let's see.
To show that oil floats on top of the water. This happens because the
I don't
two
think we have to
fluids
go
are
through all of this.
miscible, that is, they
Let me
do not mix. And
pop
B,
it forward. Hang
different
on.
densities. Much.
Yeah, probably just
Here's a
the
tower with
bit where it's
three
in
miscible
zero
fluids,
G plane.
vegetable oil.
Yeah. All right. So
It's right now.
Okay, let's turn it over to John to see the fluid in action.
Density tower. It's got different liquids, different densities. So right now we're in the microgravity, so they're really separate. So you have FC72, water, and vegetable oil. And as soon as we hit zero, as soon as you go into microgravity, you'll see. 0 science.
okay. So as we can see, he shook it up. It does not want to reorient at all. Now, I have heard people complain, well, it didn't have enough time to, but I would ask that you provide a little leeway and understand that they've done this several times. There are other Carthage College videos on this. It never reorients. So that's one thing that I want everybody to see. Now, the interesting thing about this is, and I was not able to find this video before the show started, so I apologize. So I'm just going to narrate what happens in the other video that, when I first did this demonstration a couple years ago. They did this very same experiment again, except this time the pilot went over the arc, kind of exaggerated the arc, which caused everything to kind of float up to the top of the fuselage. In other words, he was overcompensating. So instead of just being floating in the middle of the fuselage inside of it, he pushed over a little bit more, and it caused a slight bias to the top side, right? So then what they did is they shook up the density tower for that. And what did it do? Well, the amazing thing is all of a sudden then it started working again, but this time it organized in the opposite direction, right? So the fluids went from density, less density to higher density down. But when he put it over the top and changed the emulation of the force of gravity, if you will, to the top side, then all of a sudden it went to the upside. And it's like, okay, but the point here is that unless you actually have some sort of a small bias, some sort of a small force that causes this to happen, then buoyancy is rendered moot because it can no longer separate from the constituent parts of the other liquids and the other viscosities in the density tower. Okay.
Yeah, the dense doesn't know which way to go.
Exactly.
It kind of turns that off. And that's what we're saying. You need to have that little switch turned on just to it's a very weak bias. Just like they claim gravity is, it's very weak. Well, this electrostatic force is very weak. Yes. And without it, though, you don't get that denser medium, that denser object wanting to go towards ground.
The only thing I can comment on with something like in a zero G plane is just such an unnatural position for anything to be in. It's literally just things kind of falling out of the sky. If you didn't have that plane around the density tower, it'd just be that tube falling out of the sky, and that's such an unnatural position to kind of judge why things happen in that circumstance. But it is a cool demonstration of.
Yeah, well, it's
but when you're judging why things fall, you have to drop stuff, right?
Right, and what we're
when you're trying to test it
is why is it that these density, why is it that the density tower is working? Why does it require either the downward force of gravity to work on the ground or to emulate that force in the opposite direction to work in the zero-G vomit comet? I mean, again, when you put it in an absolute zero-G, it doesn't work at all. And that's what I'm saying. It renders the relative density disequilibrium moot completely. Right. Now, let me show you one other thing that really kind of throws a wrench in this as well. And you're probably familiar, I've talked about this before, about gravimeters and what they do. Okay. So what a gravimeter is, basically in its simplest form, here's one of these, and it's wow, what is that noise?
Oh, sorry, that was probably me moving my microphone.
Oh, okay.
I'll
So
mute
someone's going. All right. Anyway, so what these are in their simplest form is they don't, contrary to what they say about they measure gravity fields, that's bullshit. There is no gravity field. Okay. That's horse manure. What these things do is they measure rates of acceleration, right? Rates of acceleration changes. And what we found out about these things and the way they do it is they do it with a laser interferometer, much like the Michelson-Morley type device. And essentially, so what happens is this. Inside, they have taken a ball, right? And they put the ball inside of an evacuated tube. So what does that mean to be evacuated? Well, if you evacuate a tube, you have now taken out any matter whatsoever. So there is nothing, we have taken any variable or any possibility of anything working against a different density out of the equation, because there is no other density, right? There's simply a ball that is falling through an evacuated tube, which has absolutely nothing in it, okay? So what happens then is as soon as it's released, as soon as you hit this, it drops the ball through this evacuated chamber, and of course it's being tracked with the laser interferometry, which is, accurate to within 12 parts per million. I mean, or something like that. It's crazy accurate, right? And so what it then does is it renders back a rate of an acceleration, right? So what we know is when they do this, the acceleration changes from place to place on different parts of the Earth. And like I said on the Globebuster show, the other day, on Wednesday, I said that it's interesting, but whenever there are areas of magnetic anomalies, the gravitational field also seems to have gravitational anomalies. When there are electrical anomalies, like lightning strikes and stuff like that, coincidentally, this downward acceleration field also seems to be affected, meaning that there is something that is directly involved with electricity and electromagnetism and the ether, of course, which generates them, which is causing this downward bias that is being put on everything. Right? Now, the other thing that makes gravity so-called an anomaly, and nobody can explain this, is that it doesn't just fall. It just doesn't go down. But from what we can tell, it keeps accelerating, and it keeps accelerating, and it keeps accelerating. When we watched Felix Baumgartner jump out of the plane, right, he got over supersonic speeds before he got into enough atmosphere to slow him down, right? So, and again, what did I tell you earlier about an absolute axiomatic law of physics? When something is in a state of acceleration, there must be a force applied. The question is what is that force? That force is the electrostatic downward bias that is being caused by this electrostatic difference of potential and not mass attracting mass. But to deny that it's there is foolhardy, because it absolutely is. Now, to get to the question of Nathan Oakley, where he says, no, gas doesn't go down, it doesn't go boom, boom, he's wrong. Point blank, because if you
before we get into that, can I just address some of the things you just said?
Sure, go ahead.
So for me, when Felix jumped out of that plane, he's going through the medium, and the medium's slowing him down. So for me, it's like relative density disequilibrium is all about the medium and what you can manipulate in the medium. Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm seeing when Felix jumps out of the plane. The medium is slowing him down. What are you saying that speeds him up? You're kind of being in that part of the equation. What speeds him up? So the bit about disequilibrium is everything here on Earth is it wants to find equilibrium. And so when someone takes themselves, like he has in a plane, he takes himself out of that equilibrium. Equilibrium is down the ground here, where he that's where he'll rest, down the ground. If you take yourself out of equilibrium, you're going into disequilibrium, and it is trying to find that equilibrium. And I think that's where you're bringing in the electrostatic force. So you're trying to say that the cause of things ordering themselves into the equilibrium is due to the electrostatic force. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, the electrostatic gradient, because we have this electrostatic gradient for things to line up in.
That's right. We're always being pushed down by it. Everything is.
Okay, so let's go on to the gas then, because that's
Okay.
the next question.
So let me ask you one other question though, really quick. Would you say that once Felix got down, right, and he landed, popped his parachute, and got down on the ground, and he was on the ground, he was no longer going down, would you say that he had achieved equilibrium?
When he's on the ground, I believe that if he was just laying there on the ground, yeah, he's in a state of equilibrium for his density within that medium.
Okay, and what would you define equilibrium as at that point?
I suppose something, so the object in the medium when it's no longer moving, when it's at rest.
Okay, well, but it's still exerting a force. That downward force is still present because of the fact he's got a weight that is pushing down.
So it kind of, this is the part where it's hard for me to come over to that side of thinking, because that's when the globe believers say gravity is always affecting something. So you got a coffee cup on the table there, it's at rest, but they're saying that gravity is still pulling it down, and that's kind of what you guys are saying. I see things at rest because they're in equilibrium, but then you guys say that there's still a force acting on it, but we don't see that force.
It weighs something, so there is absolutely a force acting on it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have any weight. And weight was one of the original things that was absolutely defined as a force. Of course, we know that if we put our weight behind pushing a car, right, we're applying a force to it. So weight is definitely a force. So just because you have met the law of Newton's action-reaction, by the ground pushing up at the same weight that you're pushing down, that doesn't mean that force is gone. It's still very much there. Okay?
Okay.
And that's what we're saying. Now, as far as getting to the idea, and you've heard this before too, when they say, well, no, gas disperses in all directions. It's like, no, it doesn't. It will disperse in all directions. And yeah, energetically, it will be bouncing around all over the place and hitting itself and, all that. And then eventually it's going to slow down, and, that energy is going to kind of dissipate. And the natural downward electrostatic force is going to cause those gas molecules to, again, go towards the down direction. And I'm going to prove this in just a minute, okay? But I want you to think about something, Mitchell. If relative density disequilibrium requires another medium, right, to be able to go through, either pass through or float upon, be buoyant upon, right? What happens when you have removed all other types of medium and there's no other medium left? And when I say that, I mean, what happens then if we take a vacuum chamber and we evacuate it to 10 to the negative, whatever we can do, the best we can do on Earth, right? And then we fill it up with some helium gas. Is it going to float up? No, it's not. It's not going to cause it to get lighter or anything like that. But because of the fact that the gas, when you first put that helium gas in there, it's going to go bouncing all over the place. But eventually it's going to come to rest on the bottom because of two things. One, because it's run out of energy, from moving around all over the place. And two, it's going to change states. Also, it's going to change to a liquid, for another thing. And it is, it doesn't have anything to be buoyant upon. All right. There's nothing to be buoyant upon.
So those 2 points there. So what we know about gas law is, by gas bouncing around all over the place, that is not a reason for gas to lose its energy. That is what is called an elastic collision rather than an inelastic collision.
Anamorphic.
And elastic.
Anamorphic,
Sorry?
I think, is what you're looking for.
Anamorphic. But gas bouncing off this container in itself, it doesn't lose energy. It keeps the same energy. So you have a gas, if you had a perfect container, which I don't think that's possible, if you had a perfect container where no gas can escape at all, there'll be no diffusion at all, I think you would well, gas law states that if it would stay at the same pressure, it would not lose energy. It would stay at the same pressure just by having
ask you something.
gas.
If I go and I fill up a tank full of helium, right, and I carry it around and I carry it home, right, and then I get home and I shake it a little bit, all of a sudden it's now liquid at the bottom. It's clearly liquid at the bottom, right? So clearly it's changed state, right?
Changes phases, yep.
Yes, it's definitely changed state, but it has come to rest on the bottom, okay? And even if it's in the gaseous state, now I'm going to play this next video for you, and this is what absolutely puts this away. And like I said, I cannot even believe that this video came out today. I mean, talk about serendipity, holy cow. So let me stop sharing. Hang on a second. And then I need to reshare with sound. And Chrome tab. All right. So I'm just going to play this whole video. It's 5 minutes, but pay close attention to it because, like I said, this absolutely annihilates relative density disequilibrium, point blank. And then you tell me what you think. I mean, I may be wrong, but we shall see. Let me do this. And all right, here we go. And this is for fair use, by the way. So hopefully this guy won't strike us on it, but he shouldn't because this is absolutely for fair use for educational purposes and all that other fun stuff. Here we go.
In a vacuum. And I'd like to thank Morning Brew for sponsoring this video. I'll tell you a little bit more about them later on in the video. So I have a plastic bottle with air in it. Right now, if I weigh this on the scale, I'm actually only weighing the plastic bottle because I have air inside the bottle and outside the bottle. But if I remove the air from around it, then I'm weighing a different thing. I'm actually weighing the plastic bottle itself and I'm weighing the air inside of it. So let me show you what I mean. I'm going to put this empty bottle on a scale in the vacuum chamber and you'll see that when I remove the air from around it, it suddenly starts to get heavier. Okay, let's put our empty bottle on here. So right now it weighs 11.434 grams. Let's turn on the vacuum. And it immediately starts gaining weight. It's already gained 0.3 grams. And I should mention that we're using grams here. This is a measure of mass, but when you use it for a scale, you're actually measuring a force, not a mass. And it's called gram force, abbreviated GF.
Okay, so mind you what he just said there. You're actually measuring a force, okay, not a mass. So let's keep going.
It's at 12 grams already now. So it's gained almost 0.6 grams, over a half a gram of weight, just by removing the air around it. Now this effect doesn't just happen for air in a bottle, but it happens for anything, including you. For example, I have this guy here standing on my scale. So he's starting off at 19.81 grams. As soon as I turn on the vacuum though, he starts to gain weight.
And of course, the reason why that's happening is because there is a slight difference of buoyancy between the little doll here and the air inside, right? But when you evacuate that other buoyant media, he's actually getting heavier. So he's dropping down. He's then succumbing to that downward force that is pushing him down. So let's continue this.
He's already gained around 0.02 grams already, 20 milligrams. 19.84. So he weighed around 0.15% more just by being in the vacuum chamber. Before we continue with our experiment,
let's not. He's going to do his little advertisement. Let's jump up ahead to where he is done with that, and that's at 3:04. Okay, so he's done with his advertisement. Let's continue on with his video.
Now let's get back to our experiment. So you don't notice, but the air all around you actually has some buoyancy to it. So buoyancy is the force up that you feel in a fluid. And that force up is equal to the weight of the amount of fluid that you displace. Now, normally we don't notice the weight of air because we're in the air. For example, if I have this bottle here and put it in water, you'll notice that it floats. That's because there's air in the bottle. But if I put water in the bottle and then put it in water, so it has a little bit of weight, which is the bottle. Now it sinks. So you can see the outside of the water on this hanging scale here. It weighs over 250 grams, so it maxes out the scale. But then when I put it in the water, suddenly it's not heavy anymore. So it weighs essentially nothing on the scale. It does have a little bit of weight to it, and that's the weight of the plastic bottle. If you imagine the air as water, you can see that the plastic bottle had air inside and outside of it, so we can't measure the weight of that air because we're...
Right, and remember that both air and water are considered to be fluids. Just thought I'd throw that in there.
In the air. But as soon as you remove the air from it, then suddenly you can measure the weight of that air. So it makes it as though the bottle weighs more with the air in it. This is the same reason why if I put helium balloons in a vacuum chamber and then reduce the air pressure so there's not as much air around them, eventually the balloons will fall even though they're filled with helium. Because even helium is heavier than a vacuum. That one fell.
Went down, went boom, boom.
Stop floating. Hey everyone, thanks for watching another episode of the Action Lab. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, don't forget to subscribe if you haven't subscribed.
All right.
Let's go through what we're seeing here. So it's not the helium itself going down, go boom, boom. It's the container that the helium is in.
Rubber. Absolutely it is. Yes.
If we popped the rubber of the container of the balloon, the helium would expand in all directions as per gas law. I haven't... Is there anything you can show us to say that it wouldn't?
Wouldn't it have turned into a liquid also with that amount of pressure and no more gas particles to really bounce off of? It's not like they're doing that into the gas, into a gas, into a gas. There's a lot of space in between them.
But
so it isn't that molecular thing that we see here on Earth where we always have atmosphere. In a vacuum chamber, that helium balloon wouldn't fill up the whole space. It wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? It would only fill up.
Expand, evenly. But it's when it goes into a liquid state or it's transitioning to a different state of matter. That's when the density of it changes, and that's when gas law doesn't apply anymore. It's now a liquid. I know you can say that they're both fluids, but then it's not describing the state that they're in. This is my train of thought, like way of thinking of what's actually going on here. Unless I can actually see a helium in a gaseous state going down.
Well, yeah, the opposite way is we could say, show me helium going up in nature. Can you do that? We could reverse it. You don't witness helium going up in nature ever.
So my train of thought is
not until you contain it can we witness this.
Well, the very fact that we have gas is the proof that we are contained. So I think we're always contained, but if it is releasing helium into just the air around us, I don't think we have an upwards force. We don't have a downwards force. That's just my opinion on this, as per kind of my understanding of the natural laws. Gas expands evenly in all directions. That's how the gas.
Well, when you get a gas that's heavier than another gas, which direction does that gas go?
So back to relative density disequilibrium.
Yeah,
it appears
but you could also say it has more electric potential, therefore it's forced down to the ground. The only thing that accelerates is when you drop it and it goes down. Nothing accelerates upwards. Nothing. Not a helium balloon. Nothing accelerates. A helium balloon goes up, but it goes up at a relatively constant speed. It doesn't speed up and speed up and speed up like when you drop something from a high altitude.
So the explanations, demonstrations that you give us, is this in any way disproving any gas laws, though? Because that's what it would kind of have to do.
No, because it's all related to electricity, and density is also related to electricity. The denser an object is, the more potential it holds.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. It does not disprove any gas laws or anything like that. In fact, it doesn't. The only thing that we're saying is that this downward force, not only are we saying that it's there, which like I said, dude, it's blatantly obvious that it is. We can measure it. We can't even do ballistic calculations without figuring the G-force, all of this stuff. It is absolutely positively there. We're just saying that the cause of it, the causal effect, is electrical, not bendy space-time, right?
Definitely.
So
not, yeah.
you have to ask yourself, why why, Mitchell, why do things go down? What is it about down that makes down down? Why doesn't it go to the left or the right or anything like that?
So when we're talking about gas expands in all directions. So it's not just going down, it's not just going
Well,
up.
no. You can't say that, though, because not all gases do. Denser gases go down. They don't expand upwards.
But if given enough time, like you guys said before about the density tower, like given
we
enough
have
time
nitrogen
with
down
gas,
here where we're breathing, and yet that nitrogen is not up there in the helium regions. It's well below it. So to say that they're mixed all over the place, no, I don't think so. In fact, there is a definitive and distinct layering of gas the higher you go in the atmosphere. Now, obviously, yes, it's contained. There's a firmament there, and I know that, you know that. But the point is that even the gases are, just like in the density tower, are layering.
For my experience of how we view gases just in our air, in the container of whatever our air is, it is a dynamic system, and I can't.
Oh yeah, for the most part. But once you get so high, what is it? The stratosphere. All the winds stop. All that circulation, all that gaseous movement, kind of stops up there. It's like it's calm. That's why they fly a lot of the air balloons at a certain altitude, because everything kind of levels out and evens out.
That's right.
I wouldn't say there's just less of it. So something that we can definitely demonstrate is 75% of all our gas here existing on Earth is between 0, which is ground level, and 10 miles. And then 75% of that gas existing in that 0 to 10 miles is actually just between us here and the clouds. So it's more of an argument of, sorry, I'm just going to clear my throat. It's more of an argument. It's horrible. Sorry.
I hate it when that happens.
I know.
Apologies. So it's more of an argument of it's just getting less of those particles up there when we do go up. I think we still do have nitrogen at high levels. There's just less of it, and there's more.
That's right.
Of the
That's right.
helium.
Because in general, they obey that, and they also do layer. And you have to ask yourself, why do we not fill up, these balloons with nitrogen instead of hydrogen or helium? Why? Because of the density of the gas itself. Right? So we know just by the density of the gas itself, it's going to want to climb and rise above and sit on the very top layer of all the other gases. It's not going to mix in with them. To some degree, yes, it is. But for the most part, you're going to have a layering of gases. And depending on, the weight of those gases or the electrical what is the word I'm looking for? But the electrical specifications of the gas is going to be what causes it to give us our density layer of gases, our density tower of gases. So
do we actually have those layers, those individual kind of separated layers? I thought everything was just like a inhomogeneous.
No, they claim it. Yeah, they claim it once it starts getting up there real high that you have your, the argon and then this one and that one, and hydrogen is the one at the very top. Hey, settle down. I'm sorry, Hank, just settle down. But yeah, hydrogen's at the top, and that's what they claim at least. We've never been able to send anything up there to fully test it ourselves.
Yeah.
So just like, a lot of the stuff we have to say as our evidence is coming from them.
That's right.
I mean, I've never tested the air. I've never tried it. So I really, we're taking the words of these people that we don't trust in the first place. I've never tested air density and this and that.
We also have to extrapolate on common sense, right? We have to look and observe what's actually happening here. And like I said, Mitchell, the fact that the density tower in the 0G plane, when you increase that downward vector of the plane, which causes things to float up towards the top of the plane, which causes the density tower to rearrange in that opposite direction, tells you point blank that there has to be a bias there in order for the density tower to even function. Without that bias there, either up or down, the density tower doesn't function at all.
I think if we show him the one with the ionic wind, the video with the ionic wind,
oh yeah,
he'll
okay.
understand the gases a little bit more. Remember, electricity is equipotential. The more you make it, the stronger it gets. But even at very small levels, these forces still exist. You know, you point your finger out, there is electrostatic charges coming off your fingertip. You can't see them. They're microscopic, teeny tiny, you know, but we know they're there. It's just how electricity works. It's scalable.
Yeah, which one was it called? I don't remember the name of the video, Zach. Can you grab it?
You showed it to Mitchell earlier, I know.
Oh, is it the force of gravity is electric potential?
That might be it, yeah. Or no, I thought it was does gravity affect, or electrostatics affect gases?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, let me find that. I actually had that pinned in my email.
While you're grabbing that, so where the relative density disequilibrium all comes into it with me is everything is like in the vacuum chamber. When you remove the density of the medium around it, it still falls in line with what relative density disequilibrium.
Well, yeah, we're not. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I know you guys are definitely aren't disproving or going against what dense objects do in mediums, but to say there's a downward bias, I'm still skeptical. I'm taking on board all the stuff you guys are saying, all the stuff you guys are presenting. I'm probably going to have to go through this video again and re-watch it, but it's still kind of a barrier for me to get through to come over to being definitely a downward bias, because the way that we view gas for me is the biggest hurdle that I would have to get over to kind of.
This one should help. This one should help.
Yep.
You just got to remember there's an electric potential difference from the air above to the air below. And because electrostatic forces will move things in that. The denser the object, it will push that one as far down as it can, away from the positive above towards the negative below. Now, just like other things, if it comes on something denser, maybe a denser medium, denser gas, it will stop and become buoyant. But that force is still there. These are the laws of electricity. Any matter within inside of an electric field will have a slight force applied to it. That's one of the laws of electricity. That's all we're saying is the laws of electricity do apply to this place, and from what we can measure,
and that's why we call it a bias.
They work.
That's why we call it a bias. I mean, it is by all definitive terms of physics, it is absolutely a force because it is providing an acceleration. That is indisputable. That is an axiomatic law of physics. Okay, so it's a force. We're just trying to determine what that force is that's causing this. So let me go ahead and play this real quick. And Zach, if you want me to stop for any commentary, just let me know, okay?
Will do.
All right, here we go.
Too bland. This is a good time for all. There's Zachary Zabala here if you prefer. In today's video, we're going to answer the question, does static electricity affect gas? Now, the answer 100% most certainly is yes. We will go to ionic wind is what it is called. Ionic wind in nature. Wind charged molecules in the air are subjected to an electric field. Now, everywhere on Earth, there is an electric field. Please, if you think you know a place, I would love to hear about it where an electric field has not been measured on Earth. So, wind charged molecules in the air are subjected to an electric field. They are accelerated. And when these charged molecules collide with neutral ones, they transfer part of their momentum, leading to air movement, known as ionic wind. We've known about this for quite a while, known about for centuries. MIT
Fly first ever plane with no moving parts. This one's pretty interesting right here. This is the Popular Mechanics. If you type in ionic wind, Popular Mechanics, this one should pop up. It just talks about how long we've known about it, how it works. MIT was able to create a focused wind that reaches 200 miles per hour. It charges the atmosphere. And when you have the negative back here, it forces all the charged air particles to flow towards the negative real fast to try to neutralize. These are the basic laws of electricity, folks. 1672, corona discharge. 1750, the electric fly. That's pretty neat. He had an S-shaped wire, kind of like a pinwheel. It would cause it to spin, having it facing in two different directions. Visualization. Of the air flame from an electric spark in a vertical jet. I don't know. This is pretty neat. How I control gravitation, 1929. But yeah, really neat read. This guy supposedly 1964, the Ionocraft.
One other thing also that I think you've seen it, Mitchell. Have you ever seen the demonstration done by the University of Bristol where
What's up, gang? I just stopped the bot. I'm gonna play Nathan's show to the top of the hour, and then hopefully we can replay or continue the last one.
On YouTube, if you're doing something and you've got an hour to kill, you might want to watch a video, but I tend to pick from my second lot of subscriptions. That's fine, but what I don't want is people to go, oh, look, he's at 24,999. I'll just go to my other account or make a new account to subscribe to him. Don't do that because it's pointless. I only want engagement from people who subscribe. So subscribe if you've not done so already in the intro. That's the reason for that. Anyway, I'm going off the beaten track before we've even done housekeeping. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere-edge horizon, formerly known as the curve of the Earth?
No,
Yeah.
next.
Yeah, 24,000 subscribers.
Yeah, hell
If it's formally known, doesn't that mean it's now gone?
Nobody
you
claims the horizon is Earth curve. End quote, Tim Osman. Nobody's claiming we'll see physical geometry. End quote, Planar Walk. Nobody's claiming the horizon is geometric. End quote, AB Science. The geometric horizon only exists in the maths. End quote, the rumpus. So yeah, formerly known as Earth curve.
The geometric horizon is not the horizon you would expect to see. End quote, Kosho.
FYI, the geometric horizon's Earth curve.
So the people who believe in the globe don't want us to bring this part of the globe up because they can't defend it?
That's globe heretics that can't defend it and will tell us that you and your reference frames are ruined in regards to the next housekeeping question. Any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
Wait a second. Didn't Chocolate read something where a lady said it all starts at the horizon?
For a globe
Isn't
believer,
the horizon
it
Earth
does.
curve?
I was going to ask if they don't expect to see the geometric horizon, then why did they still bring back the story of boats going over it?
Because they were in pain, cognitive dissonance. Their actual claim has been debunked.
To the panel.
Go ahead.
Wasn't all of this debunked by Einstein in 1915?
Yeah, I was explaining that to my wife yesterday. And yes, that's correct. She was asking the importance of the ether discussion.
Once the gravity is not a force anymore, the whole model implodes. You don't have spheres, you don't have mass attracting mass, you don't have center of mass, you have nothing of that.
That's right, and I think they figured that out 100 years ago. And as a consequence, they've, started telling people about parallel universes and such like. Eventually, it's got to go back to flat, because it is. Hey, Arthur.
What were you explaining to your wife?
The importance of the discussion in regards to the consequences with Einstein 100 years ago. So she's like, well, she's overheard me saying this is an important subject. I'm like, well, here's where the crossover takes place with Einsteinian mathematics and bending space-time. Anyway, let's get through housekeeping. We can expand this out shortly. Hey, Arthur, by the way.
Hey, hello. I'm
Good to have you. So, axial rotation, any evidence thereof?
Hell no!
We're going to need
No.
R for that.
Don't expect to see any.
That's right, Jorge, you'll need R for that. Any evidence of the R value?
Saturn radius?
Maxwell disproved it.
It can only be derived from the celestial angles on a flat plane.
You are friendly, Flurf and Turf?
I am.
Good to have you. What about,
Hold on,
Eels?
Nathan. You got to be careful when you ask that question now, because they could be a friendly, but not a friendly.
Well, when you have a name like Flurf and Turf, you're a pretty good sod.
No. I believe in the flat Earth. 100%.
Don't make you a friendly. That's what Neil's saying.
Exactly. You could come and say ether exists.
Anyway.
Is it really a point of I agree the Earth is flat?
No, I don't agree. I believe it. I live by one of the Great Lakes. All you see is flat horizon everywhere.
How did you just phrase that? I don't agree. I believe it. Did you say?
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah, I don't like that belief thing.
Oh, we're gonna nitpick you to death now.
Yeah, I know. What's going on? Ills G, how you doing? You a friendly?
Yes, he is. Hey,
Okay.
Elise.
Any
Well, the only reason I bring it up, and it is pedantic, but belief is agree, disagree.
Do you know the Earth is flat?
I don't know why they're
Okay,
doing
guys,
this to you.
take-
I don't know why they're
take
nitpicking you and nagging you like this, Flurf and Turf. I don't know, but feel free to respond if you want to.
I don't know why they're doing
I'm a grown man.
So you're not really coming through, Nathan. They're breaking up.
Yeah, I'm trying to stop them from talking constantly when I'm trying to, talk to the guy in Discord, but none of them will leave a gap. So I'm having to cut them off.
I'm trying to defend the guy here.
He's not.
It's okay.
He's here. He doesn't need you to talk for him. All of you, 4 people have talked for him. So far, he's got 3
I'm not
words. I'm a
talking
grown
for
man
him.
out.
I'm not talking for him. I'm talking against Neil.
Do me a favor. Shut the fuck up.
Hold on. All I'm trying to say is you could say you're a friendly, and then all of a sudden you're throwing ether at us. That's all I meant. Forget me.
I'm just here to listen to everybody.
Okay, great.
I like to gather information.
Oh, you're here for intel? Oh, yeah. For who?
I'm always here for intel. Intel's always the best.
I'm just joking. Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
It's
93 million miles away.
Who's 3
You'll need
million
R for
miles
that.
away?
Hold on, you'll need R for
How
that.
did you come to that conclusion? Did you measure it? Or did you calculate it? Or did you just read a number that was handed to you?
I was taught it in school, okay? Just like they taught me 2 + 2 is 4, they taught me that the sun was 93. Well, back then it was 91 million miles away. So maybe we moved away 2 million miles.
Wasn't it like in the 60s?
so you were
it was
handed
like
a number
68
then.
miles a million?
Say again, Flurf and Turf.
Wasn't it like 68 million miles back in like the early 1900s?
Right. Jaron did a really good expose on this. It's changed multiple times. At the moment, the scaling value is derived from Venus being assumed to have the same radius value as Earth is assumed to have, and then the scaling values are taken from there. But it's just a scale, so you can increase it, decrease it, whatever you like. Give a double radius value, or 2x the radius value of Earth, when you superimpose it on Venus, and you've changed all of those values, but they'll all slide up and down incrementally. So yeah, you can change it to whatever you like within reason.
Nathan, quick question. This is just off topic entirely, but are you I'm trying to figure out where your accent's from. You're English, but what part of England you from?
I'm from Birmingham originally. However, I went and trained as an actor in Stratford upon Avon. Therefore, I'm a bit less brummy.
For Birmingham, you sound reasonably calm and not screaming every so often.
Are you joking? You taking the mic?
The show's still early.
Yeah.
Have you ever been there?
You seem composed comparatively from every Birmingham person I've met.
That is
who
not a
seems to have
compliment. You're comparatively composed compared to a brummie is not a compliment.
Well, whatever. Take as you wish.
I will. I'm only messing with you. Thank you.
I know.
Isn't that like being the smartest kid in special ed?
Yeah,
Is that the kind of compliment
Yeah,
that was?
Nathan, he's just giving you a scaling value. That's all.
That's it.
But yeah, no, I just heard your accent and I was like, where the hell are you from? Because I like doing that with people.
Leamington Spa currently. They're quite posh around here as well, actually.
The posh lot. Only way is only way is Essex type thing going on, which it was. Anyway, cheers.
Trained actor and a bit of a private school education. That's why. Anyway, any scientific evidence of gravity?
What is it?
I feign no hypothesis.
I'll be a no
the
then.
guy.
I have no idea.
And Einstein too. I mean, did Einstein claim a hypothesis?
Not flame.
I don't think so.
Feign.
Oh, okay.
No, he did not.
But still.
No.
Exactly.
I mean, he's got what he calls his theory, but that's only a hijacking of the idea of science. It's not actually got any science to back it. It's not a scientific theory. It's maths.
Right. Mathematical theory, whatever that means.
In either event, there's no cause and effect relationships established in physical nature. Well, any viable hypotheses whatsoever from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics.
They're going to need R for that.
They feign no hypothesis.
Well, I need R for it if they did. Any evidence you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
Well, ask
Negative.
Mattoon.
Without a horizontal plane, you cannot have an elevation angle.
Nathan, did anyone ever from the baller side or heliocentric side ever answer the question of what they're applying the Haversine formula to?
No. Do you want to ask that question again? We might slip that into housekeeping. I kind of brushed past it after you suggested it on that show. Ask the question.
Well, we've got the needing, straight lines to get an angle. Elevation angle is utilizing a baseline. What do, since the Haversine formula is a transformative equation, what are you applying that equation to and why?
Or
if you're a heliocentrist.
Or what is it being transformed to a globe from? Furthermore, if the Earth is a sphere, why would you need to apply a transformative equation to make it spherical? You don't apply transformative equations to cubes to make them into a cube. There's no need. It's already a cube. So if Earth's already a sphere, why need a transformative equation to make it spherical?
Hey, you're just getting hung up on details.
I don't want to...
There is a question in there, though. You hear it, right?
What are you applying the Haversine formula to? I'm going to ask John. A flat plane? Right. What are they transforming from and to? from a flat plane to a sphere. Where are the measurements from? From a flat plane. The globe model's dependent on measuring a flat plane.
Yeah, Andrew Thomas Young told us that, isn't it? All the measurements are made on a flat plane.
That's in regards to refraction, but yeah.
Yeah, my question to that would be, what flat plane? I thought we lived on a sphere. Mr. Young.
So what are you applying the Haversine formula to, globe believers?
Well, it had to start flat.
It needs to be worked on in terms of turning it into that sort of self-contained, almost rhetorical housekeeping question. They've got a certain style to them. But if you remind me, I will just put it as an open-ended question at the end of each housekeeping session for now. I mean, it needs a bit of refinement. But
and a link to a McToon's video that short made.
Yeah, certainly
Definitely.
got. I don't know how he ended up having this pegged to him. I know he was the one that was the most vocal about his challenge, but realistically, Protothad should have it attached to him. But it's ended up being Mattoon. Maybe it's just because he's that much louder. I don't know. Is McToon that verbal? I don't watch McToon.
We wouldn't know. They only came on the show one time to give us awards.
I don't really watch him either, but that clip was amazing, like amazing.
Oh, you're talking about a clip that's about 2 months old that I noticed you'd commented on. You get more suggestions of old videos when you remember, which Arwin is. Become a member today. And you've obviously watched one of those clips and go, wow, a great video. Yeah, there was 2 months ago before it died on its ass, like every other video I make.
You're just too you're too busy, putting them out, and then it just you're on the road. You're just dropping all these great videos. You lose track, and then afterwards, wait, whoa, that actually happened. That's awesome.
That's mainly down to Mitch, though. I think it was Mitch that he was talking to or referring to. I can't remember. Mitch knows more about the background to it because I swiped it from him.
Was it with? Yeah, it was with him, wasn't it?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, well done.
Nathan, can you go to Master D and show that slide I just put there?
Okay, done.
Yeah, so this is the measurement. And there's your horizontal. Now, what was the question again? Refractive curvature? On the Haversine?
Because after they take this measurement that you're having Nathan show, they apply the Haversine formula to get their spherical triangles and things of that nature. What are they applying the Haversine formula to in this depiction?
The flat plane that's being measured.
So for the audience, there's the sun. There's the vertical of the sun giving its GP over the flat plane. There's the person and his or her vertical. And there is the angle, elevation angle measurement from the flat plane or ocean surface once you get your eyes on the water. And there's your vertex. So this works. This is nice. Now, imagine a protractor with the arc. And that's what they're trying to say is you live on that arc part where the lines meet up on the protractor. But here's the problem. You see OZ? That's zenith distance. And do you see OEL? That's elevation angle. Now, that zenith distance is the same as that baseline from GP of the person to GP of the sun. It's the exact same distance on the flat plane. It's ball game over.
Yes. So when we started off this process, the first response was to have them challenge us to use their pre-acquired flat Earth elevation angles and ask us how they work on a flat Earth.
And then they moved to the flat Earth celestial sphere model to claim that Earth was a sphere from that model. So they like double stamped it.
Only taken 100 years before this really should have happened. It should have happened the minute Einstein was debunked. That should have been the end. And instead it's been a long, drawn-out attempt to keep heliocentrism prevalent in the mind's eye of the Western world and expand it out to some of the Eastern world. Seems pretty untenable, though, at this stage. With plausible deniability, though. Oh, well, it's just a model. It's just a philosophy. It's just a way of perceiving the way the world could work. We don't actually live on a model. All of our arguments against the notion of being on a sphere, with the reification fallacy being our argumentation against it, could be used by whoever's punting it as a defense.
And I think it would be a fair defense. I don't think there's a bunch of people at the, in academia that know it's a flat plane and then they're just trying to trick people. I think that they are actually ignorant of this.
I agree.
However, given the general censorship that we experience in this little subdivided community of anti-flat earth heretics and flat earthers, it's not like they want this to trickle out to the rest of the Western world. I don't think.
But John, I could agree with you, right? But my cousin's a school teacher, and when I bring things to her, they resist. Now, I believe that that's something that, because you're so indoctrinated at such a young age, you immediately fight against anyone who challenges it.
Let's just do a quick shout out to Divergent Droid for being an absolutely fantastic moderator. Like the best moderator I've had in my entire YouTube career. Shout out to you, sir. You're superb.
I second that.
Divergent Droid is ace.
He is amazing, isn't he?
Nathan, if you can follow up, I second the motion, the motion for Divergent Droid, by the way.
Not only that, they accuse him of being a robot, that he's not a real person. That's hysterical.
Yeah, he's definitely a real person.
I got
or
two
the
more.
best human emulation has ever been made.
Yeah, especially when he came on the show. That was pretty clever. How did he become so human?
What you need, it's like a little surprise, because if you see his little, Android, as in Google Android, avatar, and see him spamming, welcome to Flat Earth Debate and stuff, it would be reasonable to assume that he's a like Nightbot, or I don't actually know how to use those pieces of software, but I've seen them in other people's live streams. You just turn on something called Nightbot or something like that, and then it's programmed to react to certain things that get typed in and tell people off if they swear and such. Well, that's good, right? But also irritating. I don't necessarily like that, because damn well it's not a real person. So to have somebody that appears to be that, you're like, oh, familiar. They've got a bot in there saying hello. Oh, that's nice. But it's not a bot. It's a real guy who will rip you a new one and knows the arguments. So, yeah, shout out to you.
Nathan, just to finish up the Habersign, there's two more slides to follow that first one.
I'm on the one that's blue background, observer, zenith,
Yeah.
dome.
So here you have a horizontal coordinate system. You can see it's a horizontal coordinate system. You can see the angle is an elevation angle up from the horizon there. And it's pretty clear. Two straight lines meeting where the observer is, the vertex. You got the zenith, the vertical of the observer, and then the star would be vertically over the Earth somewhere as well. Now, get this image in your mind, and let's go to the next slide. And here we have the star vertically over the Earth
90 degrees, the vertical of the observer in the red, 90 degrees, and then the angle measurement, which could only happen from a baseline that's straight, not curving. And they even put 90 here, even though they take liberty with their art to show a curve on that yellow arrow, which isn't happening, can't happen, because you can't get an elevation angle from a curved baseline. And then they need to somehow make this look like we live on a globe. So when you take 90, the complement angle, and 1 degree is 60 nautical miles, that leaves you that co-altitude, that zenith distance, 1,800 nautical miles is your zenith distance. So the bottom of the image where the person is to where the sun is directly over the earth, that's 1,800 nautical miles. And you get that from that top co-altitude, the zenith distance. But if you go back one slide, they would have you think that's on this arc, right? And if you go back one more slide, the original one I showed, this is before they make you think you live on a globe.
However, all of them have got 90s, 90 degree here, 90 degree here on the first slide. Second slide, 90 degree here at the observer. Now, unfortunately, they've not drawn the GP of the star, but that's what you're trying to achieve. 90 degrees for the triangle that's being formed. Then you move over to the one that's come from a globe-believing book, and it's still marked. There it is, 90 degrees. So why is this yellowish line bending? That's not going to give you 90 degrees. Why is the co-altitude line bending? No, no, no. No, no, no. This is a square. It's got 90 degrees. It's not going to be sat on a bend. That's not going to work. It works like this, off a flat plane, with angles. That's how it works.
Can I give some bit of correction on the Havre sign? What the Havre sign does is it converts from the Universal Transverse Mercator map. Now, I'm going to point out a contradiction. The 10th has already been pointed out in a minute, but I don't know if it was so obvious. So what they do is they take the Universal Transverse Mercator map, because that is a grid map, but it's a grid map using latitude and longitude lines. So each one of those lines on the Universal Transverse Mercator is a latitude or longitude line. So what they're doing is they're transforming the distance that is on the Universal Transverse Mercator into its correct distance, statute mile distance, its correct distance, right, north to south along the longitude lines, because it's a longitudinal, because it's the longitude lines that have to change within that premise, because the latitude lines can stay pretty much where they are, I think, but the longitude lines, because all our great circle routes are longitudinal distances, because they're all like, you put great circle routes onto a piece of paper and you'll have straight lines, right? So what they're doing is they're making a correction, but the mathematical correction they're making for the distance, just to say from the North United States to the South United States, that will have the R value added in, so it gives a curved distance. So that's how they go from, let's just say, a degree measurement, giving them a nautical mile measurement, to having a curve that, like, we know where to get the curve from. It's from hijacking the center of the protractor or the base of the protractor and calling it the center of that globe. But then that's how that nautical mile measurement ends up being on the curve of the globe, and it's along the longitude lines, and that's how they get to make the claim that they have the correct distances on the globe due to the Havre sign. But there's two problems. Firstly, the Universal Transverse Mercator. How are the actual nautical mile measurements placed onto that? That's the first thing you should find out. Because the problem is the real problem is that there's a map being used that doesn't have the land masses in the correct locations. So that's the first problem that's there. So you're taking a nautical mile measurement with degrees from, let's say, the deck of a ship with a marine sextant. You have, let's just say, a 45 degree, which will give you 2,700 nautical miles. of a radius, then a nautical mile distance. The horizontal distance becomes the radius of a circle of equal latitude. But how do you then place that onto the universal transverse Mercator and then transform that into a statute mile distance along the longitude lines of a globe? There's something going on in between that point from the measurement, right, which is because their distance along the surface of their globe has to match the distances measured by the mariner with the sextant, because the conversion will have to be a 1.1508 conversion from nautical to statute mile. So it has to match that. So there's something going on with the universal transverse Mercator where whatever way they plotted onto that, because of the land masses being in different locations from where they really are, then supposedly, then that means that when they're changing it, that whatever it does, it mutates it for some reason. Now I don't know, I don't know what way it works, how it mutates it. That's something I'll have to find out. I didn't look into that. But there is a mutation going on with the universal transverse Mercator, and it's the unmutation when they unmutate that distance, but then hijack it and put it on the surface of the sphere. So they're starting off with a correct nautical mile distance, and they're ending up with a correct statute mile distance, but there's a load of nonsense happening in between. And that's how they get to make their claim along the surface of the sphere. And obviously the Haversine formula has the R value. Could you, I don't know, but could you use the Haversine formula and just not use the R value? I don't know. I haven't looked. That might be a stupid question.
Well, that might be a problem of the star's geometry. You know what I'm saying? But if you want, go back and watch Ruhiv perform celestial navigation. He's very clear about what he does. But he's
We lost you, John.
We lost a little bit of you, John. Can you say that again?
But the words he's using and the pictures he's showing aren't matching up, because he's using the celestial sphere model, but then he'll show the Earth flying around the sun with a red line through it, and they'll say that's what they're using, you know. But that's not. But right after he applies the Haversine formula, then he's got circles of equal altitude on a sphere. That's where the trick is being done.
Well, technically, he doesn't have circles of equal altitude on a sphere. Let me point out something he's doing. He's starting off with 7/6R for a start. That's what he's claiming. He's claiming he's using 7/6R at the start, but he's not actually. He's using a horizontal plane. But he's claiming to use 7/6R. So let me just point out a couple of things. If he's claiming 7/6R, that means he can't use a 3959 radius when he's doing the Haversine. He has to use a 4,618.83 mile radius, statute mile radius. Right. Which means 60 nautical miles per degree won't work. Yeah, 60 69 statute miles per degree won't work when he's claiming that. So he's destroyed his own argument with that claim at the start. But he's not using 7/6R, because that he's not using. In reality, he's using a horizontal plane. Because by claiming he's using 7/6R, it means that he's saying he's not using a tangent plane. But he is using a tangent plane. They all have to use a tangent plane. It's official they use a tangent plane, and that's how they move it from the tangent plane down to the center of their globe, which is only the baseline of a protractor. It's all hijacking, backwards hijacking, and then they claim that but he can't put a distance on the surface of his globe if he's not claiming 7/6R. That's the first problem. Secondly, he's using a horizontal plane, not 7/6R. So what he claimed and what he did are two different things.
Right, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. But the Haversine formula is bending that distance, and you said it too, that 69 to 60. Right, yeah, that's how they're bending the baseline.
Yes, but the problem he has is that because he claimed to be using 7/6R, it means not only is he bending the baseline, but it also means that he can't have 60 nautical miles, or 60 statute miles per degree, or 69, sorry, statute miles per degree. With
Right,
7/6R, the least you're going to have is 80.5 statute miles per degree, which completely throws all that. There is, like, he'd have to then, because he contradicts himself, because if he's using 7/6R, he can't use the Haberstein formula and use 3959. If he's just measured on a 7/6R sphere, which he didn't, because you can't do it, because it doesn't matter, because it's still a curved baseline. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, that is the problem, that they're using a curved baseline. But what I'm saying is he used a flat baseline up to that point. And that is the point where he introduced the curved baseline. I want to know if he's cognitively aware of that is the point at which he bends his baseline or not.
None of this matters.
He didn't. He never bent his baseline.
None of this
That's the
matters. You know why? Sorry. Nathan,
Go
can
on,
you
Ted.
show the year of the sex? Can you show the year of the sextant slide, please?
Yeah, just give me a sec. Yep.
All right. Sextant is an angle measuring device. No one disagrees. An angle is two straight lines meeting at a common point called a vertex. Nobody disagrees. This is an image of a horizon at sea. You see the 90, you see the protractor, you see the section, you need the straight angle of 180. There is no tangent plane. That's just in their drawings. This is what's happening. They say this is at the center of the Earth when it's really at the surface. And then they draw a circle and take a tangent plane and say, we're measuring from here, when all their books say, no, you're measuring from the center. So you see, they got a few problems. The measurement's never done from the surface. The measurement on all the books are derived from the center of the Earth. Well, what's the center of the Earth to them? Well, it's an equatorial plane, a flat surface that you're seeing on the image here, which is actually where we are. They superimpose this to the center, and then they make a circle, and then they say, now get a tangent plane and let sunlight come in parallel, and we could have a corresponding angle match as long as we carry a suitcase with a tangent plane that can fold out whenever we want to do it. But in reality, you're just doing it over a flat plane all the time. The rest of the stuff is nonsense.
Yeah, the problem that what people don't understand, when they get to the point of a circle of equal altitude, that's when they have to use a curved radius, which means that the surface, the amount of land, now curved radii do not exist in reality, right? Number one. Number two, even within that nonsense, right, the amount of land within one circle of equal altitude placed onto the surface, let's say that circle placed onto the surface of a sphere, right? What will happen is the land on the internal, inside the circle will not match the circle. So you don't have matching distances, matching coordinates, because it's not going to match. None of it actually matches. That's the problem. Because to put a circle of equal altitude, especially with some of the bigger ones, onto the sphere, means or even some of the small ones, you've got to change the amount of surface area within the circle of equal altitude. When you put that onto a sphere, depending on the size of the circle, you will change the ratio of amount of surface area within that circle will change, because then you go from having a flat circle, horizontal circle, to having a dome, which changes the whole. Like, they think they can just throw that out there and get away with it. No, mathematically the two don't match, and they can't match. You've measured a radius for a circle of equal altitude, and then you're making the circle smaller.
Brian, what you're pointing out is one of 100, if not more, ways to destroy their lie. No doubt what you say is true. But they are telling us it needs to be subtracted from what number?
90.
90.
It's over right there. Unless 90 means curved, unless 90 doesn't mean right angle anymore, It's over right there. We have shown what the circle of equal altitude is. And if you got more than 1, 2, 3 stars, we even have, pictures of it. Let me just put one up real quick here. And they describe it the way it actually is done. Okay, it's on there. So here's, by measuring the angles to 3 known stars, an observer knows its location. Do you see any curved surface here, or do you see 390s?
390s.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter if they want to say, I could put a circle of equal altitude on the globe. They show pictures of it, but this is how it has to happen. You can't do this and have the distances match. It's another part of the lie that you're addressing, and I'm glad you do and have, because the chord length won't be the same as the arc length. And no one's going to go through the chord anyway. No one is aiming their sextant with some infrared horizon mirror or some kind of technology that goes through the surface of the ocean. You're aiming at the one horizon that we got. Horizontal, elevation angle. That year of the sextant picture says it all. This is the flat plane, the only flat plane, and this is an elevation angle. Just because they do drawings and say, there's one of these at the center, there's one of these at the sensible horizon, there's one of these at the geodetic horizon, it doesn't matter. There's only one of these, and it's our Earth that we live on.
Yeah, but I still must make the point that you cannot have a circle of equal altitude on the globe. They will not translate. You can't translate a circle with a distance in between on a surface onto the globe. It doesn't work. And I just want the audience to know that there is an argument on the way coming from us that we haven't spoke about publicly. This is going to absolutely destroy the globe concerning the circles of equal altitude.
I'm not disagreeing with you. You know how back and forth you and I love to go. I want 1 million knives going into this lie that has been put upon humanity. I want every argument, but go to the basic. Why is it impossible to live on the globe? Because you can't get a 90. It's over right there. Now let's have fun and destroy all the ways they try to dance around it. I'm okay with that.
Well, I can't remember who it was that was saying that it's good to have. I think it was Adam. Hello, Adam, by the way. Was it Adam that just joined? I'm losing track of who's just joined. I think it was Adam. He was saying it's good to have your your claims challenged because it strengthens them. So, for example, when McToon comes along and says, how do you use these as flat Earth elevation angle measurements on a flat Earth? We point out that they're flat Earth elevation angle measurements. So it strengthens the argument.
I thought I said that.
You did.
No, or Arwen probably said it 10 years ago.
Well, Brian said it a couple of weeks ago, most importantly, but...
Darn it, I couldn't get my finger on a mute button fast enough to say that, Nathan. Yeah, it was Brian.
I've got one more housekeeping question. Any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth?
Only in the vacuum of space.
Sorry, that took a few seconds to process. Any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core, kind of suggestive, then very specific, at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth? Response, in the vacuum of space, did you say?
Well, you didn't do the vacuum of space either, but that's why I said that.
Oh, that's why it didn't make sense, because it was pointing out that we had one more housekeeping question than the one more I just gave. Any evidence that you can have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container to press upon?
When you have a problem, then you probably have to change the definition of antecedent and gas pressure. That would be a problem.
Yeah, and all those claims that relies on light being a wave propagating through the vacuum of space to reach the Earth, they're in real trouble with that one.
At least we got all the way through the housekeeping questions. With only 10 minutes to spare on a live show. No audio issues, no hassle. Oh, I'm really pleased. Today's going well. And it's a Friday, so everyone's in a good mood. Not that I normally mention the day, but, you know, that's how it is. Do I tempt fate by pointing out that there'll be a short after show?
Probably.
And my intention is to only have a short after show today, because for the last, basically, for all of this week, I've suggested that because I'm exhausted and doing loads and loads of editing work. But there's lots of material to edit, so, you know, that's good. But then it ends up turning into a 6-hour show. Or a 4-hour show.
6 more hours.
Because it's something new.
It seems like the...
Go on.
I was just going to say, it seems like the people with the arguments to bear usually wait until the after show to bring them forth. I don't know why.
Which is fine. You know, people don't necessarily want to get involved on a live show because at least you can prepare a bit of a response knowing that it's only going to go out to my members that day and then there's going to be a good 2 or 3 days before it reaches the public. So I think that maybe gives people a little bit of a buffer to think, if I get creamed here, I can come up with my excuses for a couple of days, maybe even put out a rebuttal video before the devastating video comes out.
So it might be like a conscious thing that they're doing instead of, you know, just sitting in the, because there's the way your Discord's set up is, you know, that you have the live show queue and then you have the after show queue, and a lot of people sit in the after show queue and talk amongst themselves. I thought it was because of that mixing of the two groups that usually the arguments sprung from.
Maybe. I mean, I'm more than happy for the live show to always be as consistently educational as it is, without the necessary requirement for people to chant through what you're trying to put across to an audience. And based on the comments alone, people are grateful for it. They want good information in the live show. And because everybody's warmed up in the pre-show, it tends to be the case with, especially housekeeping being part of the show, that it's hyper-specific, hyper-focused, information-dense, every single live show. That's how it should be. Now, if the fundies were inclined to come in during the live show, they might actually have more effect because we'd have less consistency because they're trying to challenge it. Therefore, you might not necessarily, you know, consider 3, maybe a bit less years ago, people trying to argue against axial rotation. That could be an hour-long discussion. If you chew up an entire live show just arguing about axial rotation, you haven't gone through all the housekeeping questions, which is the main reason they're there, just in case that happens. You know, you want to rattle through them so that at the very least people get to hear them. And then you get into some fundy chanting through you about his belief in non-rotation rotation that you wouldn't expect to see because you and your reference frames are ruined or whatever they've got to present. Yes, Nathan, I agree. Well, it's good to know we're all on the same page.
Sorry, I was thinking about what you said. Sorry.
Nobody's claiming a wave.
Yeah, that's what we got yesterday.
What if they knock 3 times?
Yeah, that's what we got yesterday. So if you're a member, you can check those out. I've trimmed them out so you don't necessarily have to watch all 4 hours of yesterday's after show to get the main chunks of information. Obviously, having been there, recording it and saying it, I knew pretty much where they were to go to them today and trim them out. One of them I did actually release to the public, which is just a shorts video describing the difference between acquiring a wavelength as a mathematical derivation versus a wave that you'd actually see in a photograph when there's nothing diffracting. So that was 40 seconds of clip that's gone out, but the other 4, I think, videos that are currently members only will go out over the weekend. So as it's live now, over the next couple of days, in the slots that I typically occupy with either an after show or a live show, but on a Saturday and Sunday, that's when those clips will come out for the general public. But if you're a member, you can see them now. They're all published.
Well, I think people, it would be worth someone watching that whole show, because where you showed that a phenomenon that light is doing is not the same thing, you know, when you pointed out that the deriving the wave function from the particle distribution.
Sure, but that was a 17-minute chunk that you're describing. And yes, I did get that in its entirety. I say it's 17 minutes. It was edited down to 17 minutes, which is really what you want ideally, rather than saying to get the notion that you're describing, which I've got in a video called the end of the ether wave. That, as I say, will come out over the weekend. But that is a condensed version of what you're saying it would be worthwhile watching the entire 4 hours for. Well, that's been condensed down to 17 minutes and will be released over the weekend under the title End of the Ether Wave.
I can't wait for these shows to come back on and listen to them. And I get a hard time from my wife. But they're great when you re-listen to the whole entire show. I like the short you cut out in the clips, but when you put up the whole show, it's beautiful.
What's you got to object to? You sitting around 4 hours listening to a show that you've taken part in recording. What's the issue?
You don't understand. I got to hear it back. There's little things I miss.
Yeah, it sounds like bad news to me, Neil. You should keep your wife sweet.
She doesn't want you to have homework from school, Neil. Just don't bring any homework home.
That's hard sometimes. When, like, we went out to eat last night and I got the show on. Everybody's eating at a restaurant and I got the show in one ear and a conversation in the other ear, but I'm not hearing what they're saying because I'm listening to the show. So maybe I should step back a little bit on the re-ups.
Well, listening back to the shows is where, like, I hear most of the concessions, you know, like.
Agreed.
Like, you're in the heat of the moment, a lot of times it's not heard the point where they, you know, give up their position.
Like with it the other day. Can you play that one again, Nathan?
You mean,
I haven't got it queued up. Sorry, Neil.
You mean when
queued up.
You mean when an ether believer is knocking ether?
That's another title of one of the videos that will come out over the weekend. Is that why you've said that?
Yeah.
Okay, so one of the shorter videos, which will come out over the weekend, although it is available to members now, is called The Ether Knocking Shop, which is Synclenser snatching his own wig off, basically saying, well, if you knock on a door, I can derive that into a probability distribution, aka a wave function, but it's not really a wave. You're like, what, like a single quantized chunk of light hitting a photographic sensor can't be derived into a wave because it isn't one. Yeah, that's exactly our point. Well done, snatching your own wig off there, Synclenser. But that's coming out again over the weekend under the title The Ether Knocking Shop.
Huey always said, keep letting them talk. That goes for both sides.
Yeah, just let them open their incoherent pie holes is the actual just words he says.
I was trying to keep it nice.
Yeah, we're all guilty of it, though. You know, the criticisms we'll get, regardless of who we're taking apart, is, oh, you're not letting them bullshit you enough when you cut them off and say, no, stop, that's incorrect. Now let me correct you. Well, the people who are on the side of the person that you're opposing obviously want to hear them waffle their way through their bullshit they've bought.
I love that you do that. Don't let them get it out.
That kind of works both ways. The society is programmed, as we know, to make fun of flat earthers, and conspiracy theorists is used a lot. And so when a friendship of so many years, and I think we've all experienced this, has existed, and then you go to that person and say, hey, I've been looking into something. I want your eyes on it, your ears. Let's work this thing out. Will you join me in this research? What is it? Well, it's this thing that's going around that excuse me, that the earth may actually be flat. Oh, you're not one of them, are you? Don't even come around me. I don't want to talk to you anymore. What the heck? Okay, so what happens is when people are programmed, they don't want to hear you go explain on something that they've been programmed to avoid, or realize maybe there's some fear involved in finding out something. So that goes both ways when someone cuts you off and doesn't want to hear things, not just this side.
And with that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. Another huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a member, and all that good stuff. Once again, stay tuned if you're watching on an after show. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video. Shout out to Retro Bill for smashing the super chat right at the end of the live show. He says, great week at FED. Stay tuned if you're watching on an after show.
See beyond the imaginary curve. What is
Hey, did you make it to Earth Awakenings?
What's that? Say it again.
You were trying to head over to Earth Awakenings. Did you make it?
Yeah, isn't that Michael's? Is that Michael J. Fox's server?
Michael J. Fox.
I mean Smith. Why did I say Michael Fox? Is that Michael Smith's server?
No, I think he has. Which one is Flat Earth Reality?
Yeah, I need
He
to
has
get
one of
back
them.
on. I need to get back on there. I miss my friends from there, but there was this panic for a while. Like people were saying, "Oh, they're deleting all these they're deleting all these people's accounts if you're members of these particular servers." So I just got out of all the servers, you know.
Oh, okay.
And so now I got to get re-invited. So, and trying to find them on Discord is almost impossible. I don't know why you can't just put Earth Awakenings. It doesn't come up.
Well, it's like trying to find Flat Earth on YouTube.
What's that?
It's like trying to find Flat Earth on YouTube.
Yeah.
I can drop a few invites in the chat.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd like to join at least that one. I miss Michael and the gang. I kind of wish there hadn't been that split, but I know things happen for a reason, so I'm not oblivious to that. Whatever. It was kind of a big thing happening. Bunch of people got cut.
They got cut.
From here, like freaking 20 people, 20 of our golds and silvers and mods and everything got freaking. Well, I don't know. I think there was more. I won't even talk about it.
Oh, we can think of it as a graduation. They graduated and left campus.
They graduated. Okay, let's just think of it that way.
Yeah, we're the seniors and the juniors now. Hey, Sonny?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I think just in any kind of group, that kind of thing just happens naturally.
It's so cool, man. It's so cool. And it's cool to see like the new freshmen coming up as well.
Yes, that's awesome. And you know what? They're doing such a great job, man. It's like we all have these issues at first, but watching that process of like how the new people work through it and eventually get to a really logical place,
Yeah, I'm proud of them. I'm proud of the youngsters.
Proud of them. Yeah, super proud of them. I'm proud of all of you guys, man.
Well, yeah, you were here doing your thing before I got here. So, I mean, you're a senior now.
Yeah, it was 2 years ago in August. It's amazing how fast the time flies and like how much has happened in that time. Like this server was a completely different place, a different mood. I'm sure you even noticed that from the time you came in.
Yeah,
totally. A little more than a year ago, right?
Yeah, 100% different vibe.
Different, man. A different mood. Like when I came in, the arena was still going.
The arena,
like it was.
Yes.
Yeah. And it was a jumping place, man. And you had to like get in and wait your turn. Like when you're out in the surf, you have to get to the lineup.
Yeah.
You gotta be careful. Don't jump in front of the people. The locals don't like to be jumped in front of.
That's right. That's right. That's funny, Sonny, because it's like we look back on those days in a nostalgic way. We kind of miss those days. We reminisce, but at this point, we're doing victory laps. We won.
Yes.
Those were tougher times back then.
Yeah, man.
So it's like, I don't know why we look back with such nostalgia. I mean, they were good times. When I first joined the server, the arena was popping. It was fun. It was cool. There was a lot of good memories. But now we're chilling, man. We got the feet up.
Exactly. Yeah, we get like the fun part of it now, Yeah.
Yeah, I'm enjoying.
I love how I got my setup now, so everything's like right where I need it to be, like on my desktop. I don't know, it's just kind of fun when you logistically get things straightened so things are more efficient and my screen is where I need it to be. Like my mic is where I need it to be. Everything's like, it's cool, man. I don't know. Like this Discord is way more than just like talking about Earth. It's like, I think if you're doing it right, you're like trying to straighten up things about yourself that,
Hey, there you go.
yeah, that just maybe just need a little bit of tweaking here and there. Like I need to adjust my paradigm just slightly, and it doesn't take that much to just think of things a different way. Like, how do I want my area to feel? Like, what changes do I need to make? It could be something simple, like maybe the couch needs to be moved a foot over this way. And like, you would be amazed at how much difference. And then once you move that, let's say I'm just shooting it out there, but let's say after you move that couch 1 foot, then you go, oh, well, now I got more room over here and less room here. Oh, I need to move these things over to another area. And then you just continually start getting these ideas. Oh, now I see something else. I don't know, man. It's a trip.
Yeah, you'll get stoned and move it all again, about a week or two.
Yeah, like I first moved and I go, this is great. And then I realized my screen that I put up on the wall is in the wrong place. It's on the opposite side of the room as I need it. I don't need to be looking my head back over to my right, over my right shoulder to see my screen. That's stupid. So I'm like, okay, well, what makes the most sense? Well, in front of me, I got my table and all my stuff going on. I need my screen right there. And it was just a simple solution because I use my kitchen table like as a desktop and a workspace, a workshop, a bench, like it's multi-purpose. So my screen needed to be right there on my table, and it was such a simple solution, but eventually I'll probably hang it on the concrete wall. I don't know.
Yeah, it's going to wait for the gravity to start working.
Get that gravity up there. All you need is some little hooks, and then the gravity will just hang it up. It'll just stay.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, gravity works like little miniature hooks.
All right.
Yeah, so gravity will hang up in the future. You'll be able to isolate gravity and hang up your TV and stuff without the hardware.
Without the hardware. That's right. And
That's
by
correct.
then, we should be able to have a little like ball of gas pressure that you can carry around with you.
Yeah, you won't need tires anymore because tires are very harmful for the planet. So instead, we'll have gravity tires. Actually, Michelin is currently working with NASA and SpaceX to provide rubberless tires. They'll be gravity tires.
Love that.
Yep. So you'll be able to contain gas with no container, and then you'll drive. And actually, you'll save a little bit of weight with your car, so it actually is better for the planet.
Better for the planet.
Yeah, yeah.
Think about it.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, we got to save the planet.
Did someone say think about it?
Yes, yeah, go ahead. Whoever said that.
Think about saving that planet.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking about
Think long and hard about it.
Hi,
I'm thinking
hi there.
real hard.
I recognize you again, pea drinker, but we'll see how long it lasts this time. One word, and I got you, bro.
I mean, I completely disagree with everything you said. I try to stay as high as possible, and usually I don't feel like moving anything.
Okay, man. Look.
Actually, staying high as possible is actually very efficient. You do recommend staying very high. You can also see curvature and feel rotation if you get super ripped. That's how you see curvature.
I think if you push your foot into the sand and then you look at that imprint and then you rotate yourself around, isn't that Earth?
Well, technically, that is Earth rotation.
Isn't that Earth
And curvature.
motion?
Yeah, technically. And
that right?
if there's arms that go
No
through
brainer.
there, then
Did I
yeah.
get that wrong? Sorry, CB.
No, that's absolutely 100% correct. If you make a dimple in the Earth, that's curvature, and then if you rotate around the dimple, that's Earth rotation. You're rotating around the Earth.
Isn't that right, Love No Greater?
Wait, the Earth isn't rotating, you're rotating.
Right.
Yeah, but you can
You're
think of it
rotating.
as Earth rotation. You can
You
think
could
of
think
it
of
as
it,
Earth
right? Okay. So could you
Yeah,
explain it to us so we get it right? I don't want to get that part wrong. You push your foot into the sand. How can you show? Is there any rotation on Earth? Love no greater.
I don't think so. Maybe in quicksand.
Okay, man. All right, quicksand. Like I could see that if you had a puddle of quicksand, you just go, I want to get rid of this puddle of quicksand, and dig down underneath it and make a drain, and then it could suck the quicksand down and away.
Yeah, man.
No. They said if you get stuck in quicksand to lay flat. They said lay flat, and hopefully you got a friend that'll pull you out.
Lay
Yeah,
flat.
man, that's a new strain. That quicksand. Oh man, that strain is. Whew.
Maybe we should
You
just
guys
let
gotta
you
try that
stay.
strain.
Instead of banning you all the time, maybe we should just let you stay. I don't know, man. Like I've had good conversations with you, man. I
Me
hope
and Sonny, we're both softies.
I hope you don't have any offense in like me being a hard ass sometimes. Bro.
No. But see, we got big hearts, Sonny. We were big, big love. Yeah, we love people. So it's okay. We
Yeah.
got to balance it out with being stern every now and again.
Yeah, man. Like it's okay. Today's a new day, and like honestly, I don't have like these. I don't know, man. I actually love everybody.
That's good. That's good, bro.
It's actually a side effect of the space weed. Yeah, love.
Just don't forget about yourself, Sonny. We love you too.
Hey, man, look, I'm working on that. Yeah, that's going pretty well. I do.
They go hand in hand, right? Hand in hand.
You're right, because look, man, you can't love somebody else if you don't love yourself. You have to have it inside. You can't transmit something you don't have, right? Kind of brings tears to my eyes. I'm like serious.
Yeah, I hear you, brother. I hear you.
The name is so fitting. Sunny on the plane. It's always sunny when Sunny's around.
I try to be, man, in spite of myself, even,
How's it go, Sonny? Who'll stop the rain?
Yeah, man.
Who else do we have in the panel with us here? Let's give a quick shout out. Effie Batman. I think I heard him talk for the first time ever yesterday. Shout out Effie Batman. We've got the best baker on the flat earth, Sasha. Central. We got Central Banker and we got Central Baker. You can call me the Central Butcher because I'm chopping these globe heads up.
Chop.
We got Will Be Flat. Nah, man, it won't will be. It's always be flat. But yeah, Will Be Flat in the chat. Yoke Smasher on the space station with the VFE, and Sunny on the plane. Just a few of us this morning.
Yeah, it's nice to come in the morning. Sometimes it's absolutely dead silent, nobody in here, just 2 or 3 people, and then to watch the panel come in, one by one. We all kind of check in, see what's going on. Man, I love this place.
Hey, like restaurant Sunny, someone's got to open the restaurant, get cooking, get the tea brewing, get the coffee brewing. That's us right now. We got the coffee, the tea brewing, the snacks in the back.
That's right.
Bathrooms are getting cleaned right now. You know what I'm saying?
That's a great mood, man. Like, yeah, like sweep up the floor. Some of the places, like sweeping up some places might have got missed last night when they're closing because those people are busy. And they had a rough day of flat smacking all day. So, yeah, we're trying to set the place up today here.
Yeah, we got to open up this Flat Earth restaurant. We need a name for this place.
I like the imagery, man, like of that. Like, I like earlier, a couple of years ago, we had these ideas of doing like a Flat Earth Western. I had this idea of all of us having characters, and we have a play, like we have script. Each character could have their script, their dialogue. But they could write it themselves for
We need
their
an
own
event for that.
character. I know, man. Like,
No, dude, Sonny, we literally since Silver Night and Ladies Night hasn't been. I mean, are we still doing that? It's been a kind of down. There's been a lot of downside. We should instead replace that with a few different themed events like that. I've never heard you say that before. That would be really fun. Do Western Night. We should do
Flat Earth
Baller
Cafe, Flat Earth Bar. Like, yeah.
Flat Earth Bar. Yeah, that'd be fun. Article Night. Like, we should do all these ideas.
I know.
Start an event and just have it called Western. Then you got to be a character, whatever. And then another would do Baller Night where you have to be baller. Everyone just role reversal.
See, okay, so like put this in your little in your pocket. So you have these cowboys are out on the plane. They're riding out on the plane, and they all of a sudden notice they come into town. They start talking about, you know what, Harold? We're out on that plane.
My horse. I got that gravity on my horse.
No, I saw way over to that big old pinnacle peak over there. That should be impossible. Didn't that fancy fella from the city tell us that curvature should be there?
Refraction, sir. Come on now, man.
The curvature should be there. Okay, good on you then for the refraction. Can we get a blackboard over here? Let's write some of this stuff down.
That's racist, sir. You can't call it a blackboard.
Okay, how about a red board? Oh, that's racist too.
No, don't go get you a whiteboard.
Okay, if you insist.
Now go ahead and draw me this right here horizon.
So you're gonna have this fancy city feller. He's gonna be trying to tell people that Earth is a planet. We're gonna come in and say, you know what? We're riding on the plane. We didn't see no curvature. So we're gonna have this. We're gonna have this conversation whether you like it or not. So you get your little shot over there of some whiskey. Watch out for that snakehead shit.
That here rotation. No, that's
watch
really
out for that snakehead shit though. Don't drink the one with the snakehead in it. I just a suggestion, but
we call it Indians and Cowboys or something. We got
exactly. And then you can have like the dancing girls. I know that's sexist, but
that's actually a good idea, man. You can be a cowboy and hey, listen, I was riding. I ain't see this curvature you've been talking about.
That's it. Me and my buddy were out here for days.
Yeah, I was just hearing my horse and me and Silverback, we did not see no curvature.
We rode all the way from Tucson to Reno.
Yeah.
It was flat.
I done seen me a flat horizon.
Actually, Reno's not very flat. Or wait a minute. I forget. See, we're already starting it. I love the character building part.
Really like that. That would make for a good clip for YouTube, Western Night, Baller Night, or whatever. We should do all of these, man.
See, they could have the Westerners. They could be the early, the 1860s or 70s, already discussing geocentrism, or there's people coming in saying it's a planet. What? They're not going to teach my kids that. We could have this whole thing. So anyway, then the next idea. That's a great idea, though. The freaking flat Earth court, we started impromptu before, right? So we get that going.
Breaking up there, what?
I said then we can have the flat Earth court like we were doing before.
Ooh, yeah. Thanks for reminding me, dude.
Yes.
We need to do that badly. I think people would catch on if we just started the event and just kept it. We had a judge or maybe a couple judges, a couple lawyers, and we just kind of people get the gist. That'd be really, really awesome, man.
And we can actually have a docket. So we're up next on the docket.
Right.
Yeah. So we can have a list and we can say, okay, we have a new request for the court. Mr. Johnson over here has an issue he wants to raise. Your Honor, do we have time on the docket for that today? All right, yeah. So, see?
We don't. Mr. Johnson was seen in a Walmart with his pants down. Sir, can you come?
Shoot.
That
That's
was
that issue's for down the hall. We don't address those types of things here in this particular court. I gotta stop putting the country western with the court now, mixing them up.
it's kind of funny still. I really like it. No, we should definitely do that. I also think article night will be really fun. Hold on. Some background noise. But yeah, article night. There's so many ridiculous articles. Just literally everyone goes out and just looks up, grabs some articles, and we just talk about it. Hey, this is what reporting from spacenews.com. You just start reading.
Yes, absolutely.
Over to you, Bob. Yeah, hi, Bob. This is Joe here. I'm reporting from space. We just we've seen a rocket just crash into the moon. Just like over to you.
That'd be awesome, man. I've got a train.
Okay, let me roll this up. One moment. That's hilarious.
I've got a train. Give me a sec.
Shoot, I love that, man. Train going by. All right. That's a robust train. You call them horns? Do they call them horns on trains?
Old Willie Nye, the science guy. He claiming that the Earth is spinning.
He told me to drink this here elixir, and I would feel this here rotation. You know what? I'm actually starting
But
to
I
feel.
can see all the way to New York City.
He done said the reason I don't see across this whole Earth over to my buddy over in China is because the Earth has a big hump and curvature. I didn't realize I had these Superman eyes. I could see that far. But yeah, man, I drank some of that potion last night, and I was feeling that rotation. Woo, doggy. So I asked him, could I have an example of gas pressure without a container? And he said, if I just believe and breathe, that's all I need. So, fellas, all you have to do is breathe and believe. Maybe a little gravity. That's all you need.
Yeah. So there's some great ideas. So the other ideas are we gotta start writing these down. The Flat Earth Cafe, the Flat Earth Bar, Flat Earth articles. We can have the guest appearance. We got Don Pettit, Buzz Aldrin. We're gonna have a bunch of guest stars coming in, and all of you guys are gonna do the voices.
Celebrity
You
night.
don't know it yet, but you will. We have ways of making you talk.
Yeah, that's funny. I forget who I was gonna be, but that'd be funny, man. We should definitely do that. I want to do that for sure.
Don Pettit runs an old Western coffee shop with a chugga machine.
That's perfect.
Oh yeah, I've got to fire up the chugga. It's just
And if you didn't go back, it's nice to know why you didn't go back. And I think I know why. That's the question I have, though.
That's funny.
Buzz is the old gypsy that thinks he's been to space.
Yeah. The whole town knows he's just that one weirdo. Just let him do his thing. He's that old fart.
Yeah.
Yeah, celebrity night. That's a good one. That's a good one. Can we just start doing this? Like, we need to have a moderator just fire up an event the next few days. We'll just do one a day. Doesn't have to be.
Yeah.
It could be all day if we want. I mean, heck, it could just be like Fridays. You do this.
Or even after a certain amount of time, you could just, ask the panel, okay, you guys want to stop here? You want to keep going? Like, I like that kind of idea, getting the feel from the room, like what do they want to do? Do they want to start another side conversation or something like that, or continue with the show? I don't know. I'm just kind of
Right. You can turn the event on and off. And the cool thing is, like, when there's an event running, it's green at the top. It says, like, hey, this is what's happening. You can join in.
Mhm.
That'd be really fun, man. I think that's a good idea. We should just start that, like, tomorrow.
I know. And we can get some
We don't do
structure.
it. No one is.
Yeah, we could put some structure to it, like you're saying. We could even utilize different voice rooms to like do little check-in process or whatever, and then get into the main room. Like we have a lot of options, actually.
The backstage, yeah.
Yeah, like a green room.
Yeah, go into the green room real quick, put your powder makeup on, and get in there. Get out on stage. That's good. Yeah, those are the main ones that I had. Was definitely just court. That was a big one. We could do like I'd have to rebrand it, but like AA meetings. Maybe we could come in and talk about like your sins of the past. Like for me, like an example, like I used to tell people, instead of like happy birthday, I would say like happy birthday, like congratulations on another trip around the sun. It's like so
like
cringe.
that.
So it's like you could like have AA meetings and talk about like your sins of the past or something like that.
You could talk about your previous globe addiction.
Yeah, your globe addiction and how like maybe if you broke it, like, oh, I watched a space documentary last night. You know what I mean?
Once I watched one space show, I couldn't stop. I couldn't turn it off. I just couldn't stop at all. Like I was stuck I was hooked after the first one. So it's not that last space show that gets you drunk. It's the first one.
Yeah, that could be kind of funny too. AA. Well, we need to rebrand it though. Like, what would you call Astrophysicists Anonymous or something?
Oh yeah, that brings up a bunch of ideas. You could have these ex-cosmologists, astrophysicists, and astronomers like come and say, like, I redeemed myself. I gave up my evil ways.
That's
funny.
I've been trying to use the scientific method, but I've been addicted to my leaps of logic. I've been flying by the seat of my pants, guys. I can't help it.
I know. I feel so bad. I told those people I was doing actual science. I'm here to tell you, it was not true the whole time. There was no independent control variable.
Right. I didn't even have an observed phenomenon. I just made that shit up, man. I told it to a whole classroom. Oh man, that's funny.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we don't have any ballers anymore, so we got to start. We got to put on our own little show. And honestly, I think it would attract some people as well. Like they'll catch, oh man, what's going on in here? Because I feel like they're more willing. They don't want to. They don't want to get smashed in it. They don't even know how to debate, but they're like willing to act. You know how they're always willing to come in here and play a role, goof off.
Yeah.
So if we're already out doing a little show, then they join. Oh, I want to play too. That's why
I think that might be great. I think that might be great because I think there's a lot of animosity still from from previous things that Glovers just won't come back in because they were intellectually bludgeoned. I mean, so maybe we can just come off. Maybe we can just come off as like, okay, we're just trying to be good neighbors and have some fun together. Can we come in and like, can you play a part? Like, this is not going to be a debate.
Right.
Just play your globe part. We're just going to have fun with it.
Right. I think that's why like baller night or role reversal night would be really fun because like then they have to. Because, like, they think they can debunk Flat Earth, but they truly, deep down, they do not understand it. So that's why, instead of trying to tell them, like, whoa, you're actually wrong about Flat Earth, it's this, forcing them to sort of put on the role of a Flat Earther, reveal immediately that they don't understand it at all. They'd start saying things like, oh, we're flying upwards. You'd be like, you dummy.
Yeah, and so each side could have like a peer support person. Like they could have a Flat Earth peer support specialist. Like so they could go like, well, what am I doing wrong on this? Trying to be the Flat Earther because they're a Glober and they don't really know. Like so they can have some giving some little tidbits. Okay, on the Flat Earth side, so they could be mediated by opposite team members as peer support.
Yeah, we need like a director. Like, cut! Listen. Sonny, get your act together. Nah, man, there's so many good ideas. We just have to, if we don't do it, no one's going to do it. No one's going to be like, man, those guys were talking about this idea. Like, I'm going to do it for them. It has to be. That's what I've realized. That's why... Oh man, if they need to, don't let me have role power because I'm gonna start making roles. I've got like 5 roles that are already cooked up, ready to be just created. I'm just waiting on a moderator just to make them. But man, there's so many good ideas, so much potential. Sasha Post, the cowboy. Oh, Cowboys versus Indians too. That would be kind of funny. Indians are like, I do not know what is this rotation you speak of.
Exactly.
No, listen, mister, them silly fellas been telling us about this. that could be really funny. You can choose if you want to be a cowboy or an Indian.
Now we found out why that one tribe over there in that special area over there. We found out why they thought they were spinning. They were apparently eating some of that cactus that they got over there. Yeah, that was causing some strange effects.
Well, actually, the Jawahobi tribe, listen, fellas. They seen the whole earth. They smoked this stuff and got so high. They said they saw the whole earth. Listen, we're on a ball. I trust them. They were drugged up and induced, but I trust them.
Look all these buffaloes in distance on the hill. No, they are not buffaloes. That is projection in the sky.
Listen, they're behind the curvature, but it's being refracted over that curve.
I know, but we miss the buffalo every time you do this shit.
Why can't you shoot the buffalo, Jimmy? Well, dadgummit, I can't see it. It's behind the curvature.
Somebody need to go down there or behind, around.
Yeah, go and check and see if that buffalo's back there, Jimmy.
Yeah, and Johnny, you go with him. Go up on that cliff up over there, and we're just going to check this thing out, see if that curvature is true, because I could still see the darn buffalo over there. It's way too far away.
Y'all done fiddling around with this curvature. I'm getting hungry over here.
Hold on there a second, Shunny. You're the one that can light up the sky with your sun. Why can't see beyond the night sky to see beyond the sun line beyond the horizon so he can see there the buffalo and the whale there things?
Shoot that bush, you know, shoot in that bush because that bush, they're there. They're not 10 miles behind. Shoot there.
Now, I told you, Kiwi,
I don't want
stay
to
away from
waste
that.
this here ammo.
I told you to stay away from that bottle that got the snake head in it. Stop drinking that shit.
That stuff you putting hair on my chest. You leave me alone, grow the hair on my chest. I see beyond the curve there, dog. There you see that thing there.
Okay, just go with the lighter brew. Just that one particular one can make people see things. Like spinning balls. I don't know. That's what I heard.
He's the one calling him CB. He can see beyond curve, see beyond stuff. Why can't he see beyond the curve and tell me if the buffalo beyond the curve there down things?
Listen, y'all done got them fancy refraction glasses. I ain't got them glasses now, so I ain't seeing beyond nothing. I can't see Jack over here.
I'm refracting beyond refraction for fraction's sakes, and I can't see nothing beyond refracted. I don't know what I'm looking. If it's refracting, subtracting, I don't know what's going on anymore. Damn it. If I can make you laugh during the skit, I win. Yes.
Okay, doggone it. We'll get that fancy city feller over here and have him explain this to us.
And while you're doing that, go and get that Jawahobi tribe stuff that they've been smoking, because I want to see this ball earth that they've been seeing.
I got the gold pouch with the writing on it. It's good to go.
Yeah, forget it. We're just gonna have to take all the pull all the stops out. Yeah, we're gonna have to try everything we can. So yeah, get some of that cactus up here. Shit, what the hell? Get that snakehead bottle up here too. Whatever.
Told you it was gonna take long. You're gonna like that snakehead stuff. We call it moonshine. It's so good we call it sunshine. That's why Sonny be drinking that sunshine.
Well, you got to be careful though.
Well, them rays, when you start drinking that, them rays start coming in curved. You know, ain't no parallel lines when Sonny's around here.
Ain't no parallel lines while she's gone.
When she's away.
Them lines be bending and warping with that snakehead bottle. Y'all need to be careful with that.
Give me the best horse and I will ride to the moon.
That's right. Oh, take that, Silverback. Get him, Silverback.
Get up. We'll just have to ride over here ourselves. We'll have to check it out. Let's see.
But they are still in front of us. They made movie Cowboys and Aliens. That means they came from the space and then cowboys fight against them, and that means the Earth must be a globe.
Well, apparently there were some kids with a fake buffalo, and they were fooling some of the other cowboys the other week. So I'm not letting that happen on my watch.
Well,
Johnny,
me and
right
Jimmy
over.
were out in the ravine last night, and we did see one of them green-eyed fellas. Them bug-eyed space nerds.
You
What
saw
do
the
call
green-eyed
them?
bandit?
Aliens?
The green-eyed bandit? They had big old googly green eyes and a small little head.
I must admit, we've been smoking that stuff from that Jawahobi tribe, but I'm pretty sure I saw them daggone bug-eyed boys out there.
I heard
What
you
do you
got
call them?
little
Aliens?
arms and legs and a big old head and big old eyes.
What in the tarnation?
They were riding some kind of weird contraption of a horse. I had Jimmy go and check it out.
Believing in some force.
Yeah, Jimmy tried to feed it a carrot, and the daggone carrot done bounced off the house. It bounced off the horse. Some kind of force field or something.
What in tarnations?
It must have been that gravity stuff that they've been talking. Them city boys been talking about.
City boy. That's funny.
It's the beginning of the gammas. The Secret King Society. Yeah, they were over there talking about spinning balls in space. I know, man. They got some funny pajamas on over there. I don't get it. Why are they wearing pajamas in the daytime anyway? That's another topic. There.
The best thing was yesterday. Do you remember Sunny yesterday? 3 boys.
Uh-huh.
And after, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes of your presentation, you said, I'm done. I'm done, And like, I have nothing more to say. And then Helio entered and said, can you please leave Sunny to go on?
I wasn't even there for that.
I was trying to get out of the conversation because
yeah,
people couldn't even tell us what the last thing I said was. They couldn't tell anything what I said. And Helio's like, yeah, keep on going, Sonny. I'm like, I'm out. I said already. Like, it's done. It's over. Helio's like, Sonny's got this. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't. He's run for the hills. Oh, shit. Let me go.
They keep pulling me back in.
It's more funny now. I didn't even get how funny that was.
Epic.
CB, you jumped off, man. You're leading off with an S. What the heck? I was confused when I splashed in. I'm like, who stole your logo?
Don't say anything.
I'm hunting rabbits.
You still have to say CB, so it counts.
Okay, yeah. So I'm tired of all you flat earthers off in the background, not talking, not joining in. You need to come in and help us with these ideas at CB. We're not going to do it all ourselves. Like, of course, we could do 6 voices each. That's going to get kind of boring. So we need something.
I'm gonna get out of breath.
We need you guys to come in and start doing your parts. I don't know, like if you're feeling timid, you're a little shy. It doesn't matter. No one can see you. We're gonna protect you here. Don't worry. You're in a safe environment.
Oh, this is a safe zone.
Cool.
The judgment-free zone. I'm just yelling because I can hear myself in Sunny's background.
Wait, I can hear myself. Oh, I can't anymore. Shit.
Oh no, this thing got screwed up. Shit.
Dagnabbit. Dagnabbit.
Dagnabbit, you pesky rabbit.
Dagnabbit.
I mean, there's so many ideas we could do. Like CB and I are onto something here, man.
Well, I was thinking like there's this. I don't even know where I heard this before, but if you think of like 2 dogs playing, you have like a big dog and a little dog. If the big dog just continually smashes the little dog every time they play, 10 times out of 10, big dog wins. The little dog is going to be discouraged. It's not going to want to play anymore, right? So what I heard is that you have to allow your opponent to win, even if you're the superior, whatever competitor. You have to allow your opponent to win at least some of the time, so that they will be encouraged to continue playing. So yeah, so it's like we can't if we just keep smashing them. They're not.
That's called pity. Then you may as well just get an award for showing up and participating. Do we give out participation awards here on 24/7?
Actually, we do. We
sort of do.
What?
I mean, we literally have like the 3 points participant role. So
fine.
I mean, I don't know. I think we do reward participation. That's all we're not trying to convert anybody. We just are looking for dialogue, right? So it's like we can't play. It's like for me, like I'm into combat sports. So there's some sports that you can play and practice on your own. Basketball, and go shoot some hoops on your own. Golf, you can probably golf on your own. Some sports you need a partner. Dancing. Martial arts, tennis, things like this. You need an opponent to like work on your skill. Of course, you can do things on your own. You can go hit a tennis ball against a wall, but it's not the same as a real live person. So that's kind of like the mentality. Is like we still want to have people here to bounce the ball against.
Oh, you mean punching bags? Yeah, we like having punching bags here 24/7. I was waiting for
I definitely need a sparring partner to whip up.
Nice setup, CB.
Yeah, that's correct. But yeah, I mean, I love sparring and stuff like that in real life. It's not the same as just hitting a bag, though. You know what I mean? I can go hit the bag, but I want a real live person that I can like think and play chess moves on in my mind. You know what I mean? So it's kind of the same here. That's why it's like really fun to have this discussion, because you're just working on your craft.
Yeah.
But if we have to like play a little bit to get them to like, oh, we're playing? Oh, okay. Then they come in, and then in the middle of the play, we can drop some red pills and educate them.
Yeah, like, see, I think a lot of the Globers would come back, and I wouldn't mind having conversations with them. I mean, things have been kind of caustic on both sides in the past. But I think honestly, if we're going to move forward, we do need to look past some of this stuff, and some people are going to go, "Sonny, what a pussy you are." I don't care. Like fucking, like listen, we want to have a conversation, and look, there's Glovers that actually would like to come here and talk with us because, like, regardless of what we think of each other or anything like that, like we're all kind of here on the same playing field. If we can, like, if I can just personally overlook some of my own prejudices and judgments, ideas about people, places, and things, and just put that stuff aside and have a conversation. And I think this lighthearted approach is really great for doing that. Like, what are we going to do? Sit here and just like play games or just play videos? Like, we're going to need to advance the conversation. Like, humor is a great way to do that and maybe break some of the ice because look, honestly, we do have Glovers that like being around here. I mean, they come back. I mean, it must feel really weird on their side because they know some of it. Like, a lot of us can get really, I don't know, like it's more than just determined, like ferocious almost.
Well, I think you make a good point. Keeping it light will take off the let's call it the intellectual ferocity that can exist at times in this chat.
Yeah,
you like that one, huh? Intellectual ferocity. Let's go.
Yeah, like our concrete biases that we have. So like, okay, can we have a little bit of wiggle room? Like, okay, yes, there are definites, and we know these definite things, and we're sticklers for the definite, like here. And I'm not saying that we acquiesce to things that are not logical or anything like that, but maybe just have like a different approach to it. Like like not react so quickly to it, but maybe just take a pause and go, how could I approach this conversation slightly different than I normally do? Can I change just a little bit? Right? It's going to help. It's going to help this conversation because we're all here on this earth. We're trying to have a conversation here. We're trying to find out what other people think or believe or whatever. We know the information that we have. We should just be confident. And we could relax, actually. Like, we don't have to, like, push anything on anyone. There's no axe to grind like we talked about in here this morning. We've already won this thing. We know we have. So, like, if I could put my ego to the side when I come in, and I can't always do it. I'm just being honest, trying to be transparent. Like, I can't put my ego to the side all the time. And you guys know me pretty well. But if I could try just a little bit, you know, to like keep my ego to the side when I enter and just try to be just like neutral in a nice calm place, like buoyant, you know? I don't know.
Not easier said than done. Definitely easier said than done, but definitely agree with that attitude.
I'm not saying give up. Now listen, I'm not saying give up any. You don't have to give up on yourself. You don't have to give up like. We don't have to sacrifice our own personality or our own. I don't know. Standards, if you will. Like we all have them, right? We don't have to. You don't have to do that. I'm a perfect example of that. One thing I can be proud of for myself is that I didn't have to give myself over and give up on myself. Like I could still be myself no matter how harsh it is by being honest and just being yourself regardless of the torpedoes that are being fired at you just for being you. Like I think we've all like suffered these things here, and that's why I think why a lot of us are here. Because maybe we think a little different than most people. Maybe we look a little different. We have a different style about ourselves. We carry ourselves a little different. Maybe. I don't know. Like,
I don't know what this is worth, but I'm just posting this in the live stream text chat because I just got a label with this on it. That's the name of the company that made the plans, and I'm like, whoa, dude.
Oh man,
That's kind of
it's like
crazy.
the new Acme.
Oh my god! Like what? But then again, they do craft spaces, right? I'm because they're right. They take houses and they craft spaces in them. It makes sense. But from our standpoint, when we look at that, we think something totally different.
Sonny, I want to riff off something you said. Might have to go listen back really quick just to hear what you said. Really, as soon as I opened my mic, I forgot what you said. Let me just listen to
that
it back.
happens to me too.
Sorry, dude. I may have steamrolled you there. That's my bad.
Hold on 1 second. You're good.
I know now. I can get off into all these weird, it's not weird ideas, but just other ways of thinking about ourselves, because I think that a lot of our society today is all outward looking instead of inward looking. And so a lot of us are just used to that outward, and I spot it really quick, and I can get really kind of I had this conversation last night, and sometimes people do not understand even the context that I'm speaking in, and it's very difficult to get someone who's only seeing things in black and white in an outward projectionist type of mentality to understand where I'm coming from. With me, Sonny, I see dots in many different places, and I end up connecting the dots to see the larger picture. That's the way that's the way I operate. It's not your normal sequence of how people would think things are being done. I have I get up in the morning, it starts really quick. I can go from one place to another. I already have 6 projects in mind along the way. Start step number 1. I'll move to the next one, do step number 1 until I get all the step number 1s done. And then I'm moving through my area or through my day, and I'll just pick up all the threads. Okay, this was number 3, and I'm on step 3. This is number 4, I'm on step 5. This is and I end up putting all the strings together in a sequence. And if you saw me doing this throughout my day, you would think that is so haphazard, but you know what happens at the end? I end up getting every single thing done that I started. Sorry.
Yeah, I remember what I was gonna say now. You were saying how we all think different, and I think that's actually a benefit. If you look at the ballers, they have a script. They're all saying the same garbage. So we the way this is. Before I got into Flat Earth, I was into Zen and Buddhism and stuff like that. And one thing that I heard that was really cool, that was it was something 3 blind men trying to explain an elephant, a really big elephant. So it's one of them's got the tail and describing the tail, and one of them's got the a leg and it's describing a leg, and the other one's got a trunk describing the trunk. And so we don't know what the flat Earth looks like, but so it's that. That's just kind of the same. It's kind of the same thing where we're all describing different parts of this flat Earth, the different truths that we've discovered. So it's that is awesome that we think different. We need that. Another thought that's always come to mind is it's kind of I grew up playing football, American football. So it's there's 11 different positions on the field for both sides. So it's we can't all play quarterback. We can't all play wide receiver. We can't all play running back. So we need different. We need blockers. We need running backs. We need quarterbacks. We need different positions. We don't all have to be the same, like the ballers, how they have a script and they all just say the same garbage. So it's okay that we're all different.
Yeah, and
you say the same thing about basketball.
That's a great point, and that's what it's like that here. So we have all of these tools, all of you guys, all of you listening, all of you that aren't speaking, the ones that are listening and not in the panel yet this morning. We need all of your voices, and you have something to add here, because your different perspective, like CB is just saying, is absolutely necessary. So what we have now is we have a multi-tooled system but only part of it's being used right now. So you can imagine you have a Swiss Army knife and you have a section of little tools over here, let's say 5. I'm going to make this a large Swiss Army knife. Let's say you have 20 tools. So you have 3 or 4 or 5 over here on one side doing all the work. Now, it's not to say that all the tools need to come out all at the same time, but when the time comes, you're the tool that's supposed to be there. And if you're listening and you think you might be that particular tool that could come in at that particular time, and we just do it here where it's like I'm trying to incorporate this thing where we do it slowly and we set up some parameters. Just we all kind of get to a point where we're not all yelling at each other on the live stream, trying to like get our digs in or get our statement in, but we can do this diplomatically where we can find out what direction we all want to go in, and therefore more efficiently use the tools that we have available to us instead of having them all closed up all the time. I don't know if that made sense, but
That made perfect sense, man. We see the same thing in basketball. When I coach basketball, I'm like, look, you got 5 players on the floor, one man solving another guy's quicker, whatever. Look at your hand. You got a pinky, he's got a job, he scratches your nose, sometimes goes inside when people aren't looking. You got a thumb will give a thumbs up and nod or give people the agreeant sign. You got your pointer finger, point at stuff for you. You got your middle finger, boy. You don't want to pull that bad boy out. But again, 5 different portions each have a job.
You know how it's for me now. I want to tell them immediately information what it is. That what is why we are here. That we cannot. That math is not matching immediately, because if I speak with any person, at least me, my opinion, that person must to see everything what I saw that can speak with me about other things. Like love. You can speak any issues, gravity, I don't know. You can speak about gravity for one day if you want.
Here's the thing we have to be careful of. We can't insist that somebody gets what we're saying. We need to start where they're at, and if we don't find out where they're at, then what's going to happen is we're going to be talking past each other and we're going to miss each other's point, and it's going to be really frustrating, and that's when people get angry. So I suggest we all gauge our audience. You can't just start talking as if you have a script and it doesn't matter who's on the other end. It does matter who's on the other end. And if we don't ask,
That's a big problem.
If we don't start asking them who they are and ask them legitimately because we want to know what they're thinking or what questions they might have, if we go past that, we never even addressed them.
Yes.
So we got to stop treating people like they're not here.
Let me expand on that. That's such a good point. I had to go silent. And as soon as I turn you back on, you're making such a good point. Listen, it's like catch again. Right? We want to be able to toss the ball back and forth. Some of you goofballs, and I'm talking to you guys here, you like wind up and throw a 100-mile fastball pitch at these like children. Dude, what are you doing? Like, you're supposed to play catch, toss, have a dialogue. Stop ranting at these people. It's so cringe.
Yeah, so we don't need to do that. We can change.
Please don't do that.
So, yeah. So this is how we can do it.
Sonny, what I realized, we must to do this. This is stupid to say, but we must do this. We need to first to tell people, whoever it is, when it's starting, listen. Now we will have a conversation, but you must to listen. If you don't listen, if you lose anything what I'm saying now, that means we will not have the conversation afterwards. Mm-hmm. That means you must to listen what I'm saying now. And you, after that, when I said something, you must to say, okay, I get it. It's
I know, but Sasha, listen, Sasha, though. We can't insist that they listen. What we can do is ask them. If they don't seem like they're listening, we can simply ask them,
Yeah,
are you willing to
no,
listen to what I'm saying first? What I mean, that's what I mean by gauging the audience. You have to kind of find out before you go on into your rant and your context or your dialogue that you have scripted for yourself. Leave that aside for a second to find out if what they're interested in. Do they really want to hear what you have to say? You have to gauge your audience. Otherwise, you're incoherently speaking about something to somebody who is not ready to receive it. That's just dumb.
Sasha is kind of right, though. Both of you guys are right. So I agree with what Sasha was saying. It's like you can always tell when someone is listening or not. That's why it's like catch. If I make a point and then I throw it out, I can tell if you got it, if you caught the ball and then returned it. But a lot of people either A, let the ball hit them in the face, they let it hit the ground, then they throw out a new point. So it's like you can always tell if they're paying attention. So yes, they do have to pay attention. That's what catch is. Don't drop the ball and throw it back. Those are the only two steps in playing catch. Just catch it and throw it back. That's all they do.
But what if they let
part of paying attention?
But what if they let the ball hit themselves in the head and it
Well,
falls in front of them, and you throw it to them underhanded too?
That happens a lot, right? We see that a lot. They get angry. That's why they get emotional. They get upset. They spiral. They abort. They freaking jack out of the conversation because they get upset because the ball hit them in the face.
So what I like to do, you guys mentioned making it like relating to them. So one of the things I like to do right off the hop, and it's kind of like incriminating the witness in the crime, is asking them if they've ever hung a TV. Right off the hop, you literally put their hand in the cookie jar. It's like, you ever hung a TV? You ever hung observe level? And right at that point, you can start to create that edification of number one level, and then ask them where they located. So you start to interview them, develop that rapport with them, and then you're like, well, hey, I'm located in XYZ location, and I observed the same phenomenon when I hung my TV, so I'm just wondering, where does the curve show up?
Right.
See, the thing is, like, all that's good, but the thing is, I think what needs to be maybe adjusted a little bit is sometimes we're going to need to pause and ask if someone needs clarification. Did you understand these social clues that we get normally in conversation when we're in front of somebody speaking? We don't have a lot of those facial expressions and things like that. So we need to ask for clarification. We need to slow down in order to make sure that what was said was clearly stated. Did the other person understand? That requires a response. Did you get what I'm saying? Like, kind of just in conversation, friendly conversation, you kind of, yeah. And then the other person kind of, it sounds stupid, it sounds elementary, but you kind of go, oh, so what you're saying is blah, 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 blah. And then the person goes, yes, with this slight adjustment. And then they can clarify. See, so if we miss these cues, we got to slow down because we're only using language. So we're going to have to say, did you understand what I said? And if so,
and Sunny, not only that, you get, for example, answer yes, but you can get answer no. I don't get that, and you say yeah because of and then you speak more, and then till you get that final answer. When you two person get each other and say, okay, now I got you. What are you?
Exactly. Then you can move on. But see, we can't excuse ourselves when we miss the ball too. We got to be honest. Okay, look, I lost the plot. Could you repeat it? Because some of us have this ego that's so huge, we can't admit that we made any mistake, that we didn't remember what somebody said when it's just common. So you just go, look, I spaced out for a second. I got distracted here in my room. Could you repeat that last part? I apologize for losing my train of thought. Like we got to be able to like put our egos to the side. That's what I mean. Like we can't be so rigid that like, oh, I never make a mistake. Like I know all this fact. Like I know what I know already. Earth out there tells us all these things. I don't have to be insecure about that shit. Any of the information that we've gotten through out of however many years we've been looking into this, we have a plethora of information from all these different sources, and each one of us are each one of our sources.
Yeah,
so,
for example,
be really confident about this. Yeah. Go ahead.
If somebody asks why you you people don't believe in the space, and then you need to tell them all this story why you don't believe in the space, because you need to tell them, look, man, I researched all stuff, I watched NASA, I saw how it's fake, I know what is gas pressure, I know. If you want to speak about this, it's not enough 20 minutes, and I can tell you shortly something. But if you want to know, this is the stuff. I, like a person, cannot perceive the space because I cannot go there, blah blah blah. That is the lights in the sky. Whatever I say, it's also it will be your opinion, because we are the same. Only I'm thinking that Earth is flat, you are thinking that Earth is low. That's great, but the perceiving of the space will be the same.
Yeah, you just got to make sure the other party is meeting us where we're like, if we're trying to have the conversation go a certain place, we need to make sure they're with us, because if they're not with us from the beginning and we just keep going, then how does that feel for you? I usually leave the room because it's not interesting and it's not concerning me. The person's just railing along with what they're saying. So I want to make sure, like, if I have a concern and I want to stop and ask a question, we as flat earthers can't be so belligerent. See, there's a difference between casual, neutral observer or a confident, like I was speaking of confidence, like secure, like feeling secure in the knowledge that we have. There's a difference between just being casually secure about it and being cocky or belligerent about it. So that's what, like, I need to, like, back myself off a little and say, like, is my ego getting involved here? Am I emotionally tying myself to this information, or if I'm just, like, relaxed on the information because it's secure? Like, so
That's a really good observation.
So that's what I'm saying. You don't have to be, like, because see, if we get upset or excited, that means we're insecure about something. I'm sorry. I don't care how big and tough you think you are. Anger is fear, another form of fear. So if we could just be confidently secure in the information that we have already, we don't need to be scared. So what we can do is we can just try to, like, be relaxed and be ourselves and just stay cool. We don't have to be cocky about it. Like, I can laugh at myself in front of everybody and feel okay. Like, I'm not losing my personality is not going to go away. I'm not giving up anything by being just myself and, like, being human.
But Sunny, on other way, I can understand if somebody is angry because of this, because it's good, how to say, cause to be angry.
Yeah, and I'm not saying like hide any of these emotions. I'm just saying, like, we could have just a different response. We can respond instead of reacting. If I could do that a little bit. I'm not saying trying to control people's behavior here or say what anybody should or shouldn't do, because like in the next few minutes I could get silly as hell and forget, like, I'm a very spontaneous person.
Yeah, well, the same, Sunny. Nobody's perfect. Everybody making mistakes.
No, I'm saying we don't need to be perfect. That shouldn't even be in our vocabulary or in the context of this. Like, it should be okay to be goofy and silly and be yourself, and then be times to be serious too, and then like not knowing whether whatever. We have all these emotions going through us every day, all the time, right? They're fluctuating. But if I think I'm trying to portray this character, who am I trying to portray it to? I got to stop trying to pretend I'm something that I'm not and just be myself. And that's the best bet. Like, just be honest with myself. And so then the information will come through honestly, accurately. I don't have to, like, mess with it. It's almost like I can just kick back and be cool and collected. It sounds so funny coming from me, man. I'm like, I literally look at myself. I hear myself saying those things. And I'm like, "What a whack job you are! You don't believe any of that shit." But see, I'm trying to strive to do these things because I'm not very good at disciplining myself, and I'm learning how to do that here. And so, like, this is not just like how to have a conversation. This is about how we organizing our thoughts in order to be a more effective individual in whatever life you have. And I'll stop because I'm kind of on this bandwagon. But I hope I got everybody's attention. Thanks for listening. Thanks for listening to me.
What should we do now?
So with all that and getting the room all quiet, like it's gonna be fun. Like this is fun. This can be really like more fun, exhilarating. Like it's great, man. We have this big wide field that we have now. Right? Like all the bullshit's been shoved away off to the side where it belongs. The stuff that doesn't belong to us, we gotta stop picking it up. So that's all gone. We don't have to worry about all those nasty beliefs and all those weird things that were catching us up and like making us think all kinds of strange things, right? So we could like clear that away and start afresh again with the information and just like forgive ourselves, forgive others, and move on with the conversation with this information. It will set us free. That's why I try to tell people about Plato's cave. Like, stop playing like you're in the cave still, describing to me what these shadows look like. I told you I already cut the chains. You're free, but you're still stuck there facing the same direction. Turn around and come with us. Boom. How the fuck is this Sunny guy anyway? I don't know. I'm not really sure where he's coming from sometimes.
Who the fuck is that guy?
You set me up for a slam dunk there, Sonny. That's one of my favorite sound clips ever. So funny.
Who the fuck is that guy? Yeah, that's right.
Who the fuck is that?
Because literally, see, like I could have conversations with myself. Like that's no fun. No, where's the fun in that? I could do that all day long by myself in my head, which does occur.
Oh, that's such a
That's
good
not-
sound drop, though, man. It's like when you get a confident baller to come in here. Oh, you guys are freaking dumb. Just hit him with the.
Who the fuck is that guy?
And then have them explain calmly, like, okay, what part about it? What part about what we say is dumb? Could you explain, please? I don't know. I don't get it.
Yeah, they can't. Here's the saddest part of it all, Sonny. is that they've created something in their own head that they find dumb. So first of all, they find their own thoughts retarded. They find their own thoughts dumb. That's what they're doing, is they're laughing at their own silly ideas that they have created. It's not like we presented them any sort of idea that they found laughable. They've just made up some sort of sloppy flat earth pancake in outer space with a bunch of weird logic attached to it that they created, found it dumb, considered it our position, and then claimed it to be debunked. It's just so retarded. Like, everything that they're doing is so dumb.
Yeah, and what that shows is like that they didn't even try.
Yeah. It's
at
like,
all.
they're mental midgets, dude. They literally can't even. First of all, like, if you wanted to be, if you were confident in your intellect, you'd be like, all right, so first of all, what is your position so that I may tackle it? No, they create our position, make it as ridiculous as possible, then pin it to us as if that's our position that you just created.
Right,
It's just
right.
so ridiculous. I'm noticing a pattern.
So they're sitting there, they have this straw man pinata, and they're sitting there bashing this straw man pinata, and it's not even the right one.
Right. That's exactly right.
What a
They're bashing
visual.
a freaking.
What a visual that is. So we're like trying to go like, wait a minute, hello. That's what we need to be calmly just saying, could you direct your thoughts attention this way for a second, because you happen to be hitting the wrong pinata. And they'll go like, what do you mean? Oh, well, look, that's not the pinata we have. You got the completely wrong one. You're out of context.
Right here.
And they'll go like, what? So see, that's what I mean about directing the conversation, because literally they come in here with these presuppositions about us. That needs to be cleared up first. We can't start until then. And when we do, it's just a train wreck, and it never ends well.
Yeah, I think we spend majority of the time doing that little rodeos, like, than we do actually debating the flat earth. We're constantly teaching these dumbos that, hey, you got the wrong idea. You're fighting the wrong, like, you're trying to bash this pinata when you need to put these gloves on and get in his ring, catch these hands. Because that's the only way.
Yeah, so how about this? We just go like, okay, so do you have any like questions about what flat earth is? Do you have any ideas or
Sonny, I might disagree with you a little bit. I'm starting to get into the attitude of like I've referenced this server as like Dancing with the Stars for a couple months now. I'm starting to think that they don't know what they're doing. Don't let them lead the dance. You lead the dance.
Yeah, that's true. Exactly.
You lead the dance. You know the drill. So ask them a question. You know, basically you you have to come up with a flow chart in your mind, right? Ask them this question and then go from there, right? So maybe stem it from the 3 points or whatever your little system is, but you should lead the dance. Do not let them do it. They don't know how to. They have 2 left feet, right? It's like having like a freaking 15-year-old boy trying to go on Dancing with the Stars, the show, and then like lead the dance for the no.
Yeah.
They gonna teach you how to dance. So we have to teach them how to dance. They don't know. So yeah, don't ask them like, well, do you have any questions? The Helio does this a lot. No shots fired. I mean, just this is pro tip for everybody. Do you have any questions?
I understand how that can go the other way too. I totally do. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, I mean, every once in a while, sometimes it's good to let them ask the question for sure. But I'd say 9 times out of 10, especially if you have a.
Go ahead.
No, especially if you have a really eager and kind of egotistic, you should do the lead the dance. Yeah.
Yeah, and we can gauge that as case by case, and that's the way it just is. And so we could just intuit most of that. Like you're right. So, but some of it's like maybe to get into the conversation initially, we just go, do you have any questions about what flat Earth is? Are there any things that you like? Are there any conflicts that you have in your mind? We know there's a lot of conflicts that you may have, but is there anything about? Do you have an image in your mind of what flat Earth is? Because isn't that a lot of times the worst part? You've gone through 2 hours and you find out the person had a racist idea about what flat Earth was, hitting the wrong pinata, and we've been talking to them for 2 hours and we didn't get it. We didn't catch it. So we got to catch that first. Like, it's stupid. Like, so do you think flat Earth is a disc flying up in space? Just get right down to the bottom of it. You know, just go like, yeah. Do you have an image of what flat Earth is? None of us believe that there's space and there's a flat Earth disk floating up around in space anywhere. So to get that clear, you know,
You can start right there.
Yeah, perfect
You can
spot.
start right there. If you're picturing a flat Earth, you're already wrong.
Yeah, maybe that's a good way to directly ask that. Do you have any kind of image in your mind about what flat Earth is? Like, get to the
That's what I saw on YouTube. Someone told me that today in the chat. They're like, "Oh yeah, just look up flat Earth on YouTube. That's it." I was like,
Right.
"Wow."
So that needs to be cleared up right away in the very beginning, or else you're having a fruitless conversation.
Amazing, dude. Crazy. It's just so weird. It's such a weak thing to do to like assume your opponent's position.
Yeah. It's that's the first thing in martial arts. You don't underestimate your opponent.
Correct,
That's
Sonny.
the worst thing. You have
You're
to keep
speaking
that in
my
mind.
language there, Sonny.
You do not know anything about this other person's thought process, what they are, who they are by looking at them. You can't tell. There's no way to tell anything about this person. You're underestimating what's going on. You need to estimate everything.
You're exactly speaking my language, Sonny.
Well,
Here's the way.
That's how I grew up living, like, living in life. Like, that's how I had to learn how to look at my surroundings and make sure I'm safe. Literally. So,
Yeah.
So, like, I if I use those skills to the best, my, best benefit, I need to pay attention to those things intellectually in conversation too, if I can. Like,
Yeah.
I can't always. Like, I have problems. Sometimes I forget. In
I want to
30
rip
seconds
off your martial
say,
arts
like,
comment, though.
I try to stay in the moment because that's where I actually do best in the moment. When I start thinking about all those fantasies of past, future, like things that, like, I can't function. So I literally have to stay just like almost so simple in the moment. Literally, like.
Yeah. Yeah, Sonny, I want to riff off your martial arts comment really quickly. It's so funny because I can watch them. What they're doing is they're sitting in the locker room envisioning how they would win the fight between a flat Earth. Instead of actually getting in the arena, getting in the ring.
Yeah.
It's just so sad. It's so sad. They're in the locker room hyping themselves up. Yeah, I'm gonna throw this punch, and yeah, I could totally win. Okay, well, get in then. Get in here. You do have to have that martial arts mindset, though. It's so funny, but they don't have that. They're like in the locker room hyping themselves up that they can beat Mike Tyson. Well, go on then. Come on and show your stuff.
You could ask something very simple to a person to go, what do you think about flat Earth? And what is your relationship with this idea, with us flat Earth? How do you see it for yourself?
Stupid. I saw it on YouTube.
See, you're going to get a lot of good information out of asking that kind of question. So you get to the whole thing right there, because if they're kind of snarky, they come, yeah, it just doesn't make it, you know what I mean? You just can feel it. You go, okay, well, let's see then,
Yeah.
Is there anything you want to make clear? No, I'm not really interested. You see how that's starting to go. That's not, so you just get a feel for it and you go, okay, well, is there any way I can get a little chink in your armor so we can just have a conversation? Like, because some people do their prophets. They're like, here talking with flat earthers, but they got this armor up in front of them and they're ready to just, shish kebab you at them. Like, you feel it. It's palpable. So you just kind of got to, if you can get through that, it's like sometimes you can. And some of those are the best flat earthers ever now. I swear. It's so good, man. Like, there's a there's a higher purpose too, you know, of what we're doing. Because a lot of people that come to ridicule, they stay for the information they do. If we can just get it to them, it's up to them. We're not any arbiters of truth here, actually. I would like to say we're more like responsible guardians of it.
Yeah, we're the firefighters,
Yeah.
volunteers.
First responders, yeah. In the
First
trenches.
responders, we're the volunteers. No one's paying us. We're just doing it because, you know, someone's got to do it.
Yeah, that's a good question. Why would flat earthers want to do this just because?
Yeah,
I mean,
especially
think
with all
about
the
that in
facing all the ridicule. Are you kidding me?
Mhm.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
in
well,
the, I don't. They don't see. They don't stop to consider these things. I honestly think that they just assume stuff about flat Earth. It's easier to assume things about a flat earther then begin your debate with one of them, because what they do is they just assume like, oh well, this person doesn't know anything about the globe, they've never heard of it, they don't know, they're just rejecting the idea. It's far from that. It's easier just to assume that.
Yeah.
You know, just assume your opponent's retarded and then begin. It's just so like,
Because look, it is easier to ridicule the unknown because you're scared of something
Right,
you don't
yeah.
understand.
It's
But
definitely
listen,
true.
that might be the first step in learning. Those people that come in to ridicule the unknown are actually wanting to know. That's their first cry for help. They want to know. That's why they're ridiculing it. They want to
Yeah.
know that they're having a struggle inside of themselves already. They're already in the bargaining stage, like AI says.
Yeah, potentially.
Isn't it amazing, you know? I mean, all of us have such great skills of intellect that we can like change our minds if we decide. And like then all of a sudden, then it truly is like a brand new day. You could like almost like waking up again. You go like, wow. So I don't know. It might be kind of heavy.
Got ready for that launch tomorrow? Artemis going.
Oh my god, I can't wait for the launch. Oh god.
Going past the moon.
I can't
Oh,
wait to
again?
debunk the flat earthers.
Is it for the fourth? They have a schedule for the 3rd or something?
Yeah, it's gonna be great, man. It's gonna be great.
We should do a launch party.
That's what they were gonna do. That's what they're supposed to do Monday, is to have a lunch
Oh.
with celebrities and everything.
No, I mean we need to do that at the same time while they're doing that somewhere in the cinema or something, and then record it.
Yeah, but we're gonna waste. We're gonna waste money because it's gonna freaking get. It's not gonna happen. Or they're gonna do it at night or some dumb shit. You know? Oh well, the weather was bad today. We can do it at night. You know?
I really hope it happens.
Did that shit before.
I mean, it's just hilarious. People believe the known proven liars at all anymore. It's unbelievable. Are they just going to like falsely subsidize that little business adventure too, just like all the rest of the corporations, just all being propped up with nothing?
It's just also funny. I mean, all the problems in the country and in the world, but this guy has enough money to just keep going to space and NASA. You know, all these guys, but the world's falling apart around him. You know, you got all this crap. You know, so, but space, that's the ticket. That's the ticket. That's gonna save everybody. Oh man. They're really pushing this. They're really pushing this stuff. Pushing it hard. Crap! I can't watch it tomorrow. I gotta go to church, so I can't watch it. I want to see this whole shenanigans. I want to see this whole varsity, the fake joy. You know, the jumping and the clapping. Are they gonna be wearing masks again? You know what I'm saying? Like the last time when they went to Mars, everybody was wearing masks inside the. It's at the control booth. Let's see if they do the same thing again, or masks done away with now that they don't talk about that stuff anymore. Now we have to worry about other stuff. I love these guys, man. These guys are just full of confidence.
They got all the technology to go to Mars, but they can't tell that stopping your breathing is not good for you. What?
Actually, they destroyed that technology.
Oh yeah, no, not the stuff to Mars. They didn't destroy that, but the moon. Apparently, now I guess they got it. I thought it was a painful process to build it back. So the painful process is over. Let's see if he's done an update. What's that guy's name? We should look him up. Hey, have you updated the moon?
Technology? Why didn't we get a memo?
No. Oh, we finally got the work done. We found the trajectory plans. They were hidden underneath my bed. They were under my bed my mattress. I forgot.
With my special Freemason pajamas.
Don Pettit here from NASA.
I love this guy. I love his voice, man. He just sounds like the dumbest astronaut ever created. He just sounds like...
You can't end. There's more stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
There must be some kind of process I'm not really familiar with. When am I like? Are you serious?
Because
you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
And pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
It's black, but there's all kinds of stars. What the hell? There's no stars. There's stars. No stars.
Not rehearsed.
Okay, yeah, polka dots.
It sounded like a mess. The kid. They didn't rehearse that at all. Oh yeah.
Don Pettit, Don Pettit, put down the crack pipe, man.
You can see stars and it's black. It's like, wow, dude. Just full of it, bro.
That you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's
I love that, bro.
what I'm thinking it is.
We were just passengers on a flight.
Oh, this coffee smells like shit. It is shit, Austin. It's a bit
That's
nutty.
the question I have. Why does this coffee taste like shit? Because if you want to go back, you want to find out why you didn't go somewhere, and I think I know why.
Buzzed at Aldrin.
There's nowhere to go.
That's not an 8-year-old question, though. That's a question I have.
So you launch a project to Mars before you launch a project to the moon. How does that make sense? Can somebody please explain to me?
They destroyed the technology.
The Seabees were the construction battalion in the Second World War. Just saying.
Construction battalion. Ooh.
SEA BEE Seabees. It'd be WES, I guess it would be. There you go. There's another. Correct, bitch.
Oh, I gotta do that one.
Yeah, my step grandpappy was a CB in Guadalcanal in the Second World War. He used to tell us stories about making runways while they were being bombed.
That sounds like fun.
Doesn't that sound like that sounds like a good Saturday night, don't it? Yeah, that couldn't have been a lot of fun.
No, not at all, bro.
And seeing that and then surviving it too, holy crap, those people went through hell.
Let's see.
Yeah.
So, when we finally get that trip to outer space,
I can't believe we came all the way out here and spent a week in the space boonies for nothing. Seriously, I'm surprised we didn't hear banjos on the way in because everybody's inbred and looks the fucking same.
Oh, man. That's outrageous.
when a baller starts using big words just to sound smart.
Maybe I'm just being rhetorical. No!
That's what we should do. We should invite. We should host the party for the Globers and just give it to them their room alone. We don't have to join it and see if they join for the Artemis project. Just hey, this is just for you Globers. We're not allowed to come in. But let's see. That'll be freaking great. Let's see, 2,800.
So we'll watch him from the double mirrored glass on the outside, like a lab.
This guy's got a lot of house. Great. He wants this packed up in 4 hours. Oh boy, here we go. I'll be right back, gentlemen.
As I was saying, you know when a baller starts using words just to sound smart?
Maybe I'm just being rhetorical. No, you're not. God, it's like you just use words you hear randomly to try and sound smarter. Well, now you're just acting transcendent.
Spot on. When a baller tries to present sticks and shadows as proof of the Earth curvature.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
The Earth is not a globe. Do you get it? Once you see it, you won't forget it. I can't believe I can actually put weight on my right side. That's I'm totally shocked.
You're actually not putting weight on it. It's gravity. You're putting gravity on it.
Gravity on it. Gravity. Can I have some of that gravity anti-gravity cream?
Well, actually, you didn't know gravity actually helps you heal quicker.
Gravity.
So you said you were
This-
surprised you could put weight on it. It's just the gravity's been helping you heal quicker.
This is message from gravity.
Just keep putting gravity on it, and you'll heal faster. Gravity does everything. You didn't know that? It contains gases. It holds down tanks.
And as your doctor, I think you need more gravity on that right side. Put a big rock.
Well, actually,
put a big rock
gravity
on
is-
it.
It's already
You need to
FDA approved.
lay down in the woods and put a big boulder on that side.
You don't even need to see a doctor. It's so safe and FDA approved. Everything. You don't even need to see a doctor. Gravity is just safe for everybody.
Gravity it's just
Zero side effects. It's
all ages.
It's perfect. It's 100% effective. Just like some
It's
other
PG. It's PG. Yeah, it's just.
It's 100% effective. You might have to get a few extra rounds of gravity, but it is 100% effective. Just keep getting it. You also might need a mask attracts mask though, but also still get your gravity booster.
Gravity boosters.
Well, you don't want to fly away from the Earth. If you don't get your gravity booster, then you might actually float away.
And
then
for
you
a
might
short time, we have the retro gravity boosters. You have the retro ones too. Yeah, you got it. Yeah,
But
equal
also,
and opposites.
if you wear your space junk helmet, that should also help keep you down as well. A little extra gravity on top of your head. Wear a space junk helmet, and that'll help you from taking any damage, spreading any space junk. You don't want any space junk that's spreading to come in contact with your head. You might end up in a hospital. You don't want to. You want to reduce hospitalization, so wear your space junk helmet.
Yeah, and we also have the anti-gravity inflatable boots that you put on in case you have any foot troubles.
Yeah, that is actually a new science. Sonny, thank you so much for bringing that up. That is our latest breaking technology for any injuries to the leg. We actually have foot, ankle, that kind of thing. We have created a boot, essentially, that is gravity reducing. Of course, gravity is so strong you can never fully reduce it. But essentially, you can,
then
Don't they?
cycle the gravity back into the boot, and that helps you heal quicker. So actually, it's such breaking technology. It's amazing.
Yeah, don't they use like the dark matter inflation method with those boots? Like they inflate it with the
Well,
anti-gravity.
It's not inflated, but you've got the right idea. It's insulated. It's insulated with dark matter.
Insulated with.
That's
They
right.
must use little space time in there in order to keep it in one place. I guess. Just my guess.
Yeah. They used this is actually black hole filtered. So they filter the dark matter through a black hole, so it's extra clean and filtered. You want to make sure you're filtering your water and these kind of things, your coffee. So we filter the dark matter. Goes through a black hole. This is unique to our company. And so, this is integrated with our lining of the boot. So it's already insulated with dark matter and gravity.
So it's the space. It's the space orthopedics setup that they're using there. That was very ingenious.
Now the old phrase, "It costs you an arm and a leg," plays in here. You might need a match budget, but if you do happen to trip, gravity pulls you down, maybe you sprain an ankle. If you have really good insurance, actually, you know what? Everyone at SpaceX has the extra special space insurance, so they actually do have the opportunity to use the dark matter boot.
Yeah, so no need to let it get you down or anything. Just
don't let gravity get you down. That is our catchphrase, Sonny. That was brilliant. Don't let gravity get you down.
Try to stay lighthearted about it.
That's right. So there's so much breaking technology. It's just amazing. If you're a flat earther in 2022 and you haven't heard about the gravity boots and the dark matter installation, I don't even know what to tell you. It's just common. It's common at this point. And there's also space restaurants. There's space DoorDash. There's space cash, space rats, space cats. At this point,
Did you say DoorDash or Jordash?
Yeah, there's a space DoorDash, so you can go pick up the Spacey's restaurant food. Make sure you guys check out the restaurant.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's.
The girl that delivered my DoorDash had Jordash on.
Yeah, well, we're gonna sue her.
DoorDash.
We're gonna sue her for that. Because if you need good food,
You already owe me a space soda from our last bet. Well, you still owe me a spice burger from the one before that. Where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu.
We told you.
It's good food in space.
it's good food in space. I love that shit, dude. It's so funny.
Where did you find all that stuff? You're a maniac.
Dude, yeah, man.
What?
There's so many
Oh
good
my
gems.
God.
You'd be surprised when you're out watching shows and stuff. There's a lot of things that actually relate to the debate here. So it's like if I come across something that's perfect for the soundboard, I'm just gonna grab it. I was just listening to a podcast. It's just randomly on there.
You know what the dumbest shit is? Talk to a young person that speaks as if they know about fucking life. You don't know shit, you young dummy. You don't know shit.
Yeah, it's just so random. But I've got so many good clips, dude. I wish I could use them more often. We just need more ballers. Here's another one I haven't used yet.
You might want to run the tape back and not air this because you're going to look foolish in the presence of a genius.
Yeah, indubitably. Yeah, mango's really good. Yeah. It's kind of hard to eat it without getting it all over your hands, all over your face.
Yeah.
It's best eaten over the kitchen sink.
Kind of. I love it when men go, but I like it even better when men stay.
Dried mango's good, yeah. We're having a side conversation with a voice text now. Anyway, I put that new gravity on my right hip, and it totally went back into place. Who would have known I was like riding thousands of miles on my bike with a dislocated hip? Oh my God, that almost rhymed.
Well, actually, you should just let the gravity pull it back together.
I think it did, actually. That's absolutely what happened. I'm here
Oh
to
yeah,
say.
no, actually, Sonny, that was the cosmic jerk. The Earth did jerk. There was a jump, like a bump, kind of like, the Earth did hit a little bump, speed bump, basically, a space bump.
Oh, okay.
So that's actually what jerked your hip back into place. You guys didn't feel that?
It must be like earthquakes.
Only some people are able to feel
That must be the cause of
jerks.
earthquakes. It must be space bumps causing earthquakes.
Yeah, the galaxy ejaculated and the Earth jerked. But yeah,
What? Did you hear those guys yesterday about the tectonic plates? I like when they bring up the 6-year-old conversation again. Tectonic plates.
Yeah, isn't it so funny? Like, dude, people have dug like 8 or 9 miles into the Earth, but some goofball is gonna come and tell you what's 25 miles down. Give me a break.
Every time they say listen, every time they say tectonic plates from now on, I'm going to say Teutonic Knights. Teutonic Knights.
Bolts.
Tectonic plates, Teutonic Knight. What?
They should be tectonic. They should be tectonic mounds or tectonic hills. Why are they plates? But even still, like, who's gonna tell me if I've dug a hole in my backyard that's 5 feet deep?
Teutonic Knights were a real thing. There were Teutonic Knights. So look it up. Do your own research.
Some weirdo comes along and tells me, no, actually, I know what's 50 feet below this. How?
Wait a minute.
How would you know that?
Does Sasha know who the Teutonic Knights are? I bet you do.
Let me guess. Some type of cocktail with tonic.
Not
Maybe
the same
espresso tonic?
thing. You're in a category violation. A category error.
Excuse me, Kiwi. No, I'm just kidding.
Fucking funny.
Teutonic Kings?
Yeah. What?
It's got to be like a gin and tonic. Gin and tonic. Finally.
North Germanic or something. What was the deal between the? I know I skip around a lot. The Franks and the Germans. What's the difference? Is it only geographic?
Is that a trick
discuss
question?
amongst yourselves and get back to me with that. Were the Teutonic Knights were they Frankish or were they Germanic? Or is that the same thing?
Gin and tonic?
Are the Franks and the Germans the same thing? Or was that the French branch? The Franks are the Frank. Did the Frank? I know I keep. I'm still in the Franks and the Germans. So are the Franks the French? Good question, son.
I'm totally just rumpusing the room right now.
Your ancient European ancestry. The test will be coming up soon.
Who's peeing?
Franks.
When I get the flat smacking.
Are there any concerns on your part?
I don't know anything about that. I don't know nothing about nothing. I just know what I can do.
How about
Kill this mother.
Okay.
Wow.
I just know what I can do. Kill this. I love that clip, dude. It's so funny.
Hey, do you know anything about the Falls of the Ohio? Being you're sort of close to the area. You know, have you done a deep dive into all the strange things found over in that area of the plain?
What do you mean falls?
The Falls of the Ohio. It's a part of the Ohio River, and there's strange fortresses, mounds, and freaking like copper-clad freaking knights, Caucasians that were in your area. Yeah, giants.
Whoa.
Yeah,
No,
mounds.
how do you know this?
Effigy mounds in your area? Yeah, I know all about it, man. I've done
Whoa.
it. And so they found Bronze Age Caucasian people in some of these mounds, and they were like 9 and 10 feet tall with copper and bronze swords and things like this, like freaking like. Yep.
That's incredibly racist.
I know, amazing. I found
if they
all
didn't
kinds
find
of
any
incredible
black
things.
people first, then that's racist.
No, they were already here. Yeah, it's not racist.
No,
I know.
it's racist.
I'm being serious. There were black people here already. They were here from the very beginning.
Yeah, I agree with that.
There were 3 different types of people living in the Americas. And some of them were probably the Salutrians. They might have gotten wiped out by other types of people when they first met. Can you imagine what that meeting was possibly like? I mean, were they really hunting mastodons? Like, well, I guess they found some evidence, right, of what like a spear tip in a mastodon bone. Or whatever. So how do they know they're mastodons? Like, I need some more proof. I've been to the La Brea tar pits in LA. That's quite amazing.
Well, actually, they know, Sonny, because Mastodon attracts Mastodon.
Well, they would have to because they're large masses, right? So I wonder if the saber-toothed cats ended up orbiting around the mastodons, and that's why they were the prey.
They didn't have to like hunt them down. They just got pulled. They got grabbed and in.
X-Files music.
No, but I got a boogie, boys. I'm jumping off here for a little bit. You guys have a good day. I'll holler back later.
Later on.
Hey, thanks for doing the opening shift with me today, Sonny. Good restaurant setup today.
Yeah, it was good stuff.
All right, I'll be back for closing time.
Closing time, that's when all the ballers went home for the last time. And they didn't have anything that made any sense or made a rhyme about their globe or time. Awesome.
Good rhyme.
Closing time.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'm out of here. I'll see you guys later.
Later. Anybody else have trouble with gnats? God, these gnats are annoying. Someone else was talking about that. I'm up at on the 8th floor of a freaking city high rise, right? And like there's freaking fruit flies. How did the fruit flies get in my place? They're waiting outside the door when I come in, I guess. Ah, there he is. We'll zip in when it when he opens the door. Oh, wow. Okay, how about some no more living on this cartoon globe? Unless I am Kovac has a question.
Actually, I do have a question.
Okay.
Are you guys able to give me a simple, maybe a quick explanation of moon phases on the flat Earth? I had that question brought up by a Glober friend of mine earlier this week. So, anybody got something? I guess the idea is that the shape of the moon, half moon, quarter moon, whatever it is, it's just a reflection of the actual shape of the Earth as the sun shines from behind the Earth onto the moon, right?
It's supposed to have some relationship to the position of the sun and the moon, right?
Yeah.
Between each other, but many times it doesn't seem to correlate with observations. Those angles seem to be off more than they're like. There seems to be maybe some correlation to the direction, but they're not direct, like as you would think. It's not, and so there's so many anomalies about the moon that we don't know what it is. So it's pretty hard to say definitely what it's doing, because what we do see is that it appears to be its own light.
Yeah.
So we don't really know what the phases are, because what happens when there's a new moon? No one on Earth sees it anywhere. That's pretty odd. For if it's supposed to be an object, you could see the dark side of it. Why can't you see it at night? Like if the other side's lit up and you're on the dark side of it, wouldn't you be able to see that light still? Yeah, you would around the outsides of it, right? So it showing its same face to us is very odd. And the other thing is, do you know what shape are possible for a reflector? Or you're not claiming that it's a reflection, right?
Oh, I'm not. No, I'm not. Yeah. I think it has its own light. I mean, they got experiments, right? It's got its, what is this? It's actually cooler. Right.
Well, they say it's its own type of light. That's not really an experiment, but an observation, yeah, or a measurement of some kind. Temperature measurements, but that's, I mean, really, who knows? Like, the more I see the moon, when I observe it now, like when it was a sliver, now it's getting larger, right? So waxing, it's coming up to like 50% pretty soon here. But when it was around 20%, it looked like someone had pushed their thumb into the side of it. But I could see that entire outline where the dark part was. It's pretty strange that something like that would only show one side of itself, but still appear like it seems like it's very illusory, if you know what I mean. Like it was put there in order to kind of make us think that it's some kind of ball, or that it's some kind of shape that it's really not. Like, it's bizarre. Like, there's so much we don't know. So, like, I prefer, with all the things in the sky, I prefer just that a lot of them are unknown. It's not that I'm not willing to speculate on what they possibly could be. I do that all the time. I mean, but I can't say anything definite about the moon. So I just basically, for myself, I'm just gonna choose for the most part to be in awe of them and say I don't know what they are or what they're doing. That way I'm still open to what actually is instead of what I think. Right? It's truly amazing though. Who knows what it's doing or how it's doing it. The motions of these bodies above us, though, appear to be, to me, there has to be some kind of mechanics behind it with motions like that. And I mean, we're assuming that, I mean, these things are pretty large, but they're not the sizes that like NASA gives us on any of these things. I mean, obviously, you could blot both of the sun and the moon out with a quarter at arm's length. So they appear to be about the same size, angular size. So something's moving them through the sky. Think about that. Moving a huge light, like a radiating light that's strong enough for us to be heated in the area that's daylit and grow all the plants and all the life from that local light source. So, I don't know. Sun and the moon. They are good topics. I don't think there's anything to know anything for sure about them. Okay, I guess it's the Sunny Show again. Wait a minute. What's that? Oh.
Yeah, Glad. Have you had a fresh mango yet, though? Question.
Sometimes I get some organic ones. Oh my god, like freaking.
Hey, you like mango, huh? How do you? Okay, let me ask you, Sunny. How do you prepare your mango?
Well, it's just like big, kind of an oblong kind of thing. So it has this huge. It has a huge flat seed in it, and the huge flat seed in it has fibers that come out from the seed. So if you're too close to the seed, you cannot get through those fibers with your teeth. You can't. It'll just go. They'll go in between your teeth like dental floss. So you have to cut the soft flesh off of that seed. And then you can peel it. Like it's easier just to cut as big a chunks off of it as you can, slice them into long strips, and then and then either like you could actually eat the skin, but most people
No.
peel it off or cut it off with a knife. You could cut it off with a knife, and then you can still eat what's inside of whatever's left of the peel. I try to eat the whole as much as I can.
Yeah.
Once you get the seed off, it looks like this furry, freaking slimy, cute seed about 3 inches long. I saved them. Ow. I saved them because I've grown a couple of them.
That's awesome. What do they come out as? How's the sprout?
Shoot. Let's see if I don't think I have any pictures left on here of that mango tree.
So yeah, dude, you're 100% right.
I have a seed. I could take a picture of it. I could take a picture of this seed and show you what the seed after it's dry looks like.
All right, yeah, dope. I'd love to see that.
Let me see.
So I grew up. I've told the story before, but I grew up with a mango tree in my backyard. So we used to. Yeah, man, it was awesome in Trinidad.
What part of the country was that?
Trinidad.
Oh, in
the islands.
Trinidad. No wonder. Of course. Wow.
So yeah, you just locate you locate the root of the fruit, like where it
How is it that you ended up in the Caribbean? How did you end up there? Were you
my
are you
family.
from there?
No, well, I mean, I was born here in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, but when I grew up, I had family back in Trinidad and stayed there until grade 3, and then came back up here.
Interesting.
Yeah, man. But so yeah, you locate the root, right, and that's always the thing that it grew from the tree from, so to speak, or the branch. You locate that, and then, as you say, you locate the. I just take a knife and I cut straight down. And if you go too deep, obviously you feel it. You kind of gauge it with the knife, but you just work it around. And yeah, cut straight down. You do that twice, and then I spin it, and then I just literally take a paring knife and I scalp the seed, right? And then I'll just eat it with my front teeth right off the skin.
Yeah.
And then enjoy the seed, and then the 2 halves I'll just cut across. And then you just pop it open, so you get 4 halves, or 4. Sorry, you get.
Yeah, that's kind of similar. I try to do it similar to that too.
Yeah.
So you don't have to ask me how a mango. You had them growing.
Oh no, I like talking to people about it, because some people say they peel it, and I'm like, look, it's frustrating.
It's so slimy. You can't hold it once you peel it.
Exactly.
What are you going to do with it?
And it literally takes the enjoyment out of the experience. And I'm like, look, there's a process to it.
Yeah.
That's also good. Yeah, man. Mangoes are sick.
Yeah,
I love
so
mangoes.
I just tried to grow one again. I think I split the main part of the husk off the seed before I tried to germinate it. I put it in water. It took a long time for it to grow a root. But it eventually started sending a shoot out just by having it in water. But I think I got a couple of them now. I should try it again.
I got to try that myself, man.
I had one growing for about almost a year in my windowsill, but it eventually.
How high did it get?
It got about maybe 8 inches.
That's awesome.
It was starting to look like it was going to go pretty good, but it must have had some nutrient that it was needing or something. It started looking kind of weird.
Yeah.
The leaves that started looking real strange, curled up, and eventually just died.
I tried to sprout an avocado root from a tree. I did the toothpicks in water and suspended it above the water and stuff.
Yeah.
I got about.
That didn't do it.
Probably about 4 or 5 inches out of it.
Nice. You got 4 or 5 what?
Got about 4 or 5 inches out of it. It cracked and sprung the shoot, but it becomes a maintenance thing at that point. You gotta
put it in soil.
Pot it.
After that.
Yeah, you gotta pot it, and then you've got to really get on top of it. I'm like,
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. It would be so cool to have some of those if I could actually successfully grow a couple of trees in some windows. That would be cool. You could take it with you, but I guess the whole thing is you have to have a lot of soil for it to be successful. Probably.
Yeah, grow one mango
have a big pot. Yeah.
Grow one mango and the whole thing falls apart.
What?
Imagine you get one mango out of it, it'll topple the whole tree over in the pot.
I know exactly.
Right?
With the right light and nutrients in soil, it probably is possible, though, to do that.
Yep.
It might take a whole separate kind of apparatus, though, because you're almost going to have to mimic that tropical weather that they grow best in.
So, okay.
I thought about trying to like stealth grow out in the wild, but it just gets too dry and hot that they might do okay for a while, but you get to those really super hot months and there's no water anywhere unless you came and watered them.
Yeah, you got to nurture them.
Which is a possibility, you know, and so it's hot enough that they would grow here if they were taken care of. So that, maybe it's still possible. That'd be cool to have some little mango trees, maybe a couple of banana trees, like some stuff growing that actually would grow here. That is like all. I don't know why all the natural stuff that probably grew here was like stripped.
Okay, here's a question. I have a question for you, and then I got to split for a few. Mm-hmm. What are your top 3 fruits? You can take them anywhere with you.
I'm super fond of the quince fruit now because I have local trees and I've used them for all kinds of. Like, it's great in the summertime. Actually, I have to go throw a string over them now and get down about probably 5 or 10 pounds of it and bring that home.
Okay, so the quince.
I love mango, quince, mango. I love mango. I don't have them enough. Let's see. Something I like on a regular basis. Actually, I'll tell you what. I love cherries. Bing cherries. I love those.
Okay, so you're gonna go cherry, mango, and the quince.
I'd say.
Right. Yeah. I'm gonna go with mangoes. I'm gonna go with tangerines.
I like those too.
But they've got to be spot on tangerines, and there's only curvy tangerines. There's no flat tangerines. There's no such thing. Curvy tangerines only. And the last one, I think I'm gonna have to go with the strawberry, my guy. And I'm selecting those 3 for a number of reasons. Fiber's important, and though I could throw in pineapple too, though. That's a tough one. I
don't know. See, that whole group could be rearranged as far as favorites. It's really hard to pick a favorite fruit because I love all of it, you know?
But here's another thing for consideration, though. Portability and ease of preparation.
That's true.
Right? Like I'm not going to go...
Can it be eaten on the go? Like, can I take it out of a bag on my bike?
Right?
And eat it there, right then and there.
Because I ain't trying to fight with no pineapple. It'll be like, I prepared the pineapple like 20 minutes later. I might risk cutting myself too. Like, what? I don't know about that stuff, man.
Like, I found these weird, strange things around here, like these little thorny bushes that you would think is just a shrub, but it kind of has thorn. It has small waxy leaves on it. They grow like a couple little fruits per bush, and I'll just like ride up all of a sudden near a bench, and there's this little piece of fruit, and like... I know I've eaten them before, so I know what it is. So I'm not.
I was gonna say, how did the first test go with that though?
Just delicious, man. Like it tastes like a freaking sweeter apricot.
Nice.
But it's small.
How did you test it out?
Smaller than a ping pong ball.
Oh damn!
A little reddish yellow.
Hey, have you ever had? Okay, last question. Then I really gotta go. Have you ever had something called ackee? It's like a hard ackee. It's like a hard green. It almost looks like a grape.
Acai?
Is it acai?
AKAI?
I see.
Or ACAI?
No, there's acai berries. No, I know about acai berries. I know about those. Okay. But I'm thinking of ackee. I think it's ackee. But hold on a second. Because as soon as you pop the fruit on the inside, it's like a jelly, but it's a seed. Super, super good. Ackee fruit.
Well, I've even found this huge thorn tree. These are the largest thorns I've ever seen on a plant before, and it grows a couple little fruits every year, and I found a couple of them, and they are absolutely delicious too. They taste similar. They might even be the same variety as the bush I was talking about. It could be, but I always thought, I don't know, man. Some of the woods that you burn when you're trying to smoke things, there's a. Let me do some research. I forget what that's called.
I literally typed in green fruit and I'm in Google and I'm just looking through images right now. Holy crap. The other thing that I thought about is how would trees keep their fruit on if the surface that they were sitting on was spinning? That's just weird. I found it. There it is. Yup. Found it. Bingo bango. Okay, I'm gonna post the picture first. Guy. Sunny. You better be there. Boy.
Yeah, I'm here. Let's see. Let me go back to the voice.
This is it, baby.
I'm doing some search.
I lived on these when I was a kid in Trinidad and Barbados. Holy.
Wait a minute. Did you post something?
I just threw it in the voice stream.
Oh, there it is. Wait a minute. Now, what is that?
Bruh. These things were in the literally. It's considered an exotic fruit. I just got to get the name of it. Found the article.
It looks really similar to the quince that I get, but the fruit looks nothing inside like that though. But it's similar.
These things are so good, dude. Oh my gosh.
Thorns of a locust tree, not a locust tree. What kind of tree is that? Darn. Thorn trees, some kind of wood that you burn that's really good for smoking stuff, but these things are really gnarly as thorns.
Oh, I think those are called lychee. Lychee fruit, isn't it?
Lychee, that's a who's speaking right now, damn it. Whose hand do I need to shake?
Lychee, man, that stuff is good, man. You just squeeze it and it pops open, and it's a jelly fruit. It's got like it's like a gentle sweetness. It's not over. It's so good, man. Lychee fruit.
Kovac, my Toronto homie, you're the man.
Dude, I know.
Backing me up on weather veining your crane the other day, and now you're backing me up on lychee fruit. You're the man, guy.
Oh, was that you? Okay, all right.
Yeah, man, you had me on lock with the weather veining your crane. I know it was Monday morning. I was out observing the crane down the street.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
you're my homie, man. I appreciate you, dude, so much, man.
No problem. Yeah, lychee fruit. I love that stuff, man. Love it. Good stuff. Good fruit.
Lychee.
Who the hell said
lychee and mangoes? Me, Prod, I did. You and I already talked about this. I have a 15-year-old son. Yes, we discussed this already. It was
that we did.
Hand in the cookie jar, man. Hand in the cookie jar. And I turned around and I kept eating the cookie same way. I'm like, that was me.
I remember now.
I appreciate you, man. No stress. That was Saturday morning. I remember that. It was a good connection, Chad. I appreciate you. So, Kovac, is it when you weather vane the crane, or what is the process when you lock it down for the night? That's called weather veining or deveining?
Weather veining.
Okay, so weather veining. So that means that you make it basically active for the weather, I guess.
Yeah, you basically release it, like take the brakes off the crane.
Right.
So it spins.
Exactly.
So it'll spin on its own, or with the force of the weather, right? The wind.
It's funny the term though. Like, is it weather? WeatherVein? ING?
I believe it's VANING.
Really?
Yes.
Huh. That's dope. I'll look that up.
Yeah, you'll see. You keep an eye on tower cranes whenever you pass by. They'll be facing a different direction next time you pass by.
Well, I've noticed the one here, it's pretty consistent when they lock it down overnight because I usually see it before they start up in the morning. But that's sick. Cause yeah, Glad actually, he's on the call right now. He's one of the first dudes I was throwing around the whole idea of cranes with. Weather vane.
Sorry,
what?
Big pink motorcycle.
What did I do?
Remember you and I were talking about, you had my back. One day we were talking about vanes, and you started throwing vanes. Oh my gosh! You and I were talking about cranes, and you threw up a whole bunch of gifs, or not gifs, but you threw up a couple memes in the chat. You had my back on that, which I appreciate.
Yeah, there's no rotation. I'm sorry, there's no movement on pendulums that are like construction pendulums that aren't being used. They sit there perfectly still. So
but
how is that?
We have it on record from an operator, I am Kovac, who's on record, right?
Yeah.
That when the crane operator disengages at the end of a workday, he has to make the crane, he has to disengage the crane, which basically makes it free float. So yeah, it sits free form, but the structure of the crane is meant to free flow with the wind around it. I hate saying atmosphere now. I think atmosphere, my brain goes achoo. I can't say it anymore. But yeah, it makes it subject to the wind around it.
Well, okay, I'm just saying. I'm trying to put it to you this way: one of those pendulums should be moving with the rotation of the Earth at all, ever, even if you disengage it, because it's all still attached to the Earth. Now, the pendulum, the Foucault's pendulum, we know you have to get it started yourself, and you have to keep it going with a drive magnet. There's two magnets in there, but the drive magnet is the one that, keeps driving it so that it can keep going, right? You shouldn't need that if the Earth is moving enough to make something suspended in the air move with it, or against it, I guess, is what it might be. You know what I mean?
Yep. That experiment required some form of energy input from the observer.
It's like seeing a wheel go down a hill and saying, "No, I didn't put that down the hill. It just started going down the hill on its own." You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, I didn't push the wheel down the hill. It just got up off the ground and did it on its own.
Boom! I found it. Yo, Kovac, I found it. And this is what we're talking about, Glad. Here you go, man. This makes perfect sense. I'm going to read it, and then I'm going to post it for awesomeness. What is weather vaning for cranes? Weather vaning, or free slowing, I believe, free slewing, is the practice of releasing the slew brake or parking brake on a crane. This allows the crane to rotate at its full 360 degrees with the natural direction of the wind. This is actually used in other industries. Bruh. Giggity, giggity, giggity. I say giggity, giggity too, big fraud. Ha.
Giggity, giggity, giggity. You nailed it. Yeah. Giggity, giggity, giggity. Slewing is a technical term for it.
Sick. Copy. There we go. Sick. Thanks for that, man. It's a really good observation. I like that.
Kiwi, you're in Canada. Have you noticed? This might not just be a Canadian thing, but everywhere. After this pandemic, everyone's talking about moving out to the country, growing their own food, just being independent of the system. That's probably a worldwide thing at this point. I'm assuming.
Oh yeah, it's I think with anything, when something like this happens, it is it forces people to re-examine their stuff and how reliant they are upon things and all that. And the knee-jerk reaction is like, yeah, go where they can't touch you. And it takes something like that, which gets people to run or get their minds to think like that. But I'm not a fan of thinking while you're running. That doesn't make that, because you make a decision from, I think it's like monkey brain or whatever, fight or flight mentality, where like you make rash decisions. You think you should be running when you actually should be staying still and calm and strong in your power. But yeah, I definitely think that the aspect of observing how you get your stuff, what's in it. Again, this is not a place where we give that kind of advice. But obviously, anytime that we can instill thought in a fellow man, we should definitely take the opportunity to do it. And growing stuff off the land is one of the best ways to do it, because you know what goes into it. You have to worry about Monsanto being up in your stuff. Monsantos with your aluminums and your Starbucks and your caffeinated beans and pesticides. Helping.
Don't forget the chemtrails.
Oh, yes, the chemtrails. Can't forget the chemtrails. In the skies with the and the.
Wait, why is it quiet?
Hey, Sonny, is Sonny there? Sonny, I got a question for you.
Yes. Go ahead.
Hey, you mentioned you're growing all you're playing with the fruits there. You're growing them in your apartment. You said you're on the 8th floor. You're in the city, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, I don't grow my fruit. I don't grow any fruit in my apartment. It's not possible.
Yeah, you're just experimenting, right?
I go outside.
You're not.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just wondering what city you're in.
I'm in San Diego.
Oh, okay. So you're in California, all right?
Yeah. It's extremely dry and hot right now. It's about 100 degrees. So I'm inside my cozy little apartment in the AC right now, but I will be outside sometime today. Yeah, I do a lot of foraging and stuff like that. Like, I learned a lot about that kind of thing in the last couple of years. So I go out into the wild and I find new plants, and I come back home and I research what they are. And I found a bunch of edible plants. So in the springtime, I have more greens than I can possibly eat. I don't have to go to the grocery store for greens in the spring or the early summer anymore.
Bruh, real quick. Sonny,
Yeah, that's cool. That's
you
cool.
said
Plant
hot.
interesting though. I never even thought about it. You could just get stuff out there and
Right from the wild. Wild mustard, there's all kinds of things.
What book? Did you get a book or an app? What you do?
No, I just do massive searches online, and I just start finding out which plants. Usually, it's a very large database of information on plants, so you have to just do each one at a time, basically, or one or two of them at a time, or else you get overwhelmed. So yeah, I just look up plants and try to identify them, and then I go test things. I go out and find stuff. I'll actually taste things a lot.
You did for like your location, like where you live, and then you looked up the stuff where you live. Because depends on where you are, because what grows and
Exactly.
But like depend on climate. I'm sure your plants are probably way different from the ones we get here.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, we have a lot of tropical plants here too, and cactus-like plants, succulents, all kinds of things like that.
Does it never get below freezing where you are? Does it?
No, not at sea level. And about the highest that you would get any snow would be above 3,000. If it comes down like below 4,000, that's pretty rare. Usually it's above 4,000 feet. But in the winter we do get snow, feet of snow, a lot of snow up in the mountains and hills, yeah. But that's all in the higher elevations. Got some pretty big mountains here. There's actually the Palomar Observatory that's up in the mountains here. That's a big observatory up there.
Oh, with a little fake telescope up there, looking at the stars, the planet.
Oh yeah, yeah, Palomar Mountain. Look it up. Yeah.
What's the name of the telescope up there?
Palomar Mountain. That's it. Palomar Observatory.
Oh, that's all it is. Okay. They give me a special name like Lucifer's son. Because you got the Lucifer. Yeah.
I've never been to the observatory, but I've been to the park because it's a big, they're big state and regional parks up there, campgrounds and things. It's very rustic. It's very cool.
Hey, go up there, bro.
Certain times a year.
Bro, you should find out if you go up there. I would check it out if you're allowed to use a telescope at all. If you have to pay or something like that, I would like to know because something that how do they fund it? Who funds it?
I wouldn't mind doing that. I haven't done any research on that at all. Actually, I don't even know. Because it's not like it's close by. Like I could ride my bike there. It's like 100 miles away to the east, up in the mountains.
That's the way.
It's far away from me.
That's an hour and a half. Yeah, that's a good date. That's a whole day worth of hanging out if you do that.
And it's steep and windy 2-lane roads going up into the mountains. It's not an easy drive.
Well, that's actually probably worth it, and it might be a very scenic drive.
Oh yeah. Oh no, it's beautiful. Yeah, and they have there's a town up there that's famous for apples. Now I can't even remember my own place. Julian, California, up in the mountains where they have apples. Like they got apple orchards. So there's they have a lot of places that make cider and stuff like that. You go up there. It's a great place to go visit. Apple pies.
Apple pie, yummy. Yum,
Yeah, it's like an old country town still. Like you go there, it's still got the buildings from the 1860s, 1870s up there.
Apple pie and
all the old houses. Yeah, pretty cool stuff. They got bed and breakfasts up there. It's all kind of highfalutin for the tourists that come in. Want to be in California during the gold rush age. That's how that all started. So, it used to be really a scenic place. Before all the big freeways were put in and stuff, there was all these old routes of highways, that were around from anywhere from 1910 to the 1930s until after that. they started building all the freeway systems. But before that, like Route 80 they used to go through the areas up here. There used to be little places, little hole in the wall, like places you could stop, and they would have like places where there were natural hot springs and stuff like that coming out of the mountain. There were little resort areas you could just go, kick back in the desert, out along the highway. Like it was a different world, you know, like all that stuff's kind of gone. But what's interesting about that is a lot of the cyclists have found these abandoned highways, and you can actually go right up all the way along these old highways, all the way out to the desert. Now, that would be a good trip to take, like during the, like maybe not the winter, but the in-between months. Because you get up into the higher altitudes, elevations, you don't want to be out there camping. But you could go miles and miles and miles and camp along the way, along this abandoned highway, this old highway. And up in some of those areas, there's the abandoned stagecoach lines and stuff like that. I've been on some of those old stagecoach line, little sections of road where the people were actually riding up in their stagecoaches up into the mountains, up above the desert. Like, it's a trip, man.
It is dedicated by gas board and utility.
I need more coffee.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I think I do. I probably should eat, but I need to shop before I can really eat. I don't feel like moving that much.
Who?
Let's go.
You're hot micing a little bit, Fraud. Hey, Fraud, you're hot micing.
My bad.
No worries. You're still hot micing. Can you hear me?
I just turned it off, homo.
Oh, okay.
Did you know that if
And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made from the White House.
Challenger, only seconds after leaving the launch pad, according to NASA, has exploded.
It just has the same seats that a normal car has. It's literally a normal car in space.
And we're going back to the moon, back to the future, and this time back to stay.
I should tell you that the first mission is scheduled to land on Mars on July the 4th, 1997.
We will undertake extended human missions to the moon as early as 2015.
We launched a new spacecraft as part of a re-energized space program that will send American astronauts to Mars.
We will not only plant our flag and leave our footprint for an eventual mission to Mars.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
It is Photoshop, but it's has to be.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The one thing globe believers need to understand is that you don't just take the spinning ball Earth and flatten it out and put it back in the heliocentric model. Like it's just the only misfit planet and it's flat and the rest of the planets are round. No flat earther has ever said that. No flat earther will ever say that because it's not what we believe. The Earth isn't a pancake floating in outer space, and you will never hear a flat earther say that. And if you would ever actually take the time to study it for yourself or hear a flat earther through, then you would find that it's much different and things would actually make more sense.
They've got the narrative control to where anyone that goes to search for this, they're going to see pancakes floating up in space, and it turns people away. Or they see a snow globe out in the middle of space with water falling off the sides, and they're like, what is this? It turns them away. The mainstream agenda was to push their false narrative, all these hit pieces on flat Earth. 2016, 2017, That was pretty much the end of the YouTube era, where we could actually find real evidence, real content. Any search engine, the algorithms are suited to their favor. You're going to see all the hit pieces. You're going to see all the stuff that's there to debunk flat Earth. So it's just it's almost impossible to get the real information.
YouTube played their part in it, and not just cherry picking which videos they wanted to show, but deciding whether or not they wanted you to subscribe to somebody. So on several occasions, and with several different content creators, I'd press the subscribe button to then find out several days or several weeks later that I couldn't find that content creator, assuming they'd either been deleted or they'd been censored beyond belief. And of course they had been, because my subscription that was previously made was no longer there. And I know that I hadn't unsubscribed to anybody. And then resubscribing, you'd find again that down the line that the same things reoccurred.
There's a major campaign by Google and YouTube and all of these corporate lying companies to discredit the flat Earth. Why do they have that disclaimer under every video dealing with the topic of flat Earth, that it is an archaic, antiquated, outdated model that the ancients used to believe in? Of course, the ancients were stupid. They didn't know how to build Gothic cathedrals, and they didn't know how to build cities and pyramids.
The problem is, people that think that flat Earth is stupid think flat Earth is stupid because they're thinking of a stupid flat Earth. And they ridicule and make fun of flat earthers. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Since 2015, the content providers for Flat Earth have had a living hell. We have been ridiculed, we have been trolled, we have been censored beyond belief by YouTube. It's really difficult to get the truth out there.
YouTube controls the algorithm. Who owns YouTube? Google. These are these big corporations that came in and said, the flat Earth is getting way too big. People are finding this out. We don't want them to find this out. This will just completely destroy our agenda that we've worked so hard for. We're losing it because of our own technology that we created. So they had to get involved. Withholding information and knowledge is a form of control.
Now, for new people coming into the subject, if you research flat Earth, the Google analytic will give you government hate propaganda against the flat Earth truth.
If you go to Google and try to find anything flat Earth related, then the first thing that's going to pop up is the Flat Earth Society. And that is something that has absolutely nothing to do with this movement. In fact, it's a completely made-up organisation in order to deter anybody looking for some sort of truth, so that you'd first of all get to that page, you'd see these ridiculous accusations and this spinning disc illusion that's going upwards in space that I can assure you nobody believes in. If the globe model was as strong as they claim to be, then there wouldn't be so much concern with anybody talking about a stationary Earth model. Now, everything's fine in court until somebody walks in with a load of shit on you. Everything's fine until somebody out there has evidence that's going to prove you guilty. And that's when you start acting suspicious. That's when you start panicking. That's when you start putting damage control out there, which is inevitably what these bots are, what these trolls are on social media, and of course the algorithms. This is just a new lie that was started in the 20s, and even before then they weren't really teaching anything about the world and where we were. It was just common knowledge.
One of the main arguments that globe believers come at you with is we've known for 2,000 years. Eratosthenes figured it out with his sticks and shadows. Well, Eratosthenes may or may not have been a real mathematician. He figured out the shape of the Earth. That would have made him the Michael Jordan of mathematicians, but nobody ever mentioned him in a book until the mid-1900s.
What's crazy is I've talked to some elderly people, and they've told me that back in their day when they were in school, they didn't even learn about people like Copernicus or Galileo. Everything's up for grabs at this point. People like Christopher Columbus and any other figure in history could be totally false or created just for some sort of agenda.
This is everywhere. We found somebody in Croatia. They said they were teaching flat Earth through the 1930s.
Most people think that this flat Earth versus globe Earth has been going back and forth for thousands of years. No, it has not. This is a brand new deception. They come up with these stories, these fictional stories, fictional characters, to reinforce that we live on a ball.
All of our globe provers, Galileo, Aristophanes, Copernicus, the pictures of them show that they're Masons, but I contend that we don't even know if they're real. All of our history is a lie. I've met people that said that they were taught flat Earth in the early 1960s in school. They were taught flat Earth and globe Earth, and then it kind of just went away. I interviewed Ruth, the 102-year-old woman, back in February of 2020, and she was taught flat Earth in public school in Connecticut.
Tell me your name.
Ruth Heath.
Ruth, and how old are you today?
102.
102. So you were born in
1918.
1918. And we were just talking, and I asked you what shape the Earth is, and what did you say? What were you taught in school in elementary school?
I was taught in school that the Earth was flat.
Where did you go to school? Elementary school?
I went to Spruill School in Hamden, Connecticut.
So how does it make you feel to realize that you were right as a kid?
It makes me feel better.
It does make you feel better, right?
Oh, it makes me feel alive.
Oh my God, that is so true. My whole life, I believe, what I was taught.
That's
and then
right.
when I discovered the flat Earth.
You feel better about it.
Because we are the center of creation.
That's right.
We are important.
That's right.
We are here.
We are God's children. And when all the problems that are happening in this world today.
I'll give you some good news. A lot of the problems that they report on the news aren't even real.
That's right. That's right.
They're just keeping us in fear.
That's right. That's right. That's right. I understand that. I understand. They just say what they want people to know.
That we never went to the moon? That was all fake?
Is that right?
That's correct.
I saw that all happening.
Yeah, so did I, and we all believed it, but that was just to reinforce that people to believe they can live on a ball, they can walk on a ball.
It's such a lie.
It's such a lie, but knowing the lie is like going to a magic show.
I woke up.
Yes, that's what we call it. We call it red. This is your moment of waking up. It's when you go to see a magician and you know how the tricks are done, and the magic no longer works on you, and you're free from the illusion. So knowing this is going to free your heart. Yeah, it's okay.
It makes me cry.
Happiness.
Yes.
Tears of joy.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, give me a hug. Here we go. All right.
Rockefeller seems to have a role in this. He started the General Education Board and continued being involved with the educational system. The fact of the matter is, the people that have been in control, they're in control now, and they're going to continue to be in control, whether they pass it down or change the name, whatever it may be. But yeah, I mean, whenever Rockefeller's name is tied to something, it's always something to question, that's for sure.
That's a huge red flag for me, that they can come in and change everything we know, all of history, and turn it into deception. And keep teaching deception over and over and over again until it becomes the norm.
The same man who said that he wanted a nation of workers and not a nation of thinkers. This was the same person who was found guilty of antitrust violations around the turn of the 20th century, who then went on to get his fingers in all of the education systems, of course with the promise of, I'll give you money, I'll make sure that your school has everything that it needs as long as you push these textbooks, as long as you push these narratives and you push these ideas. I'm going to give you a nation of workers and not a nation of thinkers. And that's exactly what we've become.
Now, this should tell you something, why we can't talk about literally the thing that we're standing on. Why is that?
Knowing that there is a creator, absolutely. That is one of the main reasons to hide this. But, at the same time, it's nowhere near comparison when 1 billion people find out that there's more land.
It's about hidden land. I think there's possible they could be hiding land in here somewhere with us. And I think that the Antarctica Treaty is very, very, very sinister, and there must be something else going on.
They went really tough with their implementation of the Antarctic Treaty and everything else, and just to keep people away from the truth. They didn't want people to know about more land.
Haven't we been fighting over land forever? Isn't that what always happens? Countries fighting over land, but not on the outskirts of Antarctica. Oh, no. No fighting there. They're all in agreement. You can't go there. You can't explore any of it.
That treaty was in effect in 1959. It can't even be questioned until the year 2041. The longest lasting treaty that all of the world signed on to at the same time and is still in place. Antarctica is the container of our world oceans. What is beyond Antarctica? Why is the government hiding Antarctica from us? Why is Antarctica completely off limits except for taking a tour of a little peninsula off of South America, which is nothing? And people go, well, you can go to Antarctica.
Well, we spent months trying to actually do it. Yeah. I was going to send a crew. They won't call back. You can't even go there. There's one peninsula where you look at penguins.
Exactly. And then you think, I have some friends that went to fucking South Pole. Yeah, they put them in that little fucking island with penguins. You can't just
saying you went to Antarctica and you walked around it. He's like being in New Jersey and saying you were chilling in California. It's fucking huge.
There's about 100 different companies that you can spend a lot of money to go on a little guided tour of just that peninsula, but all of those companies are owned under one umbrella. One person controls them all. They don't let anybody explore Antarctica.
Will be a fucking international headline in about 5 minutes. Australian Navy ship shoots it.
Facing our way. Bad boys.
Is it?
The turret is turning our way.
The turret's turning at us.
Wait, we should hide Adrian in case they think we're trying to
Don't search for gas. Don't search for gas on P5. It'll be the flat.
Just go. Send out the chopper. That's a drone. Is it? That's unreal.
When people say, why the lie? One of the main answers is they're hiding more land.
What if we can truly become free? The whole reason for this is because of more land. Because think about it, if there's more real estate, if there's more resources, natural resources, if there's more food for our starving children, if there's more space, more room for us to get away from the child sex trafficking, if there's places where we can go and other civilizations we can be a part of, where they don't charge you for water, they don't charge you for free energy, they don't charge you for property taxes. What if there is more land?
Nobody can go explore Antarctica, period. Because if humanity found out there's more land, then the heliocentric theory is gone. They can't start adding more continents on the bottom of a ball. It's just, they wanted it silenced right away.
There is evidence out there through old maps, namely the 1,000-year-old Japanese Kawabashi map, which shows continents and lands outwardly of what they call the ice shelf or the ice wall.
So why are they teaching the globe model? Well, you see, the globe is a container, and it's a container of all the known land. The Jesuits and the Freemasons, they needed a new model because they wanted a new world order.
Because right now on a ball or in a snow globe, there's only 7 continents. That's all there is. So everything is very limited. We have a limited supply.
Resources are very scarce because the Earth is a globe, right? It's cut off. Everything's cut off. If you open it up and there is more land, then there's plenty of resources. More land means more resources. Well, that's huge if they're hiding something like that. There's a scene in The Truman Show where Truman is like, I want to be an explorer when I get older.
I like to be an explorer, like the Great Magellan.
Oh, well, you're too late. There's really nothing left to explore.
Imagine if there's like all these beautiful places to explore still, and finding out that there's all this land, it just opens up the door for discovery again.
Have you ever heard of the eyewitness testimony written in the books, The Iron Republic, The Smoky God, Worlds Beyond the Poles?
In the late 1800s, there was a series of articles written in Florida Magazine about a politician that was tired of what was going on here, got a big ship and a crew, was exploring Antarctica, and he found a passageway through, and he popped out into the ocean, was lost for about a month. Finally, they found land with a city, and they pulled up, and it was a very advanced, quite different civilization, and very friendly, and they stayed there, and he writes about all the experiences he had there. In the late 1800s, they were talking about more land beyond Antarctica.
Remember, the word extraterrestrial means extra land. They're telling you that there's more land in here that they don't talk about.
There could be more land in some of the oceans where it's just all blue on the map. Nobody knows. You're not cruising around on big ships or flying over it on planes and looking, nobody's out there charting anything.
Have you heard of such a thing as no-fly zones? For instance, you can't fly in certain areas near the Arctic Circle or the Antarctic Circle. The reasons being is because there are lands there that we're not supposed to know about. They don't want those lands to be discovered.
All these corrupt systems that are stealing money from us, kidnapping our children, just doing horrible things. They rely upon the cattle staying on the ranch, the slaves on the plantation. That's why Flat Earth is the most important knowledge we can obtain. It's because there is more land.
Don't look at us and say, go prove it. They won't allow us to go prove it. We're not the lazy ones here. We're being restricted from going to prove this to you. So because of that, of course we're going to speculate. It's a red flag. If that's not a red flag to you, I don't know what is. They won't allow us to go. Allow us to go. If we go and there's nothing there, I'll admit I'm wrong. But all signs point that they're hiding more land.
You have to have permission to do everything. You have to have permission to marry the love of your life. You have to have permission to travel down the road when we have the inalienable right to travel from point A to point B. You people think you're free? You're not free. You're free-range chickens. That's what you are. You're free-range chickens held in an area
chickens, I love it.
you're not allowed to go past, and if not, you go to jail or you get shot. Stay on the plantation, do what you're supposed to do, pay your taxes, and shut up. Right?
Well, if there is more land, and I sincerely believe that there is, then that's the perfect reason to lie to everybody. I mean, it's not just about hiding a place for more resources and where else we can go and dig for gas and gold. It's not about that. They're hiding freedom. They know that as soon as we all find out that there's another place to go without dictatorship, that we'd be gone.
There's endless amounts of everything, and there's so much more land out there, and there's many places to explore, and they just want to keep us here in the middle of the pond, stuck here thinking that this is all there is.
What happens to the price of gold and all natural resources if there's more land? Gold can't go to $1 an ounce. Gasoline can't go to 20 cents a gallon. We can all have, thousands of acres of land to ourselves. The whole system crumbles. The entire system crumbles. Period.
On the other hand, we have the North, which is also off limits.
I went on my first official trip. I was going with my father and my grandpa Sinclair up to the North Pole. It was a very glamorous destination. I figured I was finally going to be let into the reason for the existence of this high security Arctic base. was exactly right. We drove slowly through and past the buildings on a special top secret mission. And that's when I understood just how powerful and wonderful my father was.
The North Pole is a biggie. It's always been in my mind. I've juggled with the idea, is there hidden land? Could they have possibly hidden a continent in the Arctic Ocean, which is seemingly an ocean? They could hide land there. Many old maps will show you the Hyperborean, 4 continents, crazy, and in the center, Axis Mundi. And I think that's what's there. I think there is Mount Meru. And I think that gives off an acoustic device.
There's definitely something special going on up there. And if you just think about that long enough, why do compasses point north? I mean, that's really wild in itself. What if we all took our compasses out and just followed them until it stops?
A compass will always point north, towards the magnetic north. There's some kind of force or some type of energy, frequency, vibration that's pulling that needle to the north.
It's crazy to think that all compasses are pointing north to the North Pole. No compass points south. There is no South Pole. There's no compass that's going to be, oh, go south. And no, it's come to the north. There's something there. I think we could all agree there's something there. And it's crazy that they cover it up. They've covered it up for so long.
There's ancient civilizations, the Nordics. There's people have talked about, the Rupert Nigra, the Mount Meru, the giant magnetic mountain at the center.
An entire magnetic mass or a mountain that is strong enough to make everybody's compass point north.
When I was a kid in school, they showed us a National Geographic video of the guys that were getting to the North Pole, and they just basically made it look so horrible and miserable and dark and cold that no kid ever in his life would go, hey, I want to go to the North Pole.
So if you watch any documentary about the North Pole or anybody venturing to the North Pole, all you're going to find is some dude mobbing on an ice sheet, and he's got a little device in his hand. He's like, 3, 2, 1, North Pole. And that's not the North Pole, man. That's bullshit.
I just don't know what this is.
It's a map. My father showed me a map like this once. Inside the circle is your world and my world. Many others. No one knows how many. The Dark Tower stands center of all things. And it stood there from the beginning of time. And it sends out powerful energy.
I think that there's possibly a North Pole part of the electromagnetic torus, which gives off a green light, which you see as the Northern Lights.
The North Pole is the center of the Earth. It is a hyperbola. Because we live in a toroidal field solar system, there must be a plane of inertia intersecting it in the middle, and there must be a hyperbola, hourglass, in the middle. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 5, it calls this Mount Meru. And why are we not allowed to go anywhere near there? Well, simply because you cannot go there. It is a magnetic toroidal hyperbola. Therefore, there is no way that you can fly anywhere near the North Pole in the center of the Earth.
Admiral Richard Byrd said he found more land, in the north as well as the south. There's a book called The Smoky God of a father and son that ended up finding more land in a race of giants with technology beyond your wildest imagination. Cartographers have charted, maps with land in the center, where all compasses point. There's just a lot of evidence pointing to more land. So yeah, 100%. I would put my life on it. There's more land at the north. It's just as heavily guarded as the south.
Can't be like, go check the north and, yeah, let me go check. I'll take some pictures and videos and come back. You're not even gonna get that close. You're gonna be turned around, the same as the South.
All the way up until the 1600s, they had 4 land masses around the North Pole region. And right after the 1600s is when it slowly started disappearing until finally it was all gone. And you can verify this for yourself if you just go back before the 1600s and look at maps of all sorts. You'll see these land masses on each one, and then sure thing, these land masses just started being deleted from history. So what are they hiding at the North Pole?
If we sit back and observe all of this evidence, this eyewitness testimony, the verdict would come back guilty. It would come back guilty.
Okay. You are moving 1,000 miles an hour as Earth rotates. You are moving 18 miles per second in orbit around the sun, and you don't feel any of that. Okay?
Okay.
You don't feel any of that. If it's trying to fling you off the Earth,
okay,
but the force of gravity is resisting back, by what force is it trying to fling you off? That upward centrifugal force subtracts from the gravitational force that the Earth is trying to put on you. It subtracts.
Okay.
So, Chuck, what do you weigh here and now?
192 pounds. Yeah.
I'll give you the 190 pounds, okay?
Okay.
So if you do the math, you run to Ecuador, because we're in the Western Hemisphere, so let's stay there. You run to Ecuador, you will not be 190 pounds. You'll be like 185 pounds.
What?
That's how significant it is.
That's
if I did my math correct, and I think I did, there are pounds less that you weigh for living on the equator than for living anywhere else, simply because the spinning Earth is trying to fling you off.
Nice.
Yes. Yes.
If the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour in a curved trajectory, we're dropping at a rate of miles per minute. But somehow none of that inertia affects these rocks here, which are perfectly balanced.
The fact is, the Earth is stationary, and that is scientific, not pseudoscience. In 1879, George Airy, Astronomer Royal for 49 years, who did a telescope experiment and proved that the Earth was stationary. Then we have
Parallax, also known as Rowbotham, who carried out an experiment in the late 1800s on the Bedford Levels experiment, where he went at a distance of 6 miles, which should have showed up some sort of curvature of around 16 foot. No curvature was seen at all.
Then we have Michelson, Morley and Sagnac in the early 1900s with their interferometers, using light instead of telescopes this time. And with their interferometer experiments, they proved that the ether over the Earth, the field, is moving and the Earth is stationary. We also had Michelson Gale. They did an experiment in the 1930s and proved that the Earth is stationary.
One of the greatest science experiments of all time, in my opinion, is from Marconi. Marconi in 1901 set up transmitters to send radio waves, like signals, wireless signals across the ocean, Atlantic Ocean, okay? So he has one set up in Europe and one set up in Canada, okay? And they're sending signals, I think the letter S was the first one, boom, and it worked. Almost 2,000 miles across the ocean, they got the signal. There's no curvature. You're talking about 600 miles of curvature between the 2 points. But it worked because all water's level. I don't even know if he was trying to talk about that at the time. It was just more about his technology that he was coming out with. And have you learned about that in school? No.
Then we have Pierluigi Ghina, a colleague of Marconi. And before he died, he showed people in his laboratory how the Earth is stationary. You can go to my channel, Mr. Astrotheology, and you can see videos of Mr. Pierluigi Ghina proving in his laboratory with strobe lights how you can prove quite easily that the Earth is stationary.
Every scientific experiment throughout time looking for axial rotation or curvature has proven the opposite. They don't teach this in schools. Any observation, when you go outside on a calm morning, you can see a perfectly glass lake. And your senses will tell you that, nothing is moving.
We, stationary Earthers, we have science, real science, on our side, and the globies have pseudoscience. In fact, all they have is Einstein saying, I have come to believe that no optical experiment can prove that the Earth is moving. And yet, the Earth is moving. Science!
Yeah, Albert Einstein. I always recommend people go watch Albert Einstein in his interviews. He's reading cue cards. He's reading notes that someone handed him, kind of like people on TV nowadays.
There is no optical experiment ever been conducted that can prove that the Earth is moving.
The Earth is spinning at 1,040 miles an hour. You can't feel it. You can't measure it. You can't observe it. You can't repeat it. But trust us, there's not one experiment that shows the Earth is spinning or moving whatsoever. There is, however, an experiment that was proven in Behind the Curve.
Bob Nodell was talking about the ring laser gyro, showing that there is a apparent 15 degrees drift throughout most of the day.
When we turned on that gyroscope, we found that we were picking up a drift, a 15 degree per hour drift.
And this was taken out of context. It was later, the experiment was done at a higher altitude, and it showed a different rotation speed, which absolutely proves it's not the Earth that's moving, that it's the ether that is spinning above us.
Netflix is mainstream. Netflix is the alternative mainstream narrative. Netflix can't go against the grain. They'll lose their contract.
A documentary, like a mockumentary. I'm sure someone watched our movie and was like, whoever made this movie is a government shill, and they're just trying to hide it. On Netflix is in on it, trying to hide it. Yeah, he accidentally proves that the Earth is round.
It was the biggest mic drop. It was the biggest mic drop, and I love that you kind of cut it.
The thing is, we have technology that is outrunning their lies. Now we have time lapse. Ooh, imagine that. We have time lapse where we can point at the sky, and year after year, day after day, hour after hour, the sky's spinning.
Every day there should be different stars, random stars, in the sky if we are traveling at 650 million miles an hour, which is Mach 870,000. Do you really believe that every year we move through space at 5.5 trillion miles every year? And yet every year the same stars keep turning over our Earth. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, year after year after year, and yet none of those constellations distort, change shape, get brighter. There has never been, in recorded history, we have never seen any star get brighter or dimmer or any shape of those constellations, which are still recognizable today as they were thousands of years ago. They never suffer any parallax or distortion.
Polaris has never moved in all of recorded history. Point your camera up at Polaris and do a time lapse and watch God's perfect timepiece spin above you.
And we move 5,694,000,000 miles through space every year. Congratulations to you if you believe that. It's called education, indoctrination, and dumbing down.
If you look back in history, you got Universal, their company. They started off with a logo with a globe in it, but it wasn't until like the 1920s that they actually had the motion one where it was a spinning globe. And they actually had an airplane in the early ones, like leaving a chemtrail that said Universal, which is kind of funny. Nobody has been high enough to even see what it looked like. They were definitely trying to instill the image of a globe in people's heads because obviously early on in the movie industry, they were one of the most popular companies to make movies, so people were going to the theater and seeing this globe.
So they're showing you a globe before every single movie to program your mind. They were showing this globe before they even went up there to see what it was. I think the first man ever to go up and check is Picard going up there. I mean, that's a story we're not taught in school.
From the practical point of view, Professor Picard's experiment is of the highest possible importance.
These timelines, these dates, these are facts.
We got Auguste Picard coming out in the 1930s in an actual publication by a science journal saying that the Earth looks like a flat disk with an upturned edge.
Besides Universal programming you had Walt Disney programming you with space documentaries for almost 15 years straight.
Some pretty crazy propaganda in the 1950s. There was one called Man in Space. He's talking about taking men to the moon in a rocket. And then if we cruise on, we got Richard E. Byrd. He goes on Longines chronoscope and he's sitting down and he's telling people.
Strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being.
Shortly after Richard E. Byrd did that interview, they put the Antarctic Treaty in place. And then 1 year later, NASA is established.
Almost 0 hour at Cape Canaveral, and enlarged 16mm pictures show a monkey specially trained and conditioned for voyaging in space. 2 monkeys had been selected for the job. They called them Abel and Baker, A and B, of course. In fact, the monkeys came down safely near Antigua. Reported none the worse after blazing the trail for human space travel.
They come in and they're the gatekeepers for your mind. Like, they're making sure that people think that they live on a spinning ball, and that's their sole purpose, that it has always been their sole purpose.
The magic of engineering. I would wear a mask on my face in a nanosecond, but unfortunately we lost the technology.
It can take days, even weeks, to produce just a single image. The dazzling final results, enough to keep us all dreaming.
NASA is hiding the frickin' flatness of the Earth. Why? It's okay to say, I have a fisheye lens, right? Because, yeah, fisheye lenses are useful. You know, you get more, in architecture or, realtors use them. But when you're doing it too much and you're not really coming out and saying why, questions build up.
A fisheye lens was invented. So these space agencies had a heads up already. And the fisheye lens was originally, I think, $27,000 to purchase. And this is in 1923. I mean, today that's about, what, 100 grand, 200 grand equivalent in cost? And people would tell me, Hippler, I'll give you that. NASA is a lying government entity, right? But what about Red Bull? Red Bull is just an energy drink. And I saw Felix Baumgartner jump out of the space capsule. Flat Earthers did a great job of debunking that. Of course it's a fisheye lens. It's not even a question. What most people don't know is that Neil deGrasse Tyson, the science priest of modern day, that everybody loves and they listen to him. Oh, he's so smart. Well, he is a smart man in the sense of he knows that we debunked the shit out of that.
And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, Felix Baumgartner, edge of space jump. Now, I don't. It's he wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he's like, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Neil's on our side. Neil's on our side.
That stuff
Yeah.
is flat.
Neil deGrasse Tyson to the BC Tekken 1. Neil deGrasse Tyson, BC Tekken 1. Thanks.
So we put so much pressure on Neil deGrasse Tyson to come clean. He had to. We exposed Felix Baumgartner. That's a complete fisheye lens. There's no curvature at all on this Earth, let alone they're trying to sell it as 23 miles up. There's curvature. Even though people will sit there and swear they saw curvature out of an airplane 10 miles high. Yeah, okay. So your priest Neil deGrasse Tyson admits 23 miles up, no curve. How do you feel about that?
Yeah. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, and my favorite Discord channel is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0 Live. Did I say I was Neil deGrasse Tyson? Thanks. I love your program, you guys. Keep going. It is flat. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Neil. We appreciate you stopping in. Yeah, we figured you were one of our fans. Uh-huh. Hey, Jackie.
Hello,
Hello.
Vic. Hey, Jackie. I see Victor in here with no rules. How are you, Victor?
I'm fine, bro. Yeah.
Super fantastic. How goes it on this landmass that we dwell upon from your standpoint, my friend? What are we standing on?
Do you hear me right? Or
Yeah, we can hear you.
okay, because I think I have some problems with my mic, but yeah.
Sounds pretty good. A little bit close, maybe, but. So, what do you think of what we're standing on? We're all standing on. What do you think the condition of Earth is, in general?
What do you mean with condition?
Are we on a moving, spinning ball in a vacuum of space?
Well, maybe Michelson and Morley experiment will answer you, because there is no experiment that proves that the Earth is moving. I think it's only a 30 at least.
So what you're trying to say is there's never been any definitive, irrefutable proof that Earth is in motion at all? Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, because people who who say that we are moving, they have to prove it, and there is no mechanical experiment.
Yeah.
So yeah, Michelson and Morley was clear.
Yeah, you're onto something there, my friend. So yeah, it's good to hear people talk that have common sense, because none of us have ever sensed that Earth was in motion, other than when you have an earthquake, right? Or a sonic boom, maybe, like, or something like that. But no one ever has. So that puts the burden of proof squarely on the shoulders of anyone who says that they know we're moving.
Yeah.
They would have to prove it. Yes, they would have to prove it.
You took it right out of my head. I just wanted to say, Victor, no, Victor, buddy, your English is awesome. I want to tell you, man, you're doing a great job. And the fact that you said it like that,
it's
excellently said.
Nah, I think so. Yeah, about the flat Earth, I think that Glovers have to prove it, but because I think the theory is collapsing. Many people is waking up, and there is no experiment. So what can we say?
Yeah, even
the
beyond
Earth is
experiment,
motionless.
even beyond experiment, just a simple geometry, the effects of the actual surface, it's like not necessarily us saying it. We have nothing to do with it. We could step aside and say, it measures this way. Look, see for yourself. We could do it together. It always looks the same that you see square, straight out in front of you into any place much further than the geometry of the globe would ever allow, right? So it's like that.
Yeah,
Q statement. It really is. If P then Q statement, being that you have the P and the Q are established facts. Okay, well, yeah, they say it's supposed to be 3,959 miles approximately, at the equator. But at the surface, when was that ever measured to verify all of these facts that we're going to build upon now? Well, they don't have any foundation at step one. That's kind of a problem. Yeah. It's good to have you on board. Welcome to the server.
Yeah, it's different to say, for example, if I say that there is a dome, I have to prove it.
That's a claim.
But if I say the sun and the moon has the same size, yeah, I don't have to prove anything.
Right. You could just, because somebody could just simply go out there and do that themselves at any time in daylight. They could just go out right now, tell them wherever you're at. Just so you see, anybody can experience that, right? But the things, other things the globe is trying to, the other things the globe is trying to convince people that they're experienced, they've never experienced.
Yeah, and then I think what Galileo or Copernico thought that the Earth is a globe because he thought that could be like that. It's like an instinct, and then and now we can use our sense. I don't know how to explain it, but if I see the moon and the sun at with the same size, I don't have to prove anything, So yeah, that's my point. That flat earthers don't have to prove anything. Another point is that all the people who was discovering or making the heliocentric model are Jesuits. So we have really motivation related to religion or something like that. It's like moving around the sun is like. Do you mean like the sun is a god or something like that? Just check the Jesuit logo. It's a sun. Yeah, the things makes me think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Victor, in due course, you will get that as a role when there's a mod around that can grant you access. Not sure. Orion, I'm not sure. No, Orion doesn't have. I don't know. We need to grant you that role, though. Hopefully somebody can do when they're around next.
Yeah, it's okay. I just want to show you that the Jesuit logo is a sun. It's more complicated than people think.
So wait a sec. You said the Disney logo is the sun?
Jesuits. I don't know how to say in English, but yeah, with IHS. Yeah.
Well, here's another question for you. What do you think the sun is?
Well, actually, I don't know. There are many theories, like the electric universe. So maybe it's electromagnetic source, but I don't know. It's only theories. The only thing that I can see is that it has the same size of the moon and it's moving over the Earth. So I don't have a consistent theory yet.
So you say same size as the moon, right?
Yeah.
How did you confirm that?
Because I see it in the sky.
Okay. So it's more of a visual confirmation that you can kind of ascertain, or did you actually use like a sextant or something like that to confirm its diameter?
Yeah, I mean, I see the same size, but I don't have to prove anything. Okay.
No, that's dude.
No.
I get it.
Okay, listen. Yeah. So if you say that the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, you have to prove it because we don't see that. Okay, and yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So, believe me, I'm of the same opinion when it comes to the observables. The model that I follow, they're of the same opinion. They present that they've calculated it with a sextant using sine, cosine, tangent. I guess, yeah, and confirmed that the sun and the moon apparently are both 51 kilometers in diameter. I still have no idea how they actually got to that point, but they've presented everything else so as a matter of fact. I'm kind of sitting back going, well, okay, this makes a lot of sense.
They calculated with the Venus size, but they didn't have I don't know how to explain that. We can know the sun size, but we have to take more I don't know, data about the other planets. So
right,
I know it's too difficult. But if you just search for information about the heliocentric model history, you will go crazy because there is a lot of controversial things and a lot of questions without answer. So
right. Well, again, man, welcome to the server. When did you join up?
I don't remember, but before summer, I think. I don't know.
Very good. Well, again, welcome to the server. I'll be here just going on mute.
Sorry?
I'm just saying, welcome to the server. I'll be here just going on mute. I have a couple files to work on, but again, welcome to the server, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey everybody. Hey Victor, how you doing?
Hey.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. I'm really interested in history and trying to figure it out. And I thought it'd be cool to chat with a Spanish guy about Spain. Why not?
Yeah, it's good. We have like 40 degrees, but it's okay.
Yeah, that's a bit, I don't like it. I prefer cold climate personally, but
yeah, me too.
I bet I would love the south of Spain from what I've seen in the pictures and heard from people, stories from. I'm sure I would love that. It's super hot, like Mediterranean kind of thing. I could dig it.
Very rustic as well, isn't it? But yeah, I'm kind of interested with the Catholic part of it's mostly Catholic, is it not?
We could find somebody to give you a image perm. I don't see anyone around right now though. I'm sure there'll be a mod along here. Someone's listening. But
Sorry, I'm back.
nonetheless, Victor, if you need to, you can DM something you wanna post to probably any one of us. Give it.
Yeah.
Send a DM to
Yeah, I have
Andy if you can post something, and he'll post it for you.
Yeah, I have sent the Jesuit logo to Kiwi. If you want, I can send. Yeah, if you can show this to the other people, I've sent you in DM to you. You have to pay attention to the symbols.
Yeah, I've seen this on a lot of a lot of.
You have to pay attention, man.
Bunch of universities around here that have that, and like some of the first universities that were here in San Diego. As you know, San Diego was where the first mission up to the Norte Californias, right? So
yeah,
I see that on a lot of the Christian churches have that, or I think they're Christian churches. They're probably Jesuit churches. Let me post an image. Sorry, I forget. Here we go.
Yeah, this more than economic profit and interest is like more spiritual, because moving around the sun is like a sun cult, you know? And
yes.
Yeah. There are Egyptian symbols.
Right. They've been giving us these signs in the corporate images. The corporate images, right? The corporate images have been giving us these signs and symbols all the entire time, right?
Yeah, and look at the CIA from the United States logo. It's a hawk, I think, or an eagle. It's like the Egyptian eagle with the sun. I think you have to pay attention to the symbols. They are everywhere.
Let's look it up. We'll do a deep dive. Hold on. Here's an image. Hold on a second. Yeah, look at that. Hold one moment. These are not our images, so we're not, we're just showing you what.
No, that's no. I think it's
no.
Other logo, yeah.
A different one.
Different one, yeah.
The one with the eagle? No. Let's see. Hold on. You have to be more specific. Oh wow! Look at this one. Is that real? No, that's got to be not. The official one? They all show that.
Maybe it's not CAI, but
might be another one.
CIA.
FBI?
Maybe not, but
no, I don't know. I'm just kind of spitballing here. Give me some more ideas. Which one? This looks like the. Oh, wait a second. I didn't want to click on that. Oh, sorry about the background.
Oh no, I think it's the government. Let me.
Do you hear the background noise? Is it bad?
Sounds like it's raining there or something.
Oh, good. Okay, that's all. That's not bad. Okay.
I don't find the image, but yeah, they are everywhere.
I'll post
Like
some of
it seems to.
the ones you just sent. I'll post some of those too. Hold on one second. Boomer getting back to the live stream. Voice text. There's one. And
Maybe the Egyptian religion is coming back. It's returning.
I'll accept your friendship there also, Victor, and I can vouch for you. Like once a moderator shows up, or I could direct message one of them. I mean, technically, you didn't even have to go through like your main points. Just you can tell you're a flatty, flatty. That's funny. We could spot each other from the tone of voice or something. You're like, I know that one's a flatty.
Yeah, I've always been fascinated by that time in Spain. I don't exactly know what happened, but legend has it that once upon a time it were occupied by blonde-haired, blue-eyed Scythian legends. And then, obviously, I want to say Moors, but could call them a few things, Arabs, Berbers.
Yeah, but where are you from?
I'm from the UK.
Oh, okay.
And all that Spanish Inquisition, all that stuff, I'm fascinated by that. I just like to try and piece together history.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's a bit of a mess.
Yes, you know that the British Empire has a lot to say in the Arctic model history.
Of course.
Yeah. With Antarctica and yeah, a lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, the UK is guilty of so much. Wanting to take control. It's always about control with these fucking psychopaths. So, yeah, UK is one of the worst perpetrators for sure. And I just got a new book by this guy called sorry, I'll have to look at it. W. Winwood Reade. It's called The Veil of Isis, The Mystery of the Druids. Brilliant book.
Yeah.
I think it were released I think it were mid 1800s. And I'm enjoying it. Apparently, London, before it was London, was called New Troy. New Troy, imagine that.
Well, yeah, right. Because what about Brutus?
Okay, wait.
Right.
So,
Brutus,
guys, I need to go. Maybe I'm back.
Bye, dude.
in
No
20 minutes.
worries. No worries.
Hey,
Yeah,
Victor.
bye.
All right.
Bye.
Adios. Hasta luego.
Yeah, Brutus, Britain. And I like the fact that he was talking about because you realise that there's all this stuff about giants. Keep hearing this stuff. It's in the Bible. It's in, a lot of Eric's debate's content. But this guy talks about it in a slightly different way. He gives these stories. And he talks about this, epic fight that took place in Cornwall. And then he tells you how Cornwall came about, which I found very interesting. But then he says that they didn't specifically write things down like we think of writing things down. But when they, gathered around and all had a few drinks and spoke of their battles and whatnot, they would talk of these heroes in a giant sense. So they echoed them through the past as giants, if you know what I mean. They painted them as bigger than life sort of thing. That's the sort of what I was getting from it. Although we see these supposed bones that they've been dug up, and these footprints, etc., etc. There's a lot more to this than I have any idea, obviously. But I love stuff like this where he'll tell you what the story is and then what he thinks about it. I'll just give you a flavour of it if you like. Now he's explaining here the different traditions from the Romish Church, the Greeks, Persian, Arabs, etc., etc., and just how it degraded from one thing to another. Now, corruption grew upon corruption, and suspicion flung a black, hideous veil over the doctrines of a religion. A religion is lost as soon as it loses its simplicity. Truth has no mysteries. It is a descent alone that lurks in obscurity. Got to turn this light up. Sorry, I can barely see this. Men manipulated God into 1,000 names and created him always in their own image, too. Him, too, whom they had once deemed unworthy of any temple less noble than the floor of the earth and the vast dome of the sky. They worshipped in caves, and then in temples which were made of trunks and trees, rudely sculptured, and arranged in rows to can't really see this. Imitate groves. Such were the first buildings of worship erected by man from no reverse for the deity, but to display that which they doubtless conceived to be stupendous efforts in art. It may not be needless to remind some of my readers that a superior being must view the elegant temples of the Romans, the gorgeous pagodas of the Indians, and our own Gothic cathedrals with feelings similar to those with which we contemplate the rude efforts of the early heathens, who deemed God unworthy of the fruits and flowers which he had himself made, and offered to him the entrails of beasts and the hearts of human beings. Isn't that interesting? I just love that.
Yeah, where are you reading that from? Can you drop a link in the voice text? I like to catch on stuff like that later and find audiobooks to listen to reprogram myself from years and years, decades, 5 decades, and more of globe indoctrination. I need to reprogram that.
I'm not used.
While I'm sleeping.
Yeah, that's exactly what I do. I just fall asleep to philosophers and such. But I'm not very, as you could hear, I'm not very good at reading out loud. I'm better at reading inside. But I can listen the hell out of books. Audiobooks is the way.
No, actually, I disagree, Andy. I actually think you read it well, and I can understand you, and your voice is actually good to listen to, actually. So I wouldn't say that about yourself. That's not up to us to decide. It's up to the audience, but I think your voice sounds great. And I could listen to you doing an audiobook or something. I would even urge you to do something like that.
Yeah, it's obviously dark now, so I can barely see it, but I'm making excuses. The thing is, what I'm trying to say is, I think maybe it's because I was read to as a child. I don't know. I don't really know what it is, but I can listen to books for hours. But as soon as I start reading a book, by page, by page 2,
I hardly ever fall asleep. That's one time I could fall asleep.
By page 2, I'm like, but yeah, I love stuff like that, and just trying to piece together history from these fragments we have, and figuring out which is what. It's tricky business, and just think about that. Just taking the create, because that's where it is, isn't it? Once upon a time, we were innocent, and we just gave thanks for the creation. But then all of a sudden, we had to dice it up into a billion pieces and start questioning. And I know I've come in here and I often say it's important that we question everything, and etc. But just the two states of being, one's just ingratitude, and the other's just tearing everything apart. And imagine offering the creator pieces of his immaculate creation.
Oops, I broke it. I broke a piece off of it. I was going to say something. Whoever was saying that kefir water, brilliant. Was that you, Andy?
Yeah, I drink kefir water. Yeah, I drink.
You're the one that told me about it, right?
So, that's my preferred tipple.
So I have some right now. I just make it in about a 16-ounce jar, and I put some things in there and some fruit and a little bit of sugar. And it comes out slightly cloudy, but sort of fizzy, and I mixed it with about half and half distilled water and the kefir water. Now, do you know if this has alkaline properties? It probably does, right?
You might.
It tastes like it's like fully like alkalinized water at that point.
Yeah, I'd highly recommend it, but I actually think you're talking about Timbo. I could be wrong, but
it might be Timbo. Yeah, it could be. I think you're right.
Can't tell the difference between Australia and England.
See, it's really good. I'm sure, because like I started drinking like a tonic of sometimes apple cider vinegar, lemon juice, and water, right? And just drink it down, and it helps things start to move. Yeah. So this is similar. I put some of the quince fruit, a very ripe one, so a very sweet one. And it made it taste kind of citrusy, even though there's no lemon in there. It has a citrusy kind of flavor. Is that the way yours tastes from the berries?
I actually want to read you what this says, but I actually can't see. It's too small. It's got too dark, and I can't see it. But I just buy it. That's the difference between you and me, Sonny.
You just buy it.
I just buy it. Yeah. Timbo probably makes it. I don't know, but.
Yeah, I make everything myself. You'd be surprised how industrious I am. I save every seed almost. Like, I have seeds saved up that I've been saving for years, 4 or 5 years of seed saving, like organic apple tree seeds, or apple seeds. I don't know if they would grow, but they were supposed to have been organic, most of them. Just generally a bunch of seeds from different things. So I make like all this stuff. I found out I could digest milk much better if it's in a kefir form. So I have a better utilization of that that protein type than if it were straight lactose. I think it's harder on my digestion, but once it's converted over, it's like a liquid energy. And since I'm an athlete, like I'm exercising every day, you know, but sometimes to my demise, or like I recently realized I was living with a dislocated hip for like probably a couple of years. I don't even know how long. And I relocated, I adjusted my hip. It hurts like hell because it was out of joint, I think. I popped it back in, and the top of my quadricep at the very top, it's all beat up in there. But I can live with that because now I can put weight on it, and I don't feel a shock of electrical pain shooting down through my leg and causing my foot to go numb. So, like, I think I was healed. It sounds weird, and if I'm just imagining that I'm better than I think I am, I'm just gonna roll with it because it's better than the alternative. And honestly, it's so weird, man. It feels like there's missing muscles in the front now because it popped back in there. I literally did a lunge and popped that joint back in. I never felt anything like that. It wasn't pleasant.
It's a young man's game, Sonny. Come on.
It felt like shrapnel going through my hip. Bam! Like literally. And I go, oh God, this could be really bad. Like if I felt that, but for some reason, and look, I've always been very like loose jointed. You know how some people have looser joints? So like I've always been very limber. And when I was young, I probably overstretched too far trying to do martial arts. Like I probably hurt myself in areas.
Sonny, you know, I blame the moonshine. I blame it on the moonshine.
You're fucking funny, man. It's about time you got here. Yeah, right on. No, I don't know, man. Like this last year has been fucking horrendous for me, man. Literally, like and most of my problems, all of those problems are my problems. Like I have to take possession of them, but that's okay. That being said, I think we can cause amazing changes to happen in ourselves because I felt like this release that had been locked up in that joint for years, maybe even my entire life. I don't know how to describe it. Because look, I was born like deformed. My legs, my mother used to tell me, she said your legs were twisted in and we had to massage your legs. So no wonder I'm this late in age and I get these cramps all over in my body, like because I was born deformed. So I'm living with these things like in a time when like scoliosis, they didn't ever check for stuff like that. I have a curved spine. I have all these problems. So now I realize like, shit, I've survived all this crap. Like, I don't know how I did it. There was a lot of times when I just had to surpass the pain. Like I've been in a lot of physical pain because of this situation my whole life. And a lot of my life was just spent trying to blot it out the best I could with any means available. Well, I've survived that much, pretty much, you know. Anyway, not to get personal, but back to the topic. Earth is.
No, I was just going to say, did you make your own sauerkraut as well?
Yeah, I have some in there right now. Shit. I forget about stuff now. I'm getting so much stuff. Well, so much, like not that much food, but that kind of food's always good.
You can do that. I just buy that in as well, so and it's so easy. It's just basically salt and weight. I mean, weight and waiting.
Waiting for the next little clue that helps us with the following step. On this path. think I should put some of those words together, just speaking like I am, and just put some music behind it with a beat, because it does have a rhythm. You know what I found myself doing here? I found myself doing like a Mary Mom type of narrative, like how she speaks like and she's got a rhythm, and I started picking up on that. Like I realized yesterday I was using like her rhythm and her cadence somehow. Like it gravitated over to my style somehow. Like I thought that's pretty cool. Yeah.
Sorry, Sonny, I'm here. I'm almost done eating a sandwich.
No.
I'll be in and out. I'm running errands today, but I'm listening.
Oh, cool. No worries. What a life. It's all good. So I'm just hoping this thing with my tendons and things like that, like, isn't something of a more serious nature, because of my problems I've had, like with my shoulders. Used to be double jointed, and so I've always had problems with my shoulders and other things, and the muscles in my legs, because I just don't stop moving during the day most of the time. And when I try, it doesn't work out good, because then I'll still be anxious, and the energy's all pent up then. It's interesting. But there's always a balance. I mean, it must have been nice when you could go down to the market somewhere down in the town square and get any kind of plant, food, fruit, vegetable, like anything. You think that would be like more available? But I guess actually all I'd have to do probably is just move a little bit out of town, and it's more like that. But you think this being a world port, a worldwide port of entry, this harbor here, it's a huge harbor too. That it'd be resplendent. Is that the right word? It'd be resplendent with everything, every possible good would be available everywhere. Like on the corners, it'd be like, I don't know. Just saying. But no. I guess I'm thinking like something that would be helpful for humanity. I guess that's my problem.
What you need to do is figure out how to dominate them. Hide all the good shit from them.
Listen, I heard a Glober recently, try to defend the achievements of NASA and space programs alike. And they posted this article, and I'll see if I can find it. I probably can't, but there's an article about, scientific advancement that they've provided. No cures for diseases, no way to utilize water better. Nothing really that helps humanity, but their ability to perform science. What they call science.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they've kept all that shit for themselves. There's a lot of talk of the Schumann residence. I don't know if you ever heard of that. I wouldn't be surprised one bit if you know, we hear some of this stuff about these ancient buildings with the Antiquitech, these antennas. Maybe they were put there for worship, but maybe they were also places of healing. I won't be surprised. So I imagine they keep that shit for themselves. I mean, they got to get some out on it. It must be stressful. Keep trying to, you know, control everyone. Trying to make the impermanent permanent. It's terribly stressful. My message to you is let it go. But they can't, of course. I was actually going to say something meaningful, and I can't remember what.
That's okay. I'll just keep talking until you remember.
It's been that good.
So, yeah, actually, what I found about the moonshine is I could drink it like as long as I was just being moderate last night. I got tipsy enough to where I could still walk around and not feel this pain from having relocated my hip back into joint. And I didn't get hungover in the morning, but I don't drink like I used to either. Like I never get drunk. I don't want to ever feel drunk again. So I can drink just a slight little buzz. And now what I found out with this very highly purified mixture, 98%, that I made, it's very pure. And so just a little tiny nip of it, less than a half of a teaspoon at a time, is enough.
And you mix that with other things?
Well, I mixed it with my tea. I mixed it very, very light solution, but I prefer just to sip a tiny little taste of it on my tongue and then drink some tea after it, some cold tea. Lately, because it's been hot as hell outside, so a nice cold kombucha tastes great, man.
That sounds awesome. I mean, I personally stopped drinking caffeine a long time ago, but I'm seriously considering getting back into a tiny bit, because you do get a little bit, but not much.
I do drink caffeine, but I'm a blood type also.
Hey, real quick, I posted in the live stream voice text NASA's greatest achievements according to Google. Let me just read these for you. So, number 1 is Explorer 1, the first U.S. satellite. So, not real. Hubble Space Telescope, the universe unveiled. So, nothing. Chandra X-ray Observatory, the high-energy universe. Nothing beneficial there. The Juno spacecraft, a trip to Jupiter. So, nope. How about this? Apollo 13, brilliance at mission control. These are accomplishments, by the way. They say a trip to Jupiter and brilliance at mission control is a nationwide accomplishment for this, okay? Two more.
That's Apollo 13. We'll get back to that Apollo 13. Go on.
Okay, there's 2 more. The space shuttle, and the accomplishment is reusable spacecraft. And here's the best one. Here's the best one. Are you ready for a reason to do this? The Apollo 8 mission, its accomplishment was Lunar Christmas Eve. Whatever the fuck that is. So
that's probably where they spent all the taxpayers' money in one big, huge party.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I want to know how those things are accomplishments. Yeah, they say they did those things, but they aren't relevant. They don't advance society. Y'all have stolen tens of hundreds of billions. And those are your quote-unquote accomplishments. Wow. Holy shit.
You're lucky all those boomers died. Most of the boomers died already, like before they got wind of this shit. Because I'm one and I'm pretty pissed. I want my money back, as a matter of fact. If you're listening.
I don't know. Sometimes, depending on, I don't know, how I'm feeling, like, yes, of course, there's a part of me that's like, this is disgusting when you see homeless across Detroit and, what am I thinking of? Streets of Philadelphia. Yeah, Philadelphia.
No, right here. Listen, America's
I know LA's bad. I know LA's bad.
No,
I'm just
San
saying.
Diego. San Diego, America's finest cesspool. America's
Well,
finest city, I mean.
Well, then I get these rare occasions where I'm kind of, I don't know, it's difficult not to, I don't want to say admire, that's not the right word, but to respect the chutzpah.
I admire those homeless camps. That was a quite neat one.
Oh, I mean, the scam. Dude, it's amazing. It's a pretty amazing scam when you really think about it. You know, it's like when I see these evil bastards with this thing that's been happening recently, there's a part of me that sort of, I think, wow.
Yeah, we can't go back to the moon. Oh, yes, we can go back to the moon, but you're homeless? Screw all of you. You still stay out there. Here's a new tent. Have fun.
And that's the thing. If I don't have to see the terrible suffering and heartbreak and heartache and all the, the crying and the terribleness right in front of my face.
Yeah, what about whole families that have grown up homeless?
As long as I don't have to see that in my first and everyday experience, then occasionally I can sort of laugh along with it and go, look how clever this is.
How about generations of people that have never lived under a roof?
Yeah, I mean, I think you should get a birth just by being born. You should have a birthright of clean water, clean food, at the least,
and a place to live, so you're not a vagrant in your own.
Wait a minute, we don't get them first two.
What the hell? I mean, saw that room in Texas. Just spread it out over the whole thing. There's plenty of room. All 7 billion could live in freaking Texas. They said it might not. It might be a little close quarters with those kind of numbers, but there's still enough room. So, okay, just spread it out over like Wyoming, Oklahoma, Nebraska, Iowa, Illinois, like all that land. They got everybody shoved into little corners in the cities on purpose.
Yeah, they do say if you chucked everyone end over end, they could chuck them all in Grand Canyon. So I don't know, but it's fun visual to think about.
It's like so ridiculous, the whole thing, like the whole fallacy of control and what you're allowed or not allowed to do. Who says so? It's really frustrating. Because I think every generation is going to go like I am. Like, why didn't I do better? Why didn't my generation do better? And then one's coming up, hopefully you're not in the same situation. Hopefully you'll be able to say, we did do better. We're still pushing, and we're going to keep on pushing, and we're going to keep trying to be free.
I mean, I did see a horrific comment underneath one of these. I can't really talk about it too much. The comment itself, I can say because it's neither here nor there, but when you really think about it, it's kind of horrific. But the whole thing we've seen over the last couple of years, it were under one of these, I can't really say it. Let's just say medical type videos. And the comment, it seems quite not innocent, but it's not as bad as you think, because you know on BitChute, you can just imagine how bad some of those comments are. But the comment was sort of, no, they're just getting rid of all the heretics. I was like, I don't know. I mean, the reality is it could be that we needed to get rid of some people. And who's going to put the hand up? Anyway, I'd rather be more positive. On a more positive note, actually a friend's just been round to see me. He lives in Scotland, so I don't get to see him that much. And he's had plenty of that experimental thing, and he's fine. So there's plenty of people out there that's had it, and they're totally fine. So. But yeah, he's a train driver, so I don't know. There's all sorts of things he's got to watch out for. But he was telling me about like I was saying to him, you got to take some CBD oil because I swear by it. And he were a bit weary about his job and this, that, and the other. And I was saying, no, there's no THC in it. You can buy it THC free. But still, he's a bit, But he was telling me about the, they've got a union and basically we're coming to a place where everybody's going on strike, like the Royal Mail and all the rest of it, because obviously there's a disconnect between some people that are pushing energy prices through the roof, and then these other people, the rates that people are getting paid are not going up whatsoever. So they I've said it a million times, they're destroying the middle class, and that's what I told him. We can go back to the.
They destroyed it a long time ago, my friend. Yeah.
But I was saying,
it was gone by the 90s. Like the middle class had already been pretty much dissolved.
But this is why I like piecing together history. Just thinking about the no popery and all that stuff, and Protestantism creating that middle class in the first instance and giving people somewhat of a semblance of a decent life where they could have 2 holidays and 2 cars even, and wow.
Yeah, I actually have a book, a mimeograph, I know that's an old word, copy of a book from 1850s talking about popery in the financial systems and the government of the U.S., like that it's an insidious plot of the Zionists, which they absolutely were correct.
Yeah. Well, I can't refute it.
I forget what the title is of this. I'll look it up. I'll send you a DM eventually. It might take me a little while, but I'll remember. It's actually a book. Wait a second. Let me go look right now since I'm thinking it. Let me walk over there. Can't believe I can walk. I say that now. Still pretty good. Dang. Where's that? Can't find it right now. I'll have to look later. This place too.
So I realized this morning when I was having coffee that if we use a level to build stuff and we then look out, if we have an opportunity maybe to perhaps we're building a lake house, if you will. So we use our level to build this lake house, which is sitting on the shores of a body of water. I've realized that a body of water is literally just the Earth's leveling device. Any body of water is literally the Earth's leveling device. I think that's pretty damn dope. At a 71% advantage as well.
Hi guys, can you hear me? Hi.
Hello?
Hi. Where are you from, Kiwi?
Sorry, slow to get back to the mute button. Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Canada.
Oh, Canada.
Yes, sir.
You're you're near to the North Pole.
Closer than most, I guess. Yeah. But I'm not getting up and going there anytime soon.
Yeah, maybe you can see the dark sun. The black. Yeah.
I'm good. I don't need to leave. I can see it all from the convenience of Google. Just need to know what you're looking for. But yeah, I know our fellow board member Miguel. He's from Portugal. So it's super cool. So you're in Spain, right?
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Surrounded by water, which is amazing. So you obviously look around What's the highest elevation you've been to in Spain? In Spain, sorry, Spain.
Sorry.
What's the highest elevation you've been to in Spain?
I don't know what you mean.
Have you ever been to maybe a mountaintop or?
No, I'm not sure. I don't know how to answer that question. Sorry.
Okay. Have you ever gone higher than normal, the normal ground around you?
Yeah, on a plane.
Like
Okay.
Elevation del Montaños. Is that the right? I'm probably horrible at Spanish, but I basic.
Yeah, mountains, bad.
So how high is it? Elevation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sonny. I appreciate that.
Asking, what is the mejor elevación that you've been to yourself? Sorry about the Spanglish.
In a mountain, I don't know, like, yeah, I have been in tiny mountains. So the highest, I don't know, point I have been is in a plane, 10 kilometers. But in a mountain, I didn't go to a high mountain, if it makes sense.
And cuánto metros elevation?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
But you said Mount LeBlanc.
Yeah, I know it, but I didn't go there.
I'll look it up.
I haven't been there. But I'm sure that the Earth looks completely flat from there. Like on a plane, 10 kilometers, completely flat.
Like those shots from Mount Everest, one of the peaks up in the up.
Yeah,
there.
completely flat. If you can,
Like all the way around. Yeah, they circle all the way around, and it's completely no deviation. So.
Yeah, but Everest is about 8 kilometers high, and a plane is 10 kilometers, and you can't see the curvature from 10 kilometers. It's impossible. In the sphere, the official model is impossible. So people say, "Oh, I have seen the curvature from the Everest," and they are silly, bro. They are lying.
What I think Andy was talking about earlier about history is very interesting. That whole with the Spanish and Portuguese and English and the age of exploration, there were some top secret things about what Earth was that were being sported about within the halls of the courts, like inside these castles, and things.
Yeah.
Where the leaders were discussing top secret information about what these explorers were going, and so there was espionage and there was stolen maps, and it was probably ruthless, but this was top secret information because they kept that secret and they hid it away in the vaults of what Earth really was at that time, and then they started printing books. Yeah. And they hid away all what happened before because their age of discovery was continuous. Like people were traveling across oceans from Africa to the North and South America, and all the way across from Polynesia to South America, and vice versa probably. And right, so people have been traveling across the oceans for centuries and centuries. They just lied and said when they figured out Earth is flat. that's the only way we could get there. Like when they came back from their, like Sir James Ross, that they named the ice shelf, like Magellan, like all of his logs and information about how they navigated the same way we do now. Just they didn't have as accurate a clock, so they couldn't do it. Like they were off, but they were using celestial navigation probably with cross staffs and the predecessors, astrolabes, and other flat charts to travel across oceans. That was those charts were top secret. You could be boarded by the Admiralty if you had in possession of illegal charts.
Yeah, I'm sure there are a lot of flat Earth maps, but are difficult to find.
Not even map. Actually, the actual navigational charts that navigate, like you never see any of that stuff ever.
For navigation, they use stars.
Yeah, but I'm saying they wrote it down on flat charts. They charted their progress on flat charts. Even if they didn't know the area, they took a flat chart. They made squares on it, equilinear, rectilinear. Has sections, so you could section out where you're traveling along at a certain compass angle, and that was all done on flat charts that you were actually navigating, where you made notes on margins and in areas where you found things. You made notes on the chart as to your sightings, your elevation angles at certain times of the day, like that stuff. Do you ever see any of that for sale on eBay? No, isn't that amazing?
Yeah. Now, I think I understand it, but it's not necessary. I think I don't know.
Well, let's say like Columbus, like Cristobal Colon, or whoever he was, or even if he even existed. If he did, he was probably a Portuguese spy anyway, right? I think so. And he was Jewish, by the way. And millions of Jews were being expelled from Spain right at that time, which is freaking pretty incredible. And then they funded.
If Columbus exists,
I went deep dive in all these explorers, man. I'm a sailor too at heart, so I like sailors' stories. And
do you think Columbus exists?
I don't know.
Do you think Columbus exists?
He may have, but if he was, I think it's more closer to what I'm saying. He was a Portuguese spy that was funded by the crown. He was actually a Jew, which have DNA. There's evidence to that too.
Bro, they have lied to you about the shape of the Earth. Trust me, they can create a person called Columbus.
Yeah. Oh, they can, for sure. Absolutely. And that's quite a possibility as well. That's a good possibility.
Yeah, it's a possibility,
but if we just kind of take it apart from what actually, I mean, maybe it's just a good storytelling, or like on my part, dissecting, like the story is very interesting to me, even based on what they say. Like you could fill in some blanks sometimes about what they say about what they don't say. Right, so then you get a different picture, like look at it a different way. So that's what I think. I think he was a Portuguese. Can you elaborate? Spy. He exists. He was a Portuguese spy. He went back to, and this is observably true. Objectively, he went back to before he came back from his first trip. He went back for 2 weeks with the king of Portugal, Spain's enemy, because Portugal was a hideout of all the apparently the Jesuits or the Freemasons or the whatever the order of the Knight Templars. That they went there, and they were the heads of state in Portugal. Now I could be wrong.
Yeah.
To me, I might be wrong on some of that, but so I think that he did go back to talk to the king of Portugal. Why he had the top secret maps? He probably gave him to them first. And then he went back to his funders of the trips and said, here you go. And gave them some incomplete stuff. And like, who knows about the story of brutalization? Yeah, we know there was a lot of murdering. I think a lot of that happened before.
Well, who knows about the story? I think there are 1,000 years that are invented. I don't know. The story is completely manipulated, and yeah, maybe Eratosthenes or didn't exist, or I don't know. But if I know something, I'm sure that the history is completely manipulated, and there are enemies about Portugal, Spain. I don't know.
You never know. Yeah.
So I'm sure there are flat Earth maps, but what we have is our own experiments. So we don't need a map.
Yeah.
Right? You
That's
see a
true.
city that, yeah. I mean,
The thing is, it's like there's no worries. There's people sailing across the oceans right now only using rectangles. I mean triangles. Same thing, the rectangles. You still have to rely on this horizontal, and they're doing it successfully, with the stars in the same place they've always been over these places.
yeah.
It's incredible. So, like, this really, like, in actuality, if you were to get on a boat and sail, you could do it yourself just by using triangles and elevation angles. You can make your way all the way to these little tiny islands using flat charts to mimic the flat water that you're traveling over.
Yeah, and many people say that it's necessary to have a globe Earth model to navigate, and it's false because in the past people who navigate only use the stars, and
I want to
they
apologize.
believe that
Yeah, go ahead.
they will fall to the edge of the Earth. I don't know, but it's not necessary a globe. So, but I understand you and the charts. Well, I want, apart from that, I want the role that, I don't know, I can't send image here, so I want the role.
Yeah, actually, ladies' night I think is about to start. I could be wrong about the timing, so I want to make sure we're not interrupting ladies' night here. If any of the ladies could chime in, is it right now? If it is, I apologize. I could be early or late. I'm not paying attention. Let me see. It's 1:17 on West Pacific Standard Time, so that means it's 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock Eastern Time right now. Is it 5 o'clock Eastern Time? I was hoping someone would remind me. Ladies' night. Wait a second. Hold on. I think there's a meme. $5 p.m. Eastern. Okay, so it's an hour. It's a little less than an hour before ladies' night. I just thought I'd get that in there before we forget. So anyway, I'll be roaming around listening here. I appreciate you speaking up, Victor. It's really great to talk with you.
Yeah, same.
And you guys could continue with this conversation. Anyone else wants to join in? Like, I need to start moving around a little more.
Everyone is quiet, so
I know. You know what? Actually, if everybody's going to be quiet, I could actually put on a few songs. Maybe Victor, maybe you haven't heard some of the Flat Earth songs that are available. Do you like music?
Yeah.
I've never met a Spanish person that didn't like music. Hold on a second. I'll put on a few songs.
But if no one talks this channel, maybe I will go.
Or what? Or you guys could just continue. If someone's
I think yeah. Do you think they are listening to us?
some of them are, yeah, they're just being quiet. Yeah, they'll speak up. Or we could continue this. I wonder if I could still play this. I could continue with the level 2, the next level. It's about halfway through. So we could continue listening to that. I'll just start that again, and it'll be over soon, and then the conversation can continue. How's that sound?
Hey, everybody. I'm back. What happened? Anything good?
There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you guys want to talk, you and Victor, I'll just leave the bot alone. You guys have a conversation.
What's what time's ladies' night?
What's that?
It's in the live stream voice text. I just put it in there. It's at 5 p.m. Eastern time, which is a little less than 1 hour from now.
Right, so about... Oh, okay. So just after 10 or something in my time.
Yeah, like it's 13:20 where I am, so in 40 minutes it'll be ladies' night.
Cool,
40.
cool. I love ladies' nights. You know, the first time I heard ladies' night was the first time I heard Paula speak, and she's really good. She really knows her stuff, especially physics-wise, anyway. And I had something queued up that I was going to watch. I can't remember what it was. I think it was a live stream, a Twitch gamer live stream. And I queued it up because I thought, well, there's nothing these ladies are going to say that I haven't heard already. And then 2 hours later, they captured my imagination totally. And I really enjoyed it. I thought they were brilliant. And that thing was still queued up after they'd finished, so...
And do you know how can I get the role that allow me to send image in this channel?
No, I think a moderator has to do that for you. But I'd be happy to post anything that if you want to send me something.
Yeah, okay. Because people, Earth growers, need to understand something. Let me. It's in Spanish, the majority of my pictures, but sorry.
Well, the only Spanish I know is ¿Cómo está? Hola, ¿cómo está? That's my Spanish. The beginning and the end of my Spanish.
Yeah. Okay. If you have a translator, look at the Spanish newspaper said about flat Earth experiments. The globe is ending, bro. Yeah, look at it. This is if you can send it in this channel,
It is in the live stream voice check. If you want to translate it,
Yeah.
that'd be great.
Yeah, okay. Give me a second. That's too funny. The globe is ending, bro. I swear. Okay, that is a photo from Barcelona to Mallorca.
Oh.
And yeah, it's impossible to see Mallorca, and we can see it. So maybe that's a flat Earth proof. And in a Spanish newspaper, into the red circle says, under normal conditions, it could not be seen because of the Earth curvature. Right?
I'm guessing
so it's impossible.
Refraction. He's going to say refraction of some kind, isn't it? I'm
Yeah.
sure it is.
Yeah, but they can't prove that it's possible.
And how far is
Normal
that?
condition?
How far is that?
I don't know.
Roughly.
Maybe you can use the Metabunk. Okay, let me. From Barcelona. I'm searching it. Okay.
Ladies' night.
Wow.
4:00 p.m. Central Standard Time, U.S. time. Ladies' night. Tonight.
Yo, Andy,
Yo.
hold my beer.
All right, Tim.
What's up? What are you doing?
I'm good, man. Very good. Poor and content is rich, and rich enough.
That sounds delicious.
Actually, I just made some cafe con leche. Do they make that in Spain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey man, ain't that just coffee with milk? Shit.
Yeah, look, but you put the milk and the coffee right in the milk and you heat it up to like almost boiling. Then I strained it after that. Then I put the sugar and cinnamon. And oh my God, is it good? Yes.
Yeah, that sounds like it takes way too much time, partner.
No, man, it tastes, that's the way to do it. There's something about that milk and the coffee being cooked up together. Yep.
Yeah, I don't even know how to make a couple damn Folgers sometimes, so...
Well, when you're on the range like you are, I mean, holy gee whiz, what you gonna do?
I ain't too concerned about coffee now. I'm concerned about that saggy spot in the roof. You feel me?
Yeah, right. I guess so. Probably when the rain comes, it's not something you're like, I wonder if it's raining. You know for sure, don't you?
If from inside your house, with all the windows closed and the drapes down, if you can tell it's raining from the inside, you got a problem.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, like, because I remember when I lived in the Midwest in Missouri, right? Like, in the St. Louis area, it would rain so hard sometimes nobody could drive. It was rained that hard. The windshield wipers were useless. You could not see past your headlights.
Yep.
Couldn't see anything. Like a
Yeah,
white sheet
I've been
of
there.
freaking water. That's crazy. And then also,
Yeah.
The fog that thick in the Mississippi Valley too. The fog all of a sudden just sets down. Boom, nobody can see. You can't see a foot in front of your headlights.
That's scary, that driving in that kind of condition.
Yeah.
Whew.
And now I live right in the coast. I've only experienced it in California like once or twice. I think only once or twice, maybe. Being on a street somewhere where it just fogged down, complete whoosh, and you had to stop the car, but that was only one time. But in the Midwest, especially what about in the South, like Louisiana and those areas, even worse, I imagine. That high humidity. Florida.
Yeah, we're pretty exposed to the elements where we're sitting. So I definitely, I fixed the roof the other day, but I'm already seeing spots where like I need to give it another once over before wintertime.
It's better to have the seasons, though, right, Sean? Don't you think?
No.
Yes, it is. It's way better.
Nope.
Because then when the sun comes out, you appreciate it, my man.
Fuck that. I appreciate it when it's here all the time. I don't care.
Well, you need to move then.
It sucks. Listen, if I have to wait for it, that's some bullshit. Sorry.
We're not lizards.
Go ahead. I was going to interject.
I was just going to say we're not lizards. We're not supposed to, like in California, see sun every day.
Maybe you're not a wizard. Oh, you said lizard.
Lizard.
I was like, wait a second, you're a wizard too. Don't lie about these things. You and me, we're wizards. Okay? And we carry crossbows and we fuck shit
I thought
up.
you said wizard. And I'm like, I'm a wizard on my bicycle. And then you said lizard, and I'm like, lizard on the bicycle. Yeah, that's a different connotation altogether.
Yeah, sitting in the sun all day. Yeah. Anyway,
bacon.
It's definitely. I don't know. Like, I've always lived in houses that were built fine and everything, but this one was bought as a fixer-upper, and I love the challenge. Let me tell you, I do. I love the like. I'm going to fix my house up so that the bugs don't get in, so that the rain doesn't get in, the snow doesn't get in. I'm going to make sure the sump pump doesn't clog. Clean it out every couple weeks. Make sure. The water's turned off all the way. Make sure you turn the studio off before you go to bed. You're not wasting electricity. Fucking all kinds of shit. Home protection now.
Outside pipes are covered and insulated from the cold.
Yep. So, but I love it because I never had, growing up, I didn't have to focus on these kinds of things. And I was, God forbid I ever had to, right? Spoiled ass bitch. But now that I have to do it to be where I'm at, I love it. I think that's
good. You can really appreciate it then and see the benefits of doing things like that. I like that.
Yeah,
that works really rewarding.
Yeah, and that kind of speaks to what Andy was saying about the seasons, comes and goes. Regardless of how much shit I talked about it, you do appreciate it more. Mm-hmm. It's because of, you get pleasure, pain, and people but see, here's the thing. I'm under the understanding that people think that it's either good or bad, right? So good is the absence of bad. Pleasure is the absence of pain, right? I don't agree. I think there's, as with anything, there's three levels. There's pain, then there's neutral, and then there's pleasure. There is a threshold between the three things, but there's always a middle gray area between two bipolar opposites, or polar opposites, rather.
Yeah, when I was a kid and I thought I was going to be a world champion poker player, World Series of Poker winner. Silly me, silly boy. I was going to actually write a book. I had it planned out. I'd already thought about this, and I thought, right, I'm going to call it Pleasure and Pain, because when you play a lot of poker, it is like being kicked in the balls a lot, and that's no joke. It's like this guy's got 2 outs left on river, and he hits it, and it's like, what? How could he play so bad and win? And so I'm going to call it Pleasure and Pain. But then it occurred to me that anybody, looking for some weird S&M shit, I don't know. Anyway, this is like talking about someone else, talking about my former self.
That there's nothing wrong with attracting a cross audience. So you get somebody in there that's like all freaky and shit, and then all of a sudden they see the truth and go like, "Oh my gosh, I changed my mind. I was deluded." That's hilarious.
Yes, trying to think. Yeah, thinking you're going to actually. I don't know.
Trying to win hearts and minds. Sometimes one brain cell at a time. Sunny 2022.
That lifestyle actually led me to destroying many brain cells. In fact, more brain cells than most people, I would suggest having the head.
I destroyed more brain cells than most people ever had. Just kidding.
No, I'm not kidding though. I mean it.
I know. Yeah, we did try hard, didn't we? We tried to destroy all of them brain cells.
I don't know. Damn you, Hollywood. It was Bloody Rounders, that film.
Oh, dude, don't get me started on Hollywood, man. You don't even know. I grew up like right near Hollywood as a teenager in the mid 70s. I witnessed the whole thing. It's just, you have no freaking word. Of course,
it just seemed
LA was a totally different place then. It was a completely different world. Like I go there now, I don't recognize it because it is literally not the place that I remember from there. Like, so I'm like, it's weird. Like I recognize the landmarks, but it's not the same place at all. It's so strange to like see that, witness that. Like I haven't been back in like probably 10 or 15. No, when did I go back? I took a trip.
Yeah, I sometimes find myself looking at these videos, you know, like of LA from 50s and shit like that. And
yeah,
there's one in particular that I love, which is like, it's got this sort of lovely samba, sort of Afro-Caribbean sort of thing behind it, just a guitar and a trumpet and like, dun, 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 and it just really chills me out every time I put it on. I only put it on for a bit, but...
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing that's really weird is because, like, okay, back in the 70s, when I would look back at the past, like, I'd be looking maybe back 20, 30 years back to the 60s or 50s, you know, like sometimes the 40s. But now when people look back to the 70s, that's what it's like to them. It seems that far away. They've never experienced it. They didn't live there. It's a completely different time with different trappings, different everything. Like, it's crazy. Different technology that's now obsolete. Like all kinds of cars that don't exist anymore, car companies that don't exist anymore, whole things, all technologies where they don't exist anymore. Like freaking crazy, isn't it?
I do love that little bit of wordplay with where they say, you know, the inheritors, they inherited all this Freemasonry, hence the name Freemasons, and it's probably silly and not real.
No, it's not. I don't think so.
But I do like it.
I even have on my channel about an ancient looking building. This is an old style building with a whole entire city block underneath sidewalk level, a whole entire level underneath. And that's not just like rooms under there. Windows under there with archways and actual patios with archways, big wide areas.
Built it on top of the others, yeah.
Why would they make this a whole entire floor with stairs going down to it? It doesn't make it like it makes no sense. And there's a couple of buildings like that look like, and the apartment buildings next to it in the same kind of era or style. You go like both of them have floors underneath. Just the building next door's apartment building has vents down there now. Nobody builds basements in Southern California. Are you kidding me? Like that's one of the rarest things ever, that you would ever build a freaking basement in Southern California for anything, let alone a giant church, granite church. Like, where did these things come from? Literally, like, it's really weird to see that in a modern city. Like, and they've destroyed, literally, probably in this city alone in San Diego, there used to be like a church on every 2 or 3 corners. There was a huge brick church, giant churches, red brick churches. And probably hundreds and hundreds of those have been torn down. Like, there's only very few left. I've seen old pictures because I go through archives and I just scrounge through archives looking for photos because I've always been interested in history in the area I've lived, and I've done a deep dive on every place I've lived, like Venice, California, how that all started, and how this guy had a dream of making that like Venice in Italy, and he actually did. And there were like my sister used to live on one of those old canals that was turned into a street back in the 70s, the heydays, the Zephyr skate team days, and
Yeah, I always watch John Levy's stuff. Have you ever watched or Levi, John Levi?
Lots of it. Yeah, I followed him for years. I actually like his audiobooks.
Oh, I didn't know he did audiobooks actually.
Yeah, I did one Samuel Robotham, but when I did a regular search recently, it's not coming up. So I have to look through his channel or something. It's got to be archived somewhere. It's like a bunch of stuff's being moved. Like when you do searches now, it's being moved around. Like the dead internet is not a theory anymore, in my mind. They're deleting stuff left and right and shuffling stuff around. You can't find it anymore. It's all a mishmash of junk. It's really weird.
Well, I stopped watching him on YouTube because he edits it. You know, like he chops bits out of it and like little bits of just speech. He'll just skip over it. So I just started watching him on Odyssey now. So.
No, yeah, I started watching there too. Yeah. I think about the highest peaks in Spain we were talking about earlier. It's only like 3,300 feet. Wait a minute, the fourth highest. Wait, hold on. No, going up there. Oh, meters. Sorry about that. That's 3,300 meters. Wait a minute. Higher. I guess that official summit peak. It's Monte Perdito Massif. Has an official summit peak of 3,328 meters. 3,328 meters. That's about over 10,000 feet. Together with Monte Perdido and Sum de Ramon, Salandro de Marbore makes up a well-known trio of mountains with the Pyrenees, generally known as Las Tres Sorores, the Three Sisters. Sorores. Excuse me, pardon me. The primary recorded profitable summit was accomplished in 1864 by the Irishman Henry Russell, that's racist, and his information Emilien Froissart throughout their expedition to the Pyrenees. After taking up Monte Perdido, the pair determined to tackle Salandro de Marbore. Writing in regards to the view from the summit, Russell states, the view is of an indescribable brilliance, extra lovely than that of Monte Perdido. See, typically, I like to hear what they said about the geometry from up there. That horizon at. No mention? Darn, where's the fun in that? Okay, I'll yield the floor.
So is Tim here?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh. So what do you mean about the two? It's just
okay. Metabong's calculator was once pretty much one-to-one direct of the calculation you could do on paper yourself. But then Flat Earther started to use it, and he started to add in a deceptive part, which is like some imaginary refraction, like standard refraction, which doesn't align with anything you see in reality. So it's not a good tool. What you're saying. It's better to just take the dimensions and make some what's it called geometric calculations and do that yourself. It's very simple.
Do you mean to do just using the trigonometry?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we have the radius of almost 4,000 miles, and just take it from there. It's very simple because that calculator, the premise is what you would take from geometry. But he has added an addition because flat earthers were starting to use that tool.
Yeah.
You know, and this is the story about metabunks.
Yeah, so thank you for the information, because I will do my own observations.
Yeah, for example, like what you should do is just take a geometry, and then but some people are saying, oh, refraction, atmospheric refraction, or any sort of refraction, and then you go in and you read about what refraction is, and you start to like, okay, can I apply this kind of refraction or this kind of refraction or this kind of refraction to this picture? And if you can, okay, but then make your assertion after that. If you cannot, well, that is just a pure observation based plus the calculations of geometry, you know?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I was just looking through this channel, Tim, you recommended. This looks cool.
Yes, he was actually one of the original Mudflood proposers back in the days, but especially the 1800 Mudflood thing, but he has changed his mind. He still say that there is a lot of deceptive thing about our history and stuff like that, but he is also using logic and research to determine that there's something like cathedrals and stuff like that, like researching from the archives how they were built, that they are built up of huge wooden wood frames, which is why they could be built in a short period of time, for example. And you can see that with, for example, the Notre Dame, when you take look at old pictures from before the recent fire, from the attic and stuff like that. It's a huge wood frame. I showed this the other day in picture form.
I saw the pictures.
We have a huge wood frame, which is easy to transport, easy to set up, and just plastering it outside, you know, with whatever materials they want. Of course, there is, you know, foundation rocks and all that kind of stuff like that. That's heavy material. But when you look into what the archives is saying about these kind of things and what technology they had back then, you can put one and one together and see that these buildings could easily have been made by 1,800 people, you know, 1,800 people.
Well, yeah, I know what you're saying about John Levy. Let me be clear. I like him. Do you understand? The content is neither. I know what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
I mean, I followed him for a long time myself, but then I started to get bored because it was just week after week. It was the same story with the same pictures, and there was nothing new. It wasn't even research, you know. The biggest research there was, you know, Google Maps. Look, a star forge. Oh, look, another star forge. Not anything about looking into history of the books, like what were they used for. Okay, but if you do that, you can find out that they were defense positions located at river entrances and near oceans and all that kind of stuff. There is very few star forts inland. They are all at river positions, and that means that if they are gated towards the river, that means if you are attacked from land, you have perfect view from every single position on this thing, so you have a good protection point. You know, it's the last bastion, that kind of sense.
Yeah, that's a fair critique as well. That's a fair criticism.
That's not true. There's heaps of star forts inland, but they are all on rivers.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't say there was none. I said there was very few compared to river inlands and ocean sides and stuff like that. And who knows if there was a river there like 500 years ago. Like, we don't know if they have made a dam and redirected water or earth moving and all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of things we don't know. I don't say that there hasn't been like local to worldwide cataclysmic events that could have reset or killed a huge part of the population back in the days. Like we have, for example, in 1816, we have the year without the summer, which was caused by 5 to 6 huge eruptions in the years up to that. And a year without summer, that would mean no growth of plants, a bad harvest, no food, famine. People maybe sending off their children to the establishment, which could be why there is all these orphans trains and stuff like that. You know, there could be logical explanations compared to like, oh, just a mud flood and 1,800 people. You know, there could be logical explanations. And that means if you have made a dam and redirected water or just a mud flood and the children were left over or they were made in a laboratory or something like that. Some wild claims,
Yeah, I think we could do without the wild claims.
Because if you also look at it, like for example, the mainstream mudflood agenda, if you try to draw a parallel one-to-one to the alien agenda that was, very like, it's the same thing. We have some super technology based on free energy, which we can't replicate today. We have super advanced civilization, which are not among us anymore, or if they are hiding, and they have built all these kind of things. I don't have any answers for something like megalithic structures like the pyramids and stuff like that. That's way beyond my comprehension even. Like, but a lot of like what we can see from the Middle Age to now, like there is logical explanations for many of these kind of things. Like if there is a like people always talk about, look at this 1870 something blah blah blah. The one is looking like it has been added later on. There is actually evidence that there has been a shift, or they have been added 500 years or something like that, from a year 800 to year 1800, 1300 is I think it was the Dark Middle Ages or stuff like that. Never happened. They have just added 500 years. I don't know why, but there is some evidence that is suggesting that. Yeah. Because there was a lot of I don't want to make this claim, but there is evidence suggesting cataclysmic events in the year 800 and again in year 1300. So if you just like add those, erase those 500 years and just go back to year 800, that was just the same events, but they have just spread it out or something like that.
Yeah, I've seen all sorts of things where they were changing the the numbers on the fronts of the buildings and suggesting they were 1,000 years. So,
but there is a lot of like questions for sure, like why is the same architecture popping up all around the world? This Roman Gothic thing. Why do they have this in Asia, in fucking Australia, in Sri Lanka, in South America? Why is this popping up everywhere? Like those kind of questions. Yeah. They are there for sure. They could have been from older civilizations.
And all claim to be around the 1860s as well. So.
My point is, we shouldn't draw the conclusion that our ancestors was dumb people and couldn't build stuff with the technology they had back then.
I agree.
They were smart people. Like I would say our brain capacity, or whatever we can call it, has not, quote unquote, evolved much. Like we are just as stupid or just as smart as they were. Yeah, we just were in a different time,
Yeah, I think we could make an argument that our reasoning faculties have gone backwards with the new current god, Google. Jeez, have you seen these kids with the phone? I mean, I told you I tried to go through my entire life with not having a smartphone, but the banking was just becoming impossible, basically. And so I literally just bought a smartphone, and I've barely turned it on. I might have turned it on 3 times in 2 weeks. And when I see these, my nephews, they've got the things in their ears, and you're like, oh, hello, how you doing? And they just don't. They're just in their own little world. I mean, they're just kind of doomed. I don't know. And I was just talking to my friend, and he was talking about his kids, and now they've got ADHD, and he's had a real tough time of it. He can't talk to them at all, and they think that their parents are the worst parents in the world because they put a sort of stop on just how much they can actually use these devices. And he's saying, look, this is, you've got to sort of unplug from it every now and again. And they're like, well, I mean, I was talking to about, I was saying certain things that, I can't really say here about why they had these conditions. Have you noticed this ADHD now? It's like every kid, if you don't have it as a kid, it's like rare.
I mean, it's like, how do you really expect a 10-year-old kid wants to sit down for 8 hours straight and just listen to some boring ass teacher because there is no creativity. The teachers get zero free space to do whatever they want with these kids. So there is no creativity in the education. Like they have to go through this set every single year, and there is there is very little time outside of that to do anything creative. Like there could be a lot of things, like more field trips and stuff like that would really entice these kids to be interested. Not entice. I don't even know if that's the real word. It just felt right to say it.
But it's pushing people to the left brain, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I have said this before. I think you have heard it before. It's like this comparison with, for example, TikTok. They're training kids into like this short attention span like a dog. So when you say, "Oh, do you have any proof of XX?" They just go Google XX, the first line in Wiki, and now they're experts. And no matter what you say that contradicts what Wikipedia says, you are a moron. They don't dig into stuff. Like they couldn't sit down for read a book for a day because that's too much time in one subject. If it's not gaming or TikTok, they're not interested. I'm not saying everyone is like that. Of course, there is special kids around the block that do dig into stuff and doesn't go with the mainstream. But it is the majority that just follow this dog training.
Yeah, that's exact. I mean, that just reminded me of the other day. I was asking Austin and Napalm about pulling forces and pushing forces, and I just basically said, is it true that we only have pushing forces due to pressure? And straight away it was just, yep. It was just so quick and concise. But a few weeks ago, or a month ago, I was listening to Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve YouTube channel. Go check him out.
I've seen him for a long time ago. I like him.
And he was sort of explaining it to these college kids because he does some outdoor activism and he talks to them, and he was sort of putting his finger in a hook and putting it around their finger and explaining to them exactly how it worked. And I have a passing interest in physics at best, and I was like, oh, I like that. That's interesting. I'll go and look that up. So of course I type it into Google, and we get the gravity and the magnetism, all pulling forces, by the way. And that's 20 minutes of my life I'll never get back. Just threads and threads of nonsense. So yeah, it's difficult.
The best way to get information today is actually getting into groups of people like this, where you can be led in the right direction, where, if you look at this author, you can find a lot of good subjects, and then you can find like comparison to that author and link it from there to there to there. But if you just go blindly into Google or something like that, you will most likely just, as you say, like waste your time because you're not finding anything with substance in.
Yeah, you have to. I feel for the kids. They're screwed, aren't they?
They're really screwed if they're not like coming in. I'm not saying this Discord, but like communities like this, like they're screwed. They can only do one thing. Either they can be the weird kid that will be bullied, or they can follow along.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
But we want to raise kids that is confident in themselves, and not in an egotistic kind of way, but because they have actually done the work, like they have done the background work. So they're not going around with an ego. They're going around because they know these kind of things. Like what I'm trying to say. It's kind of hard to.
Exactly what you're trying to say. Also, it's difficult because you don't know what that person's going to be into. Because I've often wondered, are these paths just laid out for us? And, the thing that we like ends up finding us. Is very odd. But if we could somehow, make a system that catered towards that. And so some kid who was, obsessively drawing, doodling in the back of his book, you got that kid doing art, and that's very much a right-brained sort of activity, creativity. I love all that, but that's just not what this system's been designed for, is it?
No, I think we spoke about this the other day with the entire school system. You cannot teach a fish to climb trees, for example. So why should a kid who really love and look up to his dad, for example, and his dad is a carpenter, and the kid knows there is 99.9% chance that he wants to be a carpenter too. Why should he not go into master training at the age of 10 or 12 instead of like going 7 years more in school after that? You know, like it's just dumb. And we would also get more real value in society if people who knew what they wanted in a very early age got the direction they should. And master training and stuff like that, like we would have a much more rich society with much more like independent people, you know.
Absolutely. It's like getting someone left-handed. When I was a kid, you know, they'd beat left-handed out of them. They'd like, no, that's satanic or something.
I'm left-handed. I'm an outcast. Everyone hates me. I'm left-handed. So check this out. I think it's something like this. You were talking about confidence earlier, and it's these two are mutually exclusive. For the most part, self-esteem is positive. Ego or superego is negative. So far as I know, and then in the middle is just, confidence is the, just the term. It's neither egotistic or, self-congratulating. It's just like confidence, like, yeah, I can go build that real quick. I'm going to go build that real quick. And then you're like, cool, what's next? That's not ego. That's not party for yourself. And that's, you know what I mean? Anyway, I hope that's...
Yeah.
All right, we're going to hand it over to the ladies then.
Perfect timing. Absolutely. Shut me up.
But yeah, glad. I'm glad you pointing that out, because like when I'm trying to be as thorough as possible when I'm talking English, but I have a rough time with actually like, explaining things right. If it was in Danish and stuff like that, it would be 100% coherent. But yeah, so when I say ego and that kind of stuff, like to me, it sounds like, oh, that's just a natural translation for what I was trying to say. But you, as a natural speaking, English speaking person, would make the difference, like you just did, and put it out right. Which, thank you. That's all I'm trying to say.
Bet, man. And listen, I wouldn't have started talking about that had your English not been good enough to convey the message in the first place. So it was a team effort, brother. Team effort. Okay, ladies, take it away.
Tim, your English is fabulous. Better than my day.
I know it's not bad. I'm just saying that sometimes when you really have to get a point out, like my vocabulary, it's not like my vocabulary really sucks. It's more like finding the right word in the moment. And sometimes I just have to go with the first thing that comes up, But yeah, welcome to Ladies Night. KG.
I think I have the ability to start the event, but I have never done it. Okay, I think somebody else is starting it. So who all is here? Anybody that can talk? Okay, it looks like everybody needs a few minutes.
Yeah, just give me a few seconds and I'll be able to chat for a second.
Alrighty.
I just need a minute. Thank you. I had kind of dozed off while the guys were talking.
Jack, you level up.
No
That's
offense,
awesome.
guys. It wasn't like that. You guys actually, like, when I can't sleep, if I turn it on in the background, it helps me, like, doze off. So
That's the best compliment you could have given me, to be honest.
just give me a second. I'll be back. Gonna wake up.
Hey, there it goes. Yeah, I'm not an MC type kind of person. I like to just talk about the things once they're started, but I'm not very good about knowing who's on the VC that has the proper role we're looking for. As in on the fence or ball earther, I guess. Yeah, I don't want to bring up certain topics because they've been hammered to death recently. But I guess if we're too desperate, we'll have to do what we got to do.
Yeah, I don't know how to. Really don't. I'm fairly new here, so I don't even. Most of these little things work.
Yeah, it's always slow to start. People kind of amble in. And it seems to take at least a half hour for somebody to show up who has ball earther claims.
Oh, okay. So, well, I never heard your story.
My story?
Of how you came to Flat Earth. I told my story when you guys first came back to Ladies' Night, but I didn't hear yours. If you wouldn't mind.
Oh, I suppose it's really kind of short and boring because I've been into all sorts of alternative ideas for I don't know how many decades before that. I mean, before there was widespread internet, we used to get, my brother and I would stay up late and watch weird shows and, like In Search of with Leonard Nimoy. And it was very frustrating. We stopped watching because they would never find anything they looked for. A carrot and stick sort of thing. We're going to find Bigfoot, we're going to find UFOs. And then I kind of got...
You never came close.
No, it was really, and they would go to all the ancient sites in South America and try to figure out clues of that, what's his name, I can never pronounce it, starts with an L, that did that coral castle down in Florida. And just, all sorts of, look at this, now look at that, oh, look at this over here. Oh, well, you can figure it out because that's the end of the show. But, then I kind of got into alternative health. There were inserts in the newspaper, if people remember, that's how old I am, and from alternative doctors and things like that saying, you should not do this, you should do that, and eventually got online, and then one of the first message boards I hung out in for a while was CureZone, and I decided after a few years that there's nothing on Earth that is safe to eat, drink, or breathe, depending on who you ask. And then there was chemtrails, and people tried to gaslight us on that, and say, well, look, here's a picture of a jet from the 1950s. It's got a trail behind it. Never mind that it turns out to have been from an air show where they were doing that on purpose, But then weather wars, and of course 911, it kind of accelerated, especially since I was online reliably then, not with AOL or something. And it was, that I think really got me connecting to a bunch of other sites that had all sorts of quote-unquote conspiracy theories. And I never had a problem with looking into stuff. It was just that, eventually at the end of the day, you have to weigh whether something is worth pursuing, at least for you. And when Flat Earth came along in 2015, when I first encountered it, 14, 15, somewhere in there. And one thing I noticed was that you could believe any crazy thing in these message boards that were, like Godlight Productions and Lunatic Outpost and places, which I'm convinced now are like CIA run. But the one thing you could not talk about that they would shunt to the dark corners of the message board was either the Bible or flat Earth. Any crazy thing you wanted to believe, you could believe in it and talk about it openly. But those two things got shoved in the corner, even by conspiracy theorists. And so it makes you want to look into it, right? So, not that I had just, I'd been looking into the Bible since I was 15. So, but flat Earth are just kind of like, okay, I'll read the claims and look into stuff and do my own research. And I watched the 200 Proofs and Eric Dubay and all those people. And just little by little kind of said, okay, well, that's a reasonable explanation. And I had been a young Earth creationist since my teens anyway, so being outside the scientific norm was not a problem anyway. So yeah, it wasn't like a wake up one morning, with Cogdis and going, this can't be true or anything. I was like, I think I'm starting to wake up or warm up, I should say, to the idea, and just sort of, stumbled into it, I guess you could say. So, yeah, that's pretty much the story.
Cool. So you obviously been to years, right? So you've been into all of this stuff for years and years. And,
oh yeah, I mean, my teens were the 70s, so goes way back.
That's when I was born.
I was born in the late 50s.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I love older people, even as a child. So I was always wiser than my years, I guess, is what they would say. An old soul, so to speak. So I've always been able to connect with older people, and I think they're the people that we should talk to. They have the information, they have the knowledge, they've done it before.
Yeah, people would be surprised what isn't new, but it seems online that people don't care about that anymore. They just want that. I've been in just about every flat Earth venue mocked for my age. I've been called senile. I've been called, just grandma. People are using, not in a endearing way.
That's so rude.
I know, but what are you going to do?
That's just horrible. I mean, well, they've taken, in this country anyway, I've noticed in America, we don't uphold family like we used to, It's not the same. People don't cherish the elderly. They don't look up to them for wisdom and, for advice and things like that, unfortunately I lost mine at a very young age, but I'd kill for that, right? Somebody to go to ask, those questions for information and even just family knowledge and family history, right? That's been stomped on and stepped on and discouraged, and don't listen to your parents. Your parents will tell you what to do. They don't, it seems like the school is teaching children not to care about their family. You listen to us, we'll tell you what to believe and what to think and all that stuff, and think, and don't pay attention to your parents. We'll tell you what to do and how to lead you, and your parents are crazy too,
Right. I mean, it's not like I don't know. It's every generation doesn't want to listen to their parents. That's just how it is. But eventually, especially if you have a family of your own, you kind of change your mind. But I'm told in the chat that there's someone here named Zethus Zeus who's new, has no roles. They seem to be able to unmute themselves as far as I can tell. Oh, it says server mute, even though his mic isn't red, so let me unclick that. I don't know why it does that. They were on server mute, which I undid, but his mic wasn't red, his or her mic. So, oh, now it just, okay, there you are.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Putting on some headphones really quick.
Okay.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I've been in this Discord for a while. This is my first time joining it to one of the live streams. But I'm going to join it in more just because, just to listen, to learn. Plus, I don't got nothing else to do. So, I mean, I don't watch TV and all that stuff. So, I'm trying to do stuff that's like more worth my time, you know?
All right. Just a couple things. When you speak in your mic, can you speak a little louder or turn up the gain? And you're a little bit roboty, and if you don't know what that means, it means your signal is kind of weak, kind of cutting out. I don't know if there's anything you can do about it.
Sorry.
See, I didn't hear what you just said because I only got like half of that.
You want me to leave and come back in? I just turned on my Wi-Fi. I don't know if it's better now.
Well, right now it sounds okay. We can try that for a bit.
Okay, it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just turned on my Wi-Fi.
That's good. That's good.
Okay, but did you hear? I was just saying, like, this is my first time. I didn't know I could join in because it was like ladies' night and I'm a guy. So.
Well, you can ask questions.
So I didn't.
That's the thing.
Okay. Huh?
Like flat Earth stuff. You know, that's what mainly.
Oh yeah. Right. Well, have you guys heard of a book called The Apocrypha? Because my question is about that book. If you haven't, it's okay.
Apocalypse?
No, Apocrypha.
Oh, Apocrypha. Yeah, that's kind of off topic, but I mean, they're the books that are. Yeah, I know what they are.
I'm not familiar, so go right ahead. There's your person.
Okay, so there's a verse, First Ezra chapter 4, verse 34. It's like biblical cosmology type stuff. But the question is, would you agree that verse is talking about the 24-hour sun? If you don't mind looking it up.
Not quite sure what you mean. What your question is?
If you want, maybe post it in the chat so everybody can read it.
Yeah.
Have access to that.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, there's not, as far as I know or remember, it's been a long time since I looked at the Apocrypha, but not a lot of cosmology in there that isn't in the Bible already. And unless you include Enoch, which is more of a pseudepigrapha, I can write it, but I can't say it, pseudepigrapha, as opposed to Apocrypha, because as far as I can tell, it was never in anybody's official canon list. But that's the only one that has heavy astronomical stuff in it, to my knowledge.
Enoch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Enoch 1. I mean, there's 2 and 3. I have all 3 of them, but 2 and 3 are really way out there. And pretty much nobody I respect considers them even authentic. Enoch 1 is dodgy enough, but anyway, like I said, it's really not the main topic tonight. Is what do you think about Earth shape? Do you think it's flat or a ball or what?
Level.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think I could post this thing in or what do you? Is there a channel you want me to post in? Because I don't think I could post
Live stream voice text. See where it says live stream? Here's not live stream voice text. There's like a voice chat in there.
Yeah, it's not. It says not letting me post anything.
Oh, he probably doesn't have.
Yeah, he doesn't have rules.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you gone to VC check-in yet? Because when you first join the server, you're supposed to go to VC check-in, and somebody will interview you. You know, there's instructions somewhere. I don't remember meme command. So if somebody in the chat could post the meme command for people who just joined, what they need to do, that'd be great. Alrighty, thanks. Yep, it says go to VC check-in, go to VC check-in voice text, and ping, which is just type @modping, @gold, whatever, and then wait for someone to join the VC, and they will talk to you and ask you some basic questions before you get roles given to you.
I can just listen for now. It's all right.
Yeah, no problem. And I don't think anyone else is here who I haven't at least seen the name before somewhere.
Yeah, I kind of recognize everybody too.
Somebody sent me a good video last night or this morning. Let me see if I can find that. Response to Scientism. Let me copy the link from my DMs and post it here. I thought it was pretty good. It is, at the end there's some Bible verses, but mostly it's quotes from scientists talking about scientism. So, and it is fairly short. Helio says we can do check-in on live stream sometimes. I'm not sure, Zeus, if you're interested in doing that right now or if you still just want to listen.
We'll check in real quick. But can I say something like really quick?
Sure.
There was I was watching a video. I can find it and put it in one of the chats if you want me to. Because the Jesuits are like, I think Mount Graham, the Lucifer Telescope, they have like a YouTube channel or something like that for this Jesuits that are scientists. And I clicked on one of the videos. I guess they were showing you like doing like a tour of Mount Graham. And literally the guy, he's like doing tours or whatever. He sum up how the original, like the Vatican, the actual building has telescopes and stuff. And it was too dark or something, so that's why they moved to Mount Graham where it was brighter. Or it was too bright, something like that, I don't remember. But anyway, he was in that video, he's talking about the stuff, and he's like, science for us is a form of worship.
Right.
And I'm like, he said the quiet parts out loud. I was shocked. But
yeah.
If you want me to find that video, I can find it. He's a Jesuit, and I think he's like, they got like scientists, but I don't know if he considers himself a high priest of scientism, but that's pretty much what he is.
Okay. Helio said he can give him VC verified, so if you should be able to post and stuff.
Is he in a thing in that?
Yeah, just I think he's just gonna do it for you. So go ahead and check back and see if you can post now.
See if I can post. Okay.
Yeah, if you can post in live stream voice text. Meanwhile, they said there's someone named Quinn the Asian who is VC verified. But I don't see them. Oh, there they are. Can you talk?
Hello.
Hello. What brings you here?
Just came in to listen to Ladies' Night.
Okay. You have any questions? I mean, what do you think about the shape of the Earth?
Well, I'm kind of on the fence as of now, but I've seen evidence for both sides that support, both things, and I'm just kind of not sure what to believe. That's why I like to come in here and just listen to what people have to say.
Okay, yeah, there's lots of resources here. If you scroll way down on the the list of panels.
Oh wow, there's a lot more than I thought here.
Yeah.
Oh wait a minute, hold on. Oh wow. Wow, that's nice actually. Thank you.
Sure, no problem. Then in the meantime, do you have any, like you mentioned, you see evidence for both sides. What's one of the big evidences for sphere Earth, would you would say?
Well, I want to believe NASA because like a lot of money was sank into it, and I want to believe that like the government that like allows us to vote and stuff wouldn't lie to us. But at the same time, I've seen that
They have
yeah, they have exactly.
in other areas. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so it's like I don't know, like so
So
sometimes
they pretty much don't have much of a leg to stand on.
yeah, I don't know. I feel like sometimes they do and sometimes they don't, but I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain, but
Yeah, as soon as anybody's got big money, there's big corruption. That's just a fact of life. And
yeah, you're probably right.
yeah, I mean, I looked in. We were talking earlier about all this conspiracy stuff I've been into over the years, and moon landing is one of those. And the key is to anything is asking the right questions. And sometimes people don't know how to start asking questions, and that's what the resources are for. But like little things, like for example, the lunar module, the capsule, has one little window in it, right? It had the 3 astronauts inside and one window. And it's on a trajectory. It's supposedly had little jets of things that it could do to stabilize itself on its trajectory. But in order to look back at the Earth halfway to the moon, or whatever distance they were, and they said they were sending us pictures of Earth, they would have to maneuver the craft without messing with its trajectory so that that window would point back at Earth and keep it rock steady. I mean, I've seen all the stills and videos of that thing, and it just never wavered. Absolute perfect centered shot, no moving around. And this was 69. So
going at what the speeds of a rocket?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have the tech. They love to keep telling us they had a computer that was no more sophisticated than a pocket calculator. And somehow they shot the thing out at just the right speed and angle to go to the moon. And without, breaking their stride, they maneuvered the craft to point that little window back at Earth, straight at it. I'm just having a hard time believing that.
yeah, that's another thing too, is if they go straight up and the Earth, like it is flat as you guys say, they go straight up, they'll see that it's circular, and that might give the illusion of a curve because it's obviously if you guys think that it is a flat circle and they go straight up, their perspective is that of a sphere. So they need to go like the correct direction, I guess.
Yeah, the thing is that we don't actually have any one actual photograph of the entire Earth. They're all stitched together with snippets, little bits of things. Even though they claim to have been at the moon, they should have been able to see the whole Earth. And I was going to say something else, I totally forgot it. But anyway, as far as the Earth, we don't necessarily say it's a circle top that we're on. We just know that it's level. We don't know the exact shape, but what we've seen with high altitude balloons that private citizens have put up to as much as like 120,000 feet or so, there is zero curve. If you make sure your camera does not have barrel distortion. People use the term fisheye, but it's really that's extreme barrel distortion. But you don't need a fisheye to distort. You need basically a 50 millimeter lens is what used to come with any basic level camera, entry level, because it most closely approximates the human eye and has the least amount of distortion. So when people put camera lenses like that on these balloons, they don't see any curvature whatsoever. And that's 120,000 feet. That's pretty darn high. I haven't seen any firm evidence from anyone I would trust, certainly not people with big money in government, who don't even claim to have an actual photo of Earth. And the photos the things they try to present as photos change every few years drastically to where the continents are the wrong size. They're just a gazillion reasons I don't trust anything that comes from NASA. Plus, many of their pictures, supposedly of Mars, for example, exactly match a place called Devon Island up in northern Canada. I mean, you can put the pictures superimposed and they identical topography, just change the colors, and you've got Mars. So there are no pictures of a ball Earth. There's no sense of motion changes that you would have because supposedly Earth is spinning on its axis, orbiting the sun, and the sun is hurtling through space. And in spite of all those changes of angular momentum and direction, we don't feel a thing. And if they say it's too slow or too big, that is called an ad hoc fallacy, or they just make it up on the spot. They're telling us that something is true, and then telling us here's why you can't sense it. And I find that very dodgy. So, I mean, I could go on for hours on that sort of tact, but you get what I'm saying? I mean, I don't see evidence of a ball, let alone a spinning one.
Maybe I'm not as on the fence as I thought. Maybe I am. Maybe I just don't want to believe that it's flat because the government that lets me
Cognitive
vote and the
dissonance,
government that fights for my freedom and justice and all that is also the one that would be lying. And that's maybe that's just not something I want to believe, but.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious if you watch the news that the governments do not have our interest in heart. They're not protecting us. When they say we the people, they mean their people. It's just like a line. I don't know if you saw the animated film The Incredibles, but there's a scene where one of the superheroes is working in an insurance place, and he's trying to help people actually get coverage, which the company doesn't want them to do because the boss is like, what about our people? What about our shareholders? And that's what governments mean when they say freedom and democracy, freedom of speech, benefiting the people. There's always fine print, and then you find this out just by, looking back at what's been happening over the years. They only mean themselves. They take care of themselves. They look out for themselves. They don't give a rip about any of us. So I don't have a problem not trusting government, just to say all that. Also, while we're talking, there's people posting things in live stream voice text that are always helpful. Chick-fil-A, you've been awful quiet, or did you just get here?
No, I got here late, but I've been here for about 10, 15 minutes. Sorry about that. I didn't want to interrupt you guys because you were having a good conversation.
So there's other things, Quinn, that, like, for example, this is, we have these 3 points that we like to go over. One of them is this alleged spin. Another one is gas pressure in a vacuum. Basic laws of physics regarding gases on Earth that we can verify, repeat, test, are that gas goes from high pressure to low pressure. Okay, and it disperses evenly. It doesn't clump together in little pieces, parts. It doesn't go down. It goes every which way. Gas molecules do. And the problem is that if Earth has an atmosphere which is made of gas, atmo means air, and air is a gas, and space is a giant vacuum, or near enough to it for all practical purposes, the gas should have dissipated immediately. As soon as it's produced, it should go out into space and not come back. I mean, we should have no atmosphere in a vacuum. So the fact that there is an atmosphere, the only logical conclusion from what we know about gas laws by scientific observations, and testing, there has to be a container for the gas. It has to be contained somehow. There can't be a vacuum. So that by itself should tell us, by something we can verify for ourselves, that Earth cannot be in a vacuum of space. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me.
Yeah. Hi everyone.
Hey, what's up?
I was listening to you, and yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, do you mean the dome, right?
Okay, I didn't quite catch
that again.
Do you mean the dome of the sky?
I don't. Well, we don't know what it is, right?
Oh, dome. Did you say dome?
It doesn't have to be a dome. It could be any shape. We really just don't know what it
You were
is.
talking about the pressure.
Yeah, container. To have pressure, you must have a container.
Yeah.
So whether we can see or examine the container is a separate question, because since we know in every case without exception on Earth that gas has no pressure if there is no container, and since we have gas pressure, then the logical deduction and scientific conclusion is that the atmosphere, without lack of a better name than sphere, it must be contained somehow. Okay, and then the next thing usually we get is, well, gravity keeps it down. But here's the problem, is on Earth, again, observing gas where we can observe and repeat, gravity doesn't do anything to it. It goes every which way. It goes up, down, sideways, and gravity doesn't contain it. So to say that gravity contains it only when it's farthest away, away from where the air is produced by plants, that somehow gravity only grabs it when it gets to a certain number of miles, it seems to me not only unscientific but illogical. Now there's a third question. I can't remember. What I did? Spin, pressure. What's the third one?
And what do you think about gravity?
Curve. Yeah. What do I think about gravity?
Level up, yeah.
I'd like somebody to define it and then demonstrate it. You can't get a straight answer on what gravity is. I mean, it used to be with Newton, who disavowed any attempt to say what gravity is.
Yeah, because I think it's the most important thing here, because we don't know what is gravity and what gravity is, and so, but we can talk and explain what is electromagnetism, also magnetism, and we can do a flat Earth model with those things, but we still don't know what gravity is. So that's a good point. And if we don't find explanation about gravity, maybe the globe will end soon, because I think it's the most important thing in the heliocentric model.
Yeah, we don't really claim a model, but the thing is that there is no instance where anyone can verify that you can contain gases with gravity alone, because nobody can control gravity, nobody can measure it. So-called gravitons are still hypothetical, which is fancy speak for imaginary. all we know is that gas will go in every direction. So there is no downward bias, upward bias, sideways bias, because gas doesn't care about any of those biases. It will go wherever it wants. And the gas bits, whatever you want to call them, molecules, try to get away from each other. So it doesn't care. I mean, you can drop a rock and it will go down. You can let go of a helium balloon, it goes up. So there is no observable, controllable thing, because in science we have to have what's called an independent variable, and it has to be something you can control. So if we're looking for the cause of something, why do things go up, down, or sideways? We have to be able to control the thing that we're proposing as a cause, and no one can do that with this term gravity. So it doesn't explain anything, and even so, it wouldn't matter as far as Earth's shape goes, because it's not an Earth shape prerequisite. Gravity's presence or absence or explanation has nothing to do with what the shape is, what we're standing on. And speaking of that, as reminded, Chick-fil-A reminded me about the third point, is curvature, which we kind of went over that a little earlier on with the high altitude balloons that see no curvature. And like it was mentioned, if you were looking at a disk from far away, if you're kind of parallel to it, might look curving down on the edges, because if you hold like a flat plate out on an outstretched arm, it will look like it's curving on the edges. I mean, it's a curved object. But the point is that we never see it curve down. We see things that are too far away. We have this thing called the black swan, which is just pictures of stationary objects out at sea, like oil wells, that we know the exact distance to from the shore. And we shouldn't be able to see past that, even up to that, because they're one's like, 6 or 7 miles away. If the Earth is the size that we're told, then there's no way we should see that oil well. And not only do we see the oil well, we see the horizon beyond it, and sometimes land features beyond it, such as some hills or mountains off in the distance, and on the opposite shore. So we have absolute visual proof that anyone can verify, go out and do the observation themselves, that Earth is at the very least not the size we're told. And the problem is, if it's way bigger, which this evidence would suggest, then a lot of other things would be wrong as well, such as the alleged force of gravity because of the alleged mass of Earth, and everything, orbits of alleged satellites. Nothing works anymore if you make the Earth big enough that we're just too small to see the curve. So we got no curvature, no evidence of curvature, no evidence that some imaginary thing called gravity holds gases in place, such as our atmosphere, and no evidence that Earth is in motion. And whether or not we can explain every other thing is beside the point. The point is, if it's claimed in standard cosmology that Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum, then the burden of proof lies with them, and we're still waiting after, I've been in this for 7 years on flat Earth, so.
Yeah, and I hope you to search information about Michelson and Morley experiment.
Oh yeah, we're well familiar with that. Yeah, we know about that. Pretty much anything people bring up, somebody here has researched. Anything else?
Victor, did you mention Michelson?
Yeah.
Why did you mention that?
Because she was talking about the spinning ball.
what would you say that Michelson Morley proved about it, one way or the other?
Yeah, because Michelson and Morley proved that the Earth is oceanless.
Okay.
Yeah, you can search information about that.
Yeah, I mean, we
The
all know.
official conclusion about the experiment was you have two options. Ether doesn't exist, or the Earth is not moving. And that's the official result.
Right. And we also have the issue of things not, they get into something that is poorly defined, the Coriolis effect, where allegedly, like, for example, Neil deGrasse Tyson claimed after that a field goal won a football game because the Earth turned under the football while it was in the air and put it through the goalpost, which is laughable. But anyway, there's an easy way to test this, I would say you find a fairly large room that you can close off from air movement, right? You put a helium balloon in it, just a small one, and just put enough helium that it kind of hovers in midair. And just set up a camera and watch it against, the opposite wall and see if it ever deviates. Supposedly it should deviate 15 degrees per hour if Earth is moving and, moving under objects that aren't attached to it. And we can't say it's the air. Huh? What's that?
Did you do your own experiments?
No, I'm proposing this as an idea that anyone could do.
Yeah,
the hard part is finding a room where there's no air movement. But
yeah, because I think it's important to take action and do experiments by ourselves. For example, in my case, I'm going to make long distance observations, like the famous Chicago and Chicken one. So because I'm going to start trusting all flat earthers, so I'm going to start by myself and get my own conclusions.
Good.
And yeah, because it's good. The flat Earth community and groups is good, but it's important to take action by ourselves, by my own, right?
Right.
Help you to understand this. Sorry about my English, but yeah, that's my opinion.
Yeah, everybody should do that. And most people, it seems, that want to just troll flat Earth don't have any intention of doing anything for themselves or even looking anything up. They want to make a claim and then tell us to go figure it out. Tell us to look up their claim evidence for them, which of course we don't do. But there's simple things like that balloon, because even if somebody says, well, the mass of the object, like an airplane or a football, has conservation of momentum, which would have to be angular, but never mind that. Even if it's supposed to keep momentum going because of the spin that it's been on, on the surface of the Earth, the helium balloon has almost no mass. It's very little mass. And so nobody can say conservation of momentum with the balloon. And the thing is that even if it had that, it wouldn't with the room. It's a low-cost experiment that anybody can do, or observation, I should say, not technically an experiment, or if somebody had some money and could get to the tip of South America, put up several high-altitude balloons and point them in Antarctica, that would be a cool thing to know. Pun intended about cool in Antarctica, but that's the least risk to life and limb. You're not violating any treaties. And if somebody sabotages your stuff, you're onto something at least, But it would answer some questions. There's no really bird's eye view of Antarctica that we can trust so far.
That would be an interesting experiment for sure.
Yeah, both of those have to do with balloons. Isn't that funny? Yeah, they got a picture of some stuff from Mars/Devon Island in the chat there. Yeah, we've all seen those. We've seen a gazillion pictures of Devon Island with coloring changed to exactly match what NASA says comes from Mars, from their rovers.
Actually, never seen those myself.
Oh, you haven't seen that one?
Yeah, I haven't
Sometimes
seen it.
I wonder, are they so stupid to put an animal in Mars? I mean, there are too many pictures from Mars. Well, the Devon Island, but from Mars that appear some objects, and I think they can't be so stupid.
I think they A, can, and B, also like to troll people and make obvious errors.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just to mess with people, and they get their jollies fooling people with low quality.
But I mean, it's probably the flat Earth is probably the biggest conspiracy theory ever. So, I don't know. They are so stupid. Maybe, I don't know. If you are trying to change the shape of the Earth shape, sorry, you can't make these mistakes. You know?
Yeah, but you can, because people believe what they want to believe, and they know most people don't care, don't look into it, just believe whatever they're told on the TV, no matter how ridiculous it is. And they rake in boatloads of money every day. So yeah, we're highly skeptical of official agencies of any sort that tell us the Earth is old, or a ball, or spinning, or that you can have an atmosphere next to a vacuum. Pretty much everything they say. I mean, there's a quote from somebody from the CIA years ago who said that something like on the order of, we'll know that our program is complete when everything the American public believes is a lie. I mean, this was like in the 50s or 60s he said that.
So they are humans, even.
So yeah, why would they lie? I mean, you can ask that about anything, but the important thing is they lie about everything else, and they're making good money at it, and it makes them happy to fool people. And lies have been a part of human society as long as there's been human society. So I think it's a kind of a silly question to ask, why would they lie? Why wouldn't they is a better question.
Yeah, there's enough money sitting in front of you. So most people will take the money.
Right.
Unfortunately. You know, and I think a lot of people end up in places where they didn't expect to either. And you know, when you're trusting your government and you start working for your government and you get to a certain level, I think by the time you realize that it's corrupt, you have more than likely done a few things to already bend your morals to get to where you're at, that it becomes easier to do worse and worse things the further up you go, and then you get caught in the middle of it and you're already dirty, right? You're dirty by the little things, and now you're complicit and dirty, and someone's got dirt on you, and you get controlled, and then you can't get out of it because you did the wrong thing. You know, you took the bait. You did a crime. You know you did it, and at this point, you're just surviving, right? Doing what you can not to get in trouble, so to speak.
Right, and
We're gonna live stream voice text for what Level Up just explained, referencing that CIA director.
yeah, thanks for posting that. I knew it was somebody in the CIA, but yeah, well, no, our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false. William Casey, director of CIA till, man, I have to blow it way up to see the text.
Yep, funny. Look at that word, right? Disinformation. That sounds a lot like misinformation, doesn't it?
That's an amazing sentence. It's amazing, right? Incredible.
1981 to 87. Yeah. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of things that I've looked into over the years, such as the design of the public education system by John Dewey and others in the humanist groups who viewed it as a religion and the teachers as priests to mold the next generation to whatever the state feels is useful to them. Has nothing to do, and they even said, nothing to do with teaching people to read and write or think, but indoctrinating them and turning out, to summarize, basically minions for the state. And that's what we're seeing now. So, yeah, pretty much, I mean, everything, if I had to describe our time, our era in one word, it would be corruption. Everything is corrupt.
Fortunately, I believe the same thing.
Can anyone send some pictures? Because I can send images here.
Okay, ask
Can you send them instead of me, please?
Can someone give
If you want.
Can someone give Victor roles to post in the chat?
Okay, as it rains, or yeah, I will send you something related to what we were talking about a few minutes ago. That it's all about the atmosphere, perspective, and
Okay, yeah, perspective, yeah.
Someone in the chat said there's some people in VC check-in.
Yeah, that'd be easier than us trying to do. I mean, we don't have the right to do it anyway. So, if you go to VC check-in,
I can't do it either.
Yeah, if you go to VC check-in, you can probably get some more roles.
Alright, so someone got to.
because some growers, earth growers or whatever, say, "Oh, so what happened with the sun? Why I can't see it?" And I say to them, "Well, let's try to put €1 pound. I don't know, 5 kilometers from you. You will not see it, right? You know, so it's all about perspective and visual position. I don't know.
Right, we can't see forever, even if it was, it doesn't matter how good the conditions are, you still can't see forever. People don't understand that when they claim that, if the Earth was flat, we should be able to see Paris from New York. It's just, everybody agrees there's air, there's all sorts of things in the air, there's topography, and limits of vision in the first place, even if you have a good telescope. Too many things in the way. Mod Justin says, what do we need? Mostly we were needing, let's see, what was the name? Was that Victor?
Victor, yeah.
Some roles. He wants to post some
Yes,
image
please.
text.
Victor, look in the text chat 58 minutes after the hour. The last two the pictures I posted. Along the lines of what Level Up was mentioning earlier about indoctrination.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, like I said, the best question to ask, the shortest answer to is why wouldn't they lie? Yeah. So to this point, we've been an hour in a ladies' night. To this point, we've established that Earth isn't moving, Earth isn't a ball, and because we have air under pressure to breathe, then we can't be in a vacuum. Everybody lies. Sorry about that. Hold on. And the burden of proof is on those who make claims. And so mainstream, quote-unquote, science makes all of these claims. But so far, none of the hundreds and hundreds of people that any of us have encountered over the years trying to defend the claims of mainstream science has been able to succeed. There's even been rewards out for various things. And I remember there's one thing I keep wanting to find and never been able to find yet. I think it was Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole channel that put up a drone and did a time lapse on star trails. Because since the drone wasn't attached to Earth, there should be no circular star trails because supposedly the circles, especially around Polaris, only happen because of Earth spin. And if you're not on the Earth, then you wouldn't see it. And yet he put the drone up and got those same circular trails, which means it isn't the Earth that's spinning. I think it's pretty good evidence itself. But I have not been able to find that video.
Somebody else referenced that video too. So I've never seen it, but I've heard somebody else reference the same video. So I don't think you're the only person that's seen it. I've heard other people talk about it, about seeing that video.
Uh-huh.
I wouldn't know where to find it, but
it was years ago. Someone says Lunatic did a drone Star Trail 2. Acid Rain, all I can remember, I think it was David Weiss, Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. I looked all over his channel, his website, I couldn't find it. It would have something to do with star trails and a drone. I don't remember the title or anything. But it's been several years. Yeah, there's some nice...
Are you receiving the images?
Yes, I see them.
Okay. Just to make sure.
Yeah, so basically, like on that the bottom picture that you put there, there's on the left, there's the complete circles.
Yeah.
If this were to be happening because of Earth spin, and you take the pictures from something not attached to Earth, you shouldn't see that. And yet we do.
Yeah, because we live in a world with perspective, and all of us has a personal dome.
Mm-hmm.
So what we see in the sky is not true as well. It is like our perspective. So stars are more okay, and there is atmosphere, and the atmosphere is like a lens, right?
Yeah.
So that's why we can see the moon like getting into the sea or things like that, right? So
it appears one way, but the object itself is structured another way.
Right, and since we know we're looking through lensing situations, everything is in apparent position, and again, it's like we've all said for years. If you want to know the shape of the floor you're standing on, you don't look up at the ceiling. I mean, there's all sorts of interesting things going on up there, and I have spent quite a lot of time watching the luminaries, but never do they tell you anything about what you're standing on. I mean, they can't prove anything, because if you can think of one scenario that explains their movement, somebody else might think of another scenario that explains their movement. And there's a channel called Brian's Logic that recently did a really good, fairly short video on how the sun actually moves compared to the angle we would measure with a sextant up to it, and how that angle won't tell us anything distance or where the sun actually is. And so there's just all sorts of things that we could use to say, the stuff in the sky isn't going to prove Earth shape. And it's just, like you said, we have so much distortion in the way, it wouldn't be reliable. Anyway. Let's see, in the chat it says, have you looked up sky ice? Just some theories that scientists are doing on Antarctica, story not proven yet, but researching sky ice. Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, there's all sorts of, when we say you can't look at the sky to know Earth shape, doesn't mean we don't want you to look at the sky. But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, it's pretty simple that the burden of proof is to prove that Earth is a ball that spins in a vacuum. And we've seen none of that. So, anything else?
Is there anyone else that wants to talk?
I know Zeus was, I don't know if he just got his VC verified role or if he's been here before. But also, VL, if you want to get your a role to talk in here, just jump into the VC check-in. And there's also Red Eye Jedi. I don't know if you guys spoke to that person, and Elfstone. All of these have VC verified. You can talk anytime.
Red Eye, did you just say? I know you came off mute, but I didn't hear anything.
I said hi.
Hello. You're a little quiet, but not too bad.
Hi.
But for me, you got to speak up because I'm old. Seriously, I have hearing problems. So.
Hey everyone.
Hello.
Hi. Made it to late finally.
Can anybody else hear me okay? You can also, I think you could turn me up also by
yeah, well,
clicking
you're
my
louder
name.
now. Yeah, you're at 100%. I could turn you up later, but right now you're pretty good.
Okay.
You. Chick-fil-A. So I'm pretty new here, like about a week old, and just came to say hey. And I listen to you guys all the time.
Yeah, it's good to have you. The more the merrier. It's been kind of sparse.
Hello. Welcome.
Thank you. Oh, and also I can't see who's talking. So, well, actually, I'm just gonna, I literally have to have it on my TV and laptop and phone to get all three.
I mean, I'm on a PC with a fairly good-sized monitor, and I still have to scroll a mile sometimes, and by the time I get there, the person stopped talking, and I don't know who it was.
Okay, now I can see because it's on my TV. So your level up that just was talking. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. Just hanging out.
I'm Jackie.
Jackie?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm Cash. You don't have to call me Goddess unless you want to. But yeah, it's really, I love this room. It's really cool. I don't really do too much of the debating, but yeah, I'm definitely on the flat earth side, not global.
As I like to say, debate is for the fish.
Yeah. Not really much to debate once you actually do your own research.
This is true.
Right.
Yeah.
I think the best use of debate is when you're the undecided party watching two other people debate, and those people, the best for that situation are people who absolutely just despise the other side, because they're going to poke holes in each other's arguments, and then that will help you make a better informed decision on whatever it is.
Agree.
That's true.
It took me hardcore. I was telling them last night, like it took me a while. Like I had looked into it and then I just swept it under the rug, kind of like, no, I'm not ready for this.
It does take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm like, I just didn't want to. It's the whole stigma. It's constant insults and,
right.
Oh, you're dumb because you believe in a flat earth. And it's like, yeah, it's pretty intimidating even getting into the topic. So that's
on a variety of topics.
I think that's the point, right? They don't want people to look. They don't want people to research it. They want you to feel that way. They want you to feel stupid or feel dumb or feel, discouraged because people are gonna look at you a different way at the end of this. And then it's what I think a lot of people do that. We shy away from even talking about it, or even when you're considering it, you don't even tell anybody, right? I think most of us went through that, right? You're researching it yourself. You're like, I'm not saying this to nobody until I decide. And then you decide and you're going, holy crap, I did this thinking, I think a lot of people came here trying to prove that flat earth is BS.
Yeah.
And that's how most of us came to this. It's like, there's no way. Get out of here. And you're like, and then when you get the courage to listen, right?
Yeah.
And you realize you can't disprove all the stuff that they just said to you. You're like, hold the hell on. Let me go.
You can't unsee it.
Yeah,
yeah, exactly. You're
That's
like,
the thing about the red pill.
and then you turn it off, right? You turn it all off, and you run away from it for a while. You're like, no, but it stays in there. It stays stuck in there, and it stays rolling in there. And you're like, okay, let me go back later. You take your time, and then you go back, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna go back, and I'm gonna look at this again objectively, right? I'm gonna look at both sides again. Because maybe there's something I didn't see, and then you're like, no, there's nothing I didn't see. What the HE is going on, and everything's a lie. And then, the cog disc hits you, and it takes a minute. It takes a minute before you're ready to come back out and be like, okay, I do believe this, and they are lying. And F you if you think I'm crazy, because you're crazy.
That reminds me of that Owen Benjamin thing where he's on his live stream going, I cannot be a flat earth person. He's holding his head in his
hands. Because that's exactly, he was saying out loud what every single person was saying in their head as they went through that. So you can relate, right? You can relate. It's like everyone was like, he's showing us the internal, what we were going through when we were, researching this for the first time. Like, that's exactly how you feel, because inside your head, you're walking around your house going, there's no way. I'm already crazy. People already called me nuts, right? So you're like, now they're going to know I'm nuts. Like,
yeah.
It's
like
simple.
with all everything that I've been sitting around researching for years and stuff, I'm like, I always put flat earth kind of on the back burner because It just was just one of those things like, okay, I know that's some crazy shit, and so it can't be true.
Always last on the list.
Yep, come to find out, it's literally like the root of the fucking truth. Oops, I didn't mean to. Are we allowed to cuss?
No, it's okay.
Oh.
You can, just not excessively.
No.
Like, it's
Okay.
not a bad... If it slips, it's okay, but, you know, just don't... As long as it's not at people.
Okay. I get a little passionate sometimes.
So do I,
Yeah,
and I have a
it's
dirty
the root
mouth,
of the
so
truth.
it's all right.
Once you can actually grasp that fact that the Earth is not a globe, then it unravels everything, all the lies.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the, you know, the last step is the hardest because it's the peer pressure coming out sort of thing where, you know, you believe it, but you want to keep it on the lowdown because you don't want people to know.
You don't want to be exiled from society.
Right.
Right.
You know that's the final step, right? Because you're just like, all right, you're gonna show me the door now, right? I'm really not gonna fit in now. It's like, like, you know, when you cross the line.
Because
All right,
people
now
will,
you to
you know,
go.
people have lost friends, sometimes jobs.
Yeah. Yeah. My mom and my little sister go hard on me over it, but I don't know. It is what it is.
Yeah, you just listen. One day, I thought for sure there'd be no one who would ever listen to me. You know, like in my family and my friends and stuff like that. Like, no one's ever going to listen. But I'm going to
Has
tell you,
anyone
when
come
you
around?
keep coming up, yeah, I'm actually, one of my cousin has, like, you know, like, she's at the beginning, right? So she's like, I said some things to her, and then she, you know, came back at me and was like, there's just no way, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And then a couple weeks later, she came back and she's like, why you having me looking at this stuff? Why? You know, like,
Right.
kind of like, why'd you do that to me? Because
Yeah, the whole-
obviously something I said to her stayed in her brain and kept rolling around, right? So she went and started doing her own research. And then she started sending me some stuff, and I was like, oh, here we go. It's about to happen. I'm just waiting for her for the day where she calls me and goes, oh my God, I believe. I don't push her. I when she sends me stuff, I just confirm it. And I'm not even sending her stuff back because I don't want to push, you know, and I'm just letting her. And I know she's going to come to it. She's going to come to it by herself, just like everyone should. No one should be pushed. Everyone should come to it on their own, because that's when it solidifies and you truly understand it when you see it for yourself, not when it's shown to you. When you see it and you know it and you feel it, because it all comes. It's like those three things come together, right? It's like the truth. You can feel the truth, see the truth, and just know the truth.
I agree.
Yeah, well,
you guys have any Globers ready for tonight?
Well, I don't think anyone's coming so far, not yet.
Yeah. Probably they'll come in. It's Labor Day weekend. Everybody's probably off work and stuff.
And, to that point, you know, things like the Antarctic Treaty can't deny, because it's so right in your face and common sense that, like, weird, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
But
yeah.
I was just talking to somebody about this.
Type of Conspiracy has a video on that.
The one thing that all countries agree on, right? The one thing.
Exactly.
Like, get
You
out
mean
of
tell me
here.
they're all fighting for control over land and all
Wars and
this
everything,
stuff.
but they could all agree
Political
on that, right?
warfare, but they all can agree on. Yeah, it's like goofy.
Mhm.
And another thing is, I was just talking to somebody about this. He was getting me verified. I was like, another person. It's Don Petit. Oh my goodness, he's so dumb. You can't. After you see him, you're just like, yeah, it's flat. Because Don Petit is just.
Yes, this is Don Pettit from NASA.
That's exactly him. I'm like, I was telling the guy who's gonna be verified. I'm like, yeah, he's an undercover flat earther.
And that's not an 8-year-old question. That's a question I have. And we didn't go. And it's good to know why you didn't go. And I think I know
Earth
why.
Is flat. The Earth is flat.
But that's not an 8-year-old question.
I think we can all agree that I think a lot of people who are doing this obviously are active, and some people are just caught up in, deep belief. But
when I was in, I'm sure we all went through this in kindergarten or first grade or whatever, we were all taught that flat earthers were cavemen and
yeah, they thought exactly. We thought there's an edge you can fall off of.
Yeah.
It's like, there's an edge, there's a ledge, and that's how they show it
with
to
a
you, so that
waterfall
you're
and
like,
everything.
so you don't go and look for yourself, right? Because it teaches you don't even bother looking over there. This is what these crazy people believe. They believe there's an edge and you can fall off, and that's what they believed. But now we're smarter. Now we're smarter because we got science on our side.
It's the Ash conformity test, right? You guys know what that is?
The what?
The Ash conformity test, where they do like a test where people just do what everybody else is doing. So it's like, since everybody believes the globe, I'm not going to question it because it's true because everybody else believes it.
Damn.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So they done videos on it. It's called the Ash conformity test.
Yeah, well, it happens a lot where they'll put up something on a board, and everyone, it's not true, but everyone in the room is saying the same thing. So the person's, you got the camera on the person who's the butt of the joke, so to speak, or whatever, and you got to see whether the person is going to conform, like you said, right, and just say what everybody else is saying, or are they going to actually stand their ground and say, no, that's wrong, because they know it's wrong. But are they going to just conform and go with everyone else in the room? It's an interesting thing to watch, right? Half the people do and half the people don't. But it's a cool concept, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's more than a concept. That's probably
people
the
don't want to be singled out and bullied
exactly.
and stuff.
And that's why that's another reason people don't look. I'm going to get called crazy. I'm going to get called all those things. Who wants to be the outsider? People don't want to be outcasts. It's just a role we end up fulfilling at times of our lives, but who really wants to be the outcast?
It's kind of a weird situation because at the same time, you also don't want to be spinning, even though you only experience the stationary Earth. So it's like, I don't spin, but they're trying to tell me that I spin. It's really weird.
Yeah, those stars are spinning above you, but that means you're spinning too. And that don't make sense. Then why the stars still look like they're moving? Weren't we all moving together? They say we move together in this amazing, perfect timing that, the universe, the sun, and the earth is all moving together in perfect timing and perfect harmony. Just our galaxy is hurtling through space. And we don't see any other stars but the same stars that we always see.
Right.
That don't make no sense. If we're going through galaxies,
Right. I mean, especially after even thousands of years writing down their observations, we the same and which shouldn't be possible. spinning and orbiting and
You're
not to
cutting
mention.
in and out. Level up.
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
Let me turn off my fan. That's usually what's doing it. Off. It got really warm in here and I had to turn on my fan. Is that better?
Yes.
Cool. Sorry about that. Yeah, I must be messing. I have a windshield on my mic, but that apparently it doesn't help with that. But yeah, for all the years that Earth allegedly has been spinning and spiraling behind the sun, we shouldn't be able to see the same constellations, or they should at least be distorted. Not to mention the fact that every 6 months, nighttime is a totally different direction in space, you know? Like in the spring, nighttime being away from the sun is pointing one way, and 6 months from there, since you're still facing the sun, right? You're still spinning around, and nighttime is away from the sun. Well, away from the sun is 100 degrees the other way. You shouldn't see the same stars even a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
They say there are.
We had somebody.
Oh, the southern stars, yeah. Versus the northern stars. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, not even just northern and southern. Anything you see in the night sky, maybe around the edges. You know, if you look east and west, you might see some of the same. But looking straight up from wherever you are on the surface of this spinning ball, say you're on the equator, just to make it simple. In the spring, nighttime being away from the sun is going to be, just pick whatever direction you want to call that. And then 6 months later, you're on the other side of the sun. So nighttime is the complete opposite direction. You should have almost all the stars you could possibly see should be different 6 months apart.
Right.
Yeah.
The fact that they say the sun is a star is just so goofy to me, especially when you look at amateur footage of stars. It's like they're not the same thing. And not only that, but what NASA tries to say what stars are versus the actual amateur footage, and they look nothing alike.
But
that's one of the things that sealed the deal for me.
A word of caution. If you're talking about the watery stars, those are out of focus, because I mean, I and others have verified this for ourselves, like the picture you see there right now. That's posted in live stream voice text. Those are out of focus because if you zoom in on any one of those stars and keep turning the focus ring until it's the smallest, because that's any basic photography class will tell you, if you're doing a manual focus, you keep turning the focus until the object is smallest, and then keep turning this. If it starts to get bigger again, then you back off just a little, and then you know where the tightest focus is. And I've done that with stars, and they are just points of light. They're not shimmering. They're not water. But the thing is that even the so-called planets, which really is from a Greek word meaning to wander, and the Bible calls them wandering stars, planetes aster, they have some coloring on them or rings or something that stars don't have. Stars, on the other hand, seem to pulse like a strobe light, especially some of the brighter ones like Sirius. Those are the only differences I see between stars and planets, are that stars pulse, planets don't, but even planets seem to have their own light. To think that they're all evenly lit, however bazillion miles they are from the sun, is just stretching credulity, in my opinion.
Right. I agree.
No, this is really old, but the Star in the Jar video, I just always go back to that one because, I don't know, it just shows what stars actually are instead of what they're saying. It can't be what they're saying.
Right. As far as we can tell, they're flashing lights. And that's why they twinkle. People used to say, well, you know which is a star and which is a planet by which one twinkles, because planets don't twinkle because of the atmosphere. And I'm like, but the planets are outside the atmosphere too. Why aren't they twinkling? Plus, another thing is about, where they say they know how far away a star is. Well, wait a minute. You're telling me the light traveled for years and wasn't deflected by anything in a bazillion miles, so many light years? Nothing deflected it, so we can tell exactly where the star is?
Nope.
Again, stretching credulity.
Does my microphone sound alright, guys?
What's that?
Does my microphone sound okay?
Your mic sounds like it's under a pillow.
Are you being serious? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of scratchy too, but... But yeah, if they want us to look at the sky, sure, I'll look at the sky and ask you all kinds of questions you can't answer.
Can I mention something?
Okay.
Good evening.
Maybe.
So, when the planets and stuff were aligned and everything, right? I had my binoculars out early in the morning, like 4 o'clock in the morning, to look at it. And, as I'm adjusting the focus, the individual light from the planet turned into what I described at the time as a hexagonal kind of pattern of individual lights. That's what I said on the live stream sometime ago, maybe a month ago or something, right? Now, would you look at these images in the headlines of what I found in this video on YouTube? Isn't that crazy? Because everybody's like, maybe you didn't adjust your binoculars right. I don't know. Well, look at me now.
Are they saying that one on the picture you posted is Jupiter? It said something about Jupiter under it, or is that a star?
I think it's supposed to be Jupiter, and that's what I was looking at the planets, and that's what I maybe it was Jupiter, and I was like, why does it look like individual lights?
Yeah, Red Eye Jedi said that they don't mention it in the video. It's just the thumbnail says Jupiter. It's like, I hate it when people do that, but I've seen Jupiter in just a purely optical telescope and through the camera, and I can see some faint stripes. But, and then there are so-called moons, whatever those are, the points around Jupiter that most often are in a straight line. Sometimes they're in a pattern. And I've seen the rings on Saturn, but Saturn, I never see them as rings. I see them as what they used to call it a long time ago, the planet, where it's almost like it has like one of those serving bowls, 2 handles. Doesn't seem like rings to me, but anyway, those are,
You think they're what?
Huh?
You said they're not rings, they're what? What did they used to call them?
They used to call it the winged planet.
Oh, okay.
So before there were telescopes, they would call it the winged planet. How did they must have really good eyes then, no light pollution, but before there were telescopes, people would call it that. But not ringed, but winged. And
no winged planet.
Yeah, and I don't in my best lenses on my telescope when I was able to have my vision's failing, but I never saw anything but what looked like 2 handles on the outside rather than rings going. I've seen Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars. I haven't really had a good look at any of the other ones. I get too much light pollution around here. And like I said, my vision is not that good anymore. I used to do tracking, but it's pretty old. I every time I try to get it to align and then track something, it just, like it's lost its mind or something. It just keeps what they call slewing. It won't stop. So I don't know what's the matter with it, but without that, you can't get a good look at a star. You have to have some kind of tracker on it. So you have to zoom so far, it's going to leave your field of view before you get a good focus on it.
I'm sorry if I missed it when you guys were, but the picture that Elijah posted, are you saying that they don't show these pictures in the video, or are you saying like that Jupiter is not mentioned?
I think they said that Jupiter's not mentioned.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't say that I've ever seen the cluster like that, though. What's that? Somebody hot miking?
I have a question. So Polaris, I know this North Pole, it stays in the same spot. But I'm a little confused because I heard that the stars is fixed in the firmament, but also, so the other ones just go in a circle. Is that how it works? Like around Polaris?
Well, when we do time lapse, that's what we see.